Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. It was late in the season when Liam and his friends stumbled upon the lodge. They had been driving for hours, winding through darkened roads, surrounded by towering trees. The sun had long since disappeared behind thick clouds, and a heavy fog rolled in, thickening the air. The kind of fog that seemed to swallow sound, leaving everything eerily silent. Their car's headlights cut through the mist, and up ahead they saw it, a large, decrepit lodge. It stood alone, towering like an ancient sentinel in the forest. Its wooden exterior, chipped and worn, seemed to blend into the fog as if it had always been there, waiting. "This place looks abandoned," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know," Liam replied, squinting at the lodge. "Something about it seems off, but it's the only place around. Let's check it out." With no other option, they pulled up to the lodge and parked. The place felt wrong the moment they stepped out. The air was thick with the scent of wet pine and earth, but there was something else, something colder beneath it all, like the very trees themselves were watching. The front door creaked as it swung open with a slow, deliberate motion. A gust of cold air rushed out from within, sending shivers down their spines. Inside, the lodge was dimly lit, the only light coming from a pair of flickering candles in the far corner. Dust hung thick in the air, untouched by the winds that blew outside. "I don't like this," James said, his voice tight with unease. "Maybe we should just keep driving." But it was too late. The door slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing through the empty space. The sudden sound of the door slamming shut startled them all, and for a moment no one moved. They stood frozen in place, the weight of the silence pressing down on them. The fog outside seemed to creep in through the cracks, thickening the air inside the lodge. Liam reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. "We're locked in," he muttered, a frown forming on his face. His fingers brushed over the worn edges of the door, feeling a coldness that didn't seem natural, as if the wood itself was alive with something ancient. Sarah stepped forward, her feet crunching lightly on the broken tiles beneath them. Her gaze swept across the lodge and her breath hitched. A long, narrow hallway stretched before them, the dim candlelight casting long shadows on the walls. A small staircase at the far end led to the upper floors, but the sense of unease was too great for anyone to move forward just yet. "What is this place?" James asked, his voice trembling as he glanced around nervously. "I don't know," Liam answered, "but it feels like we shouldn't be here." The air grew colder as they ventured deeper into the lodge, their footsteps echoing unervingly loud in the silence. Every corner seemed to hide something, yet nothing revealed itself. The wooden beams groaned and cracked overhead, and the candlelight flickered, casting strange, dancing shadows on the walls. As they walked further into the main room, a faint sound reached their ears, a whisper barely audible as if coming from behind the walls themselves. "Did you hear that?" Sarah asked, her voice barely more than a breath. Liam nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. "Yeah, but there's no one else here." The whisper came again, this time louder, clearer. It was a low, raspy voice that seemed to crawl under their skin. It wasn't in any language they recognized. The words were jagged and harsh, like the wind itself had come alive and was speaking to them. James felt his blood run cold. "This place, it's not just old, it's wrong." He turned toward the doorway they had entered through, but the hallway that had been behind them moments ago was now different. The walls seemed to stretch and bend as if the house was growing, shifting. It was as if reality itself was bending under the weight of something far older than they could comprehend. "Guys, we need to get out of here," Sarah said, her voice shaking with fear. But just as she turned toward the door, a sudden bang echoed from upstairs, loud and jarring, shaking the very foundation of the lodge. It was followed by a long, drawn-out moan, like the cry of some creature deep in the earth. Liam instinctively took a step forward, his heart racing. "We need to see what that was." "No way," James said, his voice rising in panic. "We need to leave. Now." But Sarah was already moving toward the stairs. Something about the sound, so raw and desperate, had called to her. I don't know. I think we have to find out." The rest of them hesitated, the tension thick in the air. The moan came again, more faint this time, like the very walls of the lodge were alive with some unseen presence. Without thinking, they followed Sarah, the creaking of the stairs under their feet making every step sound like thunder. As they reached the top, a faint light shone from a door at the end of the hallway. But it wasn't the soft flicker of candles. It was a cold, unnatural glow, like the light of a dying star. The whispers were louder now, and they seemed to echo from every corner of the building, wrapping around them like tendrils, Liam swallowed hard, his breath shaky. What the hell is going on here? Sarah stepped forward, her fingers brushing the edge of the door. The coldness sent a shiver through her bones. She glanced back at the others, but there was no turning back now. The light behind the door was pulling them in, and they were too far gone to stop. Without a word, she pushed the door open. The room inside was unlike anything they expected. It was small, barely more than a closet, but it was filled with old, tattered books and strange symbols carved into the walls. In the center of the room stood a large, circular object, like an altar made of stone. Upon it was something covered in a dark cloth, its shape indistinguishable, but it radiated a presence so dark that it sent a deep chill through their spines. But it was the sound that made their hearts stop. A low growl, not from any animal, but from the very air itself. It seemed to vibrate in the bones of the lodge. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind them. The moment the door slammed shut, the candlelight vanished, leaving them trapped in a shivering, unnatural darkness. There was no sound now, no moaning, no whispers, only the sound of their own breathing, quick and uneven, rising like panic in the dark. Sarah took a step back, bumping into Liam. "I didn't close the door," she whispered, voice thin. James fumbled for his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam of light cut through the dark like a knife, landing on the stone altar in the center of the room. The object was still there, covered in the dark cloth, still and silent. But it pulsed, not with movement but with presence, like it knew they were watching it, like it had been waiting. Liam took a hesitant step toward the altar, his eyes fixed on it. "There's something wrong with this. It feels alive." James grabbed his arm. "Don't touch it, man. Don't even go near it." But Liam kept moving, drawn to it in a way he couldn't explain. His fingers twitched, hovering just inches above the fabric. Sarah grabbed his shoulder. "Liam, stop." He turned back to her slowly, eyes unfocused. "I think it wants us to see." Before anyone could stop him, Liam reached forward and peeled back the cloth. There was no object underneath, just a hole. A perfectly round hole, carved deep into the altar's stone, black, smooth, endless. There was no bottom, no reflection, no light, just a darkness so deep it swallowed the flashlight beam. And then it breathed, a slow, guttural inhale, as if something at the bottom of that black void had just woken up. They all stepped back in horror. The air in the room changed, becoming thick and electric. The carved symbols on the walls began to glow faintly, first red, then violet. And then the whispering returned. But this time it wasn't quiet. The voices rose in pitch, overlapping in twisted tongues, speaking in frantic, hissing chants. The stone altar trembled, and the walls groaned like they were cracking under invisible weight. The floor beneath their feet shifted. A sudden lurch, like the entire room had dropped several inches in a blink. James stumbled and fell against the wall, knocking loose one of the old books stacked nearby. The moment it hit the floor, it flung open on its own. Pages flipped rapidly, faster than human hands could move, stopping on one covered in symbols and a rough sketch. An eye, large and lidless, drawn in thick black lines, staring out with a terrifying stillness. Sarah knelt and looked at the book, her fingers trembling as she pointed to the sketch. "This isn't just some old building," she whispered. "This is a place of summoning. A gate. That thing in the altar, it's a door." "A door to what?" James asked, his voice cracking. Liam looked pale, sweat beading on his forehead. He stumbled backward from the altar, shaking. I saw something. When I looked in, I saw something looking back." From the hole, a single sound emerged. Tap, tap, tap. Like fingers drumming slowly on stone from somewhere far beneath them. James aimed his flashlight into the hole, but the beam dissolved into the darkness like it was being eaten. Then the air around them shifted again. Not a sound. Not a movement. A presence. It crept into the room like cold water. Invisible but overwhelming. It wrapped around their minds like chains, pressing into their thoughts. Not words, but impressions. Hunger. Waiting. Return. Then a violent noise shattered the moment. The sound of something slamming into the door behind them. Once. Twice. A third time, louder, stronger, shaking dust from the ceiling. They turned as the door burst open on its own, crashing against the wall. But the hallway outside was gone. In its place was a forest. Dense, dark, and full of mist. Twisted trees lined a narrow path that led into the unknown. The lodge, it seemed, had changed again, or had they been transported somewhere else entirely? James backed toward the altar. "This isn't real. This has to be a dream. This can't be happening." But Liam was already moving toward the open doorway, gazing out at the forest. We have to go through. I think that's the only way out. Sarah looked between the altar and the woods. You mean into the forest? Through a door that just replaced reality? You want us to walk into that? A long, ragged breath came from the altar, and this time the whisper spoke clearly. Go or stay forever. The decision was made for them. Behind them, the hole began to crack. Small fractures in the stone spread like a web. A thin black mist seeped from the splits, drifting through the air like smoke. The glow from the runes intensified, and the walls began to tremble. Without another word, the three of them ran. They plunged through the doorway into the woods beyond, not daring to look back. The air changed again, thicker with fog, colder with every step. Trees loomed tall, their twisted branches scraping at the sky. The ground beneath their feet felt soft, almost too soft, like moss covering something deeper, something buried. As they vanished into the woods, the lodge behind them faded into the fog. The door closed on its own with a click, and somewhere far beneath the earth, the tapping continued. The air in the forest was heavier, like each breath came filtered through wet cloth. Fog drifted in sheets between the trees, dense and low, swirling at ankle height. The trio moved slowly now, their footsteps muffled by layers of damp earth and gnarled roots. The sky above had disappeared completely, replaced by a sickly gray glow that seemed to bleed from the fog itself. There was no sign of the lodge behind them. No path, no doorway, just more trees. Tall and crooked, their bark blackened like charred skin, their limbs stretched out unnaturally long. Some trees leaned over the trail as if listening. Others curved away as though afraid. Liam led, clutching the flashlight with a tight grip, the narrow beam barely piercing the gloom. Sarah followed close behind, holding an old, musty book she'd grabbed in the chaos before they fled the altar. Its cover was torn and unreadable, but something inside her told her it was important, connected to whatever this forest was. James walked last, glancing over his shoulder every few seconds. He hadn't said much since they crossed the threshold. His mouth was set tight, his hands shaking. Eventually, Liam broke the silence. I think this path is curving. Sarah looked up. What do you mean? He stopped and pointed ahead. I swear I've seen that stump before, with the moss growing over the top. Look at it. James turned. No, that's not possible. But it was. The stump was identical, cracked on one side, a spiral mark carved faintly into the top, just like the one they'd passed nearly 10 minutes earlier. James spun around, searching the mist. We're walking in circles. This isn't a path, it's a trap. As if on cue, the fog around them pulsed. A deep sound rumbled beneath the ground, low and distant, like something stirring in the roots below. The trees groaned, their trunks shifting slightly, just enough to suggest that they had moved. Sarah looked down at the book in her arms. Flipping it open, she scanned the symbols, her fingers trailing along the faded ink. The pages seemed to pulse with heat. Then her eyes landed on a sketch, a crude drawing of a forest, a trail that bent in an unnatural loop, and a phrase scrawled beneath it in jagged handwriting. The hollow path bends to the will of the sleeping root. To walk straight is to defy it. To walk in faith is to survive. She read it aloud. Liam raised an eyebrow. What does that mean, walk in faith? I think it means we're not supposed to follow the path, she said. We're supposed to go off it. James looked horrified. You want us to step into that? He motioned to the foggy trees beside them. We don't even know what's out there. Liam exhaled slowly. We know what's on the path, nothing but circles. Maybe this forest only lets you out if you stop playing by its rules. James shook his head. Or maybe it kills you faster. Sarah stared into the woods. The fog was thicker between the trees, but she noticed something strange. Small, pale lights floating just beyond the branches, faint, blinking like fireflies. But they moved with purpose, in rhythm. Liam, she said quietly, do you see that? He turned and followed her gaze. Yeah, I do. One by one, the lights began to drift deeper into the woods. Not fast, not threatening. Almost like they were guiding something, or someone. A pulse of warmth flickered from the book in her hands. I think we're supposed to follow them. James let out a sharp breath. Are you hearing yourselves? This is insane. Floating lights in a cursed forest? We're following those? Liam looked back at him. Do you have a better idea? Silence. They stepped off the path. The moment their feet left the trail, the sound of the forest changed. The wind disappeared. The fog thickened around them. But the lights remained, glowing just ahead, weaving through the branches, always keeping a short distance. Just close enough to chase. just far enough to never quite reach. The trees seemed to shift with every step, twisting, rearranging. At one point, James stopped, heart hammering in his chest. "I saw something. Back there." Liam froze. "What did you see?" "A shape. Between the trees. It wasn't walking, it was just there. Tall. Too tall. Like its head was touching the branches. And it didn't move." Liam's flashlight cut across the woods, illuminating nothing but fog and bark. Then something answered. A single echoing knock. Not wood. Not metal. Something deeper. Like a giant heart thudding once, somewhere beneath the ground. Sarah turned the book to another page. A drawing of a creature filled the space, its limbs long and vine-like, its face hidden behind a mask of bark and moss. Beneath it, another phrase. "The warden of the root sleeps until stirred. Eyes upon trespassers. Voice heard through soil." James took a step closer to the others. "We're being followed." No one argued. They pressed on, hearts pounding. The lights ahead began to quicken, floating higher, weaving through thicker branches. Then, suddenly they broke through the tree line into a clearing. It was wide and circular, the ground carpeted with soft black moss. In the center stood a stone well, ancient and crumbling, covered in crawling vines. But there was no water, just darkness. Sarah approached it carefully, holding the book tighter. She could feel it now, the same pull as the altar, but different, calmer, older. Like this place was a memory carved into the forest's bones. Then she saw them. Around the well's edge, carved into the stone, were symbols, the same ones from the altar, the same ones glowing in her book. Liam leaned over the edge, peering into the well. "It's deep. I can't see the bottom." James backed away. "We are not going down another hole." But Sarah shook her head. "I don't think we're supposed to." She pointed to the moss. Embedded within the growth was a circle of bones, small, perfectly arranged like a ritual marker. At its center, a flat stone etched with a handprint. Another whisper rose, drifting from the well. "Clearer this time. Mark the seal. Remember the name. Only then will the forest part." Sarah turned to the others. "I think this is a test." Liam stepped forward slowly. "What name?" James swallowed hard, voice barely audible. "I think we have to remember its name." They stood in silence around the well, the air around them still and choking, as if the forest itself had paused to listen. Even the drifting lights that had led them here hovered motionless in the mist, suspended like forgotten stars. The stone circle, with its skeletal pattern and hand-shaped seal, radiated a heavy pressure, an ancient weight, impossible to ignore. Liam's breath clouded in the air as he knelt beside the stone, staring at the handprint etched into its surface. His hand hovered just above it, trembling slightly. "We don't even know what it means to mark the seal," he said. "We don't know what happens after." Sarah flipped through the pages of the book again, faster now, eyes scanning for anything that might help. Symbols flickered past her vision. Writings in old languages, illustrations of creatures with eyes sewn shut and forests with bleeding trunks. Then she found something. A page torn halfway down the middle, marked with thick ink and smudges like fingerprints. The illustration showed a circle of stone, just like the one they stood in. Beneath it, a set of lines written in a rough, hurried hand. "Only through the first offering shall the forest remember. The name must be known. The seal must be marked. The voice must be heard." James shook his head, backing away another step. "We don't even know what that name is. And what the hell does it mean by offering?" Sarah's eyes slowly rose from the book to the circle of bones. "I think someone's already done it before," she whispered. "That's what these bones are. A previous offering." James's face twisted. "You think someone died here as part of some ritual?" Liam looked over the stones, noticing a set of grooves along the handprint, channels carved into the surface that would let something flow. Something like blood. James turned to walk away. No way. We're not doing this. I don't care what this place wants. I'm not sacrificing anyone." "We don't have to," Sarah said quickly. "The book says we need the name first. Maybe the name is what activates the seal. Maybe it's just symbolic." Liam stood up, wiping a cold sheen of sweat from his brow. "Do we know any names? From the book? From the lodge?" Sarah hesitated. There had been whispers. Moments where something tried to speak just beneath hearing. And now, in her head, she could almost feel one of them rising, like a name half remembered from a dream. A sound that didn't belong in the world of the living, but wasn't quite foreign either. She whispered it. "Virulent." The forest responded instantly. The ground beneath them groaned with deep cracks. The stone around the well glowed faintly with purple light. The trees leaned inward, branches creaking like knuckles tightening into fists. That heavy presence, the one they had first felt in the lodge, returned. But this time it was closer. Liam staggered as if pushed by an invisible hand, falling to his knees beside the seal. "It wants more. I think the name opened the way, but it still needs the mark." Sarah clutched the book tighter. "Just your hand. Try just pressing your hand to it." Reluctantly, Liam laid his palm against the carved handprint. The stone was cold but pulsing like a heartbeat. For a moment nothing happened. Then the grooves around the handprint flared to life, glowing red, then deepening to black. The moss pulled back from the stone, revealing more bone and older carvings, one so worn they could barely be seen. Liam cried out suddenly, pulling his hand back. His palm was bleeding, 4 small cuts, one on each finger and the thumb. The grooves drank the blood greedily, pulling it deep into the stone. The wind picked up, but it didn't sound like wind. It sounded like breathing. Then came the voice, echoing, unnatural. "The forest remembers. The warden stirs. The gate creaks open." The well's interior began to shift. The darkness at its core shimmered, no longer just empty space. Shapes moved within, slow, winding things, like roots or tendrils floating through thick water. And rising from the well came a figure. It wasn't solid, not exactly. It shimmered, made of shadow and flickering strands of light. Its form was tall, impossibly tall, shoulders hunched under some unseen weight. A mask of bark covered its face, long and narrow, with slits where eyes should be. From its back hung dozens of thin, writhing limbs, like withered branches swaying in a breeze that didn't exist. James stepped backward until he tripped over a root and fell. "What is that?" Sarah's voice was flat. "The warden." The warden drifted forward, silent, towering. As it moved, the forest bent around it, trees bowing, fog parting. It stopped just inches from the stone circle and lifted one hand, long and skeletal, as if offering something unseen. Then it spoke again. "The first trial begins. Remember what was lost. Restore what was taken. Or join the roots below." With a sound like cracking wood, the well behind it split open, widening, warping, until it resembled not a well at all, but a massive opening leading into the earth. Steps formed, narrow and carved in stone, descending into a tunnel lit by soft, green light. James stood up slowly, face pale. "It wants us to go in there." "No," Liam said quietly. "It needs us to. We opened something when we spoke the name. Now we have to follow it to the end." The warden turned and drifted into the stairway, vanishing into the shadows. Sarah looked at the others, the book held tightly in her hands. "Whatever this is, it's only the beginning." And one by one they followed the warden into the hole in the earth. As the last of their footsteps faded into the tunnel, the stone well above them crumbled, the bones scattered by the wind, as if the forest itself had erased the evidence of what had just begun. The stairwell was impossibly narrow, and the further they went, the less the steps made sense. Each was shaped differently, some shallow, others deep, some warped like melted wax. The tunnel walls were covered in veins of green and gold light, pulsing faintly like the heartbeat of something vast and unseen, living within the earth itself. Behind them, the sky and forest had vanished. Above was only darkness now, thick and absolute. Even the surface air had changed. The damp, earthy scent of the forest was replaced by something older, metallic and bitter, like rusted chains soaked in water too long forgotten. Their footsteps echoed downward, but the sound didn't travel normally. It bounced strangely, as though the tunnel refused to let go of noise, folding every echo back in on itself. Sarah clutched the book tightly to her chest, her fingers white from the pressure. She could feel something humming in the paper now. Not a vibration, but an awareness, like the words within were waking up the deeper they went. James walked in silence, pale and distant. He hadn't said a word since the warden emerged. Every so often he looked over his shoulder as if expecting to see someone, or something, walking just a few steps behind them. Liam led the group, the flashlight beam trembling slightly in his grip. The stairs leveled out suddenly, opening into a chamber that stretched out beyond the reach of the light. The walls were made of black stone, polished and damp, reflecting distorted versions of their faces as they passed. At the far end stood a door. It was shaped like an arch, framed by twisted roots that had grown directly from the stone. In its center was a strange design, 5 overlapping circles, glowing faintly blue. No handle, no keyhole, just the symbol. Liam approached it and raised a hand, hesitating. The moment his fingers brushed the surface, the blue light flared and the door responded, not by opening but by pulling them in. The room twisted. The floor buckled. The wall stretched. They weren't falling, not really, but the ground beneath their feet vanished and they were weightless for a moment that stretched into forever. Then, they were standing in a house. Not the lodge. Not the tunnel. A house. Bright daylight poured in through large bay windows, spilling warmth across polished wooden floors. Children's drawings hung crooked on the walls, and the scent of baking bread drifted through the air. Sarah gasped. "This is my house. When I was a kid." Liam turned in place. This is my apartment from college." James backed into a wall, eyes darting. No, this isn't real." Each of them saw a different place. They were standing together, but inside entirely different realities. Then the voices began. Familiar ones. Sarah heard her mother, soft, humming in the kitchen. Then a knock at the door. She turned, heart racing. Her mother had been gone for over 10 years. She knew this wasn't real. And yet the scent of bread, the way the light fell, the sound of her voice, it was perfect. Too perfect. Liam stood in his old living room, watching a television that wasn't turned on. But across the screen flickered static images, scenes from his past. Fights with his father. Nights alone. The first time he dreamed about walking into a forest with no exit. They played over and over, more vivid with each loop. James heard sobbing. From somewhere upstairs in the house he didn't recognize, someone was crying his name. It sounded like his sister. But she died 5 years ago in a crash. He knew that. And yet, the voice was her voice. Real. Trembling. Repeating. "Please help me, James. I'm still here. Please, don't leave me." None of them moved. None of them spoke. They each stood in a moment of the past, but something was wrong. The longer they stayed, the heavier the air became. Not just emotionally, but physically. As if unseen hands were pressing down on their shoulders. Breathing became harder. Their thoughts clouded. The warmth of the scenes began to sour, subtly, slowly. Sarah turned back toward the kitchen, only to find it empty now. Her mother was gone. The bread burned. The drawings on the wall were upside down. Liam's TV no longer showed his past. It showed him standing in the lodge, standing at the altar, standing at the well. Always watched. Always followed. And something behind him, taller than the frame. A shadow with no eyes. James took a single step toward the stairs, drawn by the sobbing voice. As his foot touched the first step, a hand reached through the slats and grabbed his ankle. He screamed and fell back, the illusion breaking. The house around him shattered into ash. In an instant they were all back in the black chamber. The root-framed door behind them sealed shut with a bone-deep thud. The warden stood at the far end, half shrouded in shadow, its long limbs twitching like puppet strings. Sarah fell to her knees, clutching her chest. That wasn't a memory. It was feeding on us. Liam nodded, pale. Trying to trap us, wrap us in grief, keep us inside it. James stood shakily, eyes wide. It touched me. Whatever's in this place, it's not just showing us visions, it's reaching through them. The warden moved forward, soundless, its bark mask watching them with unmoving focus. Then the chamber shifted again. A new doorway opened in the wall beside them, carved not of wood or stone, but something living. Thick roots curled around the frame, pulsing slightly. From within came a dull red glow, flickering like firelight but colder, unnatural. The warden raised a single limb and pointed toward it. Sarah looked down at the book. A new line had appeared, fresh ink still wet. The trial of memory ends. The trial of flame begins. Burn what binds or be bound in flame. James swallowed hard. I don't want to know what that means. Liam stepped toward the door. We don't have a choice. Behind them, the black door they came through began to splinter, groaning like wood under pressure, as though something was forcing its way through. Whatever waited behind them didn't care about mercy. They stepped through the root door one by one and were swallowed by the red light. The red glow swallowed them whole. For a moment, it was blinding, thick and pulsing like blood through a vein. Then the heat came. Not the dry warmth of a fire or the humid weight of a summer night. This was a living heat, deep and oily, crawling along the skin like fingers made of ash. The temperature rose with each step they took, but the air never moved. It just hung there, still and suffocating. They emerged into a massive chamber carved entirely from blackened stone. Veins of glowing magma pulsed through the walls, casting flickering crimson light across the floor. The air shimmered with heat distortion, warping the edges of their vision. In the center of the room stood 5 massive stone braziers, each one as tall as a person, spaced evenly in a wide circle. The flames they held burned upward, unnaturally high and narrow, their fire a sickly mix of red and blue. Beneath each brazier were scattered ashes, bone white and clean, as though whatever had burned there had been consumed completely. At the far end of the chamber stood another door. This one was different, twisted metal bent into a crude archway, covered in black soot and scorched handprints. No handle, no keyhole. Just the symbol they'd seen before, 5 overlapping circles, glowing faintly beneath the grime. James coughed, squinting through the heat. "It's like an oven in here." Sarah nodded, wiping sweat from her forehead. "This is the second trial. The trial of flame. It wants us to do something with the fires." Liam circled the braziers cautiously, scanning the ashes. "Whatever it wants, someone else has already done it. Or tried to." Sarah opened the book again, shielding the pages from the flickering gusts of heat. The script had changed again, new words now burned into the paper like fresh brands. 5 flames. 5 truths. 1 for each who walks the path. Burn the lies you keep or be consumed by them. James read the words over her shoulder and stepped back. "No. No way. That's not just a riddle. That's a command." Liam looked at the braziers again. "Each of us has to offer something." Sarah frowned. "But what? How do you burn a lie?" The warden appeared again, this time emerging silently from the far shadows, limbs scraping against the stone like dry bark on glass. It moved to the first brazier and raised a hand. From thin air, it drew a glowing orb, soft, golden, like a memory suspended in light. The orb floated above the flame. The moment it touched the fire, the brazier roared and the flame turned pitch black. The air around it howled. Then silence. The orb was gone. The warden stepped back, vanishing again into the red haze. James stared at the spot where the orb had vanished. That was a memory, or a secret, or both. Sarah's hands shook as she opened the book wider. "We have to give up something that defines us, something we've buried, a truth we don't want known." "No way," James said. "This is messed up. I'm not giving it anything." The chamber groaned. A deep, bass sound rumbled through the floor. The flames in the braziers hissed higher. Sarah looked around. "I think if we don't, it'll take something anyway." Liam stepped forward first. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I'll do it." He focused, trying to summon something hidden, something heavy. And then it came. Not from his mind, but from his chest. A sensation deep and aching. The flame before him reacted immediately. It swirled and bent, drawing something from his body. Light formed above the brazier, a flickering golden echo of his younger self, standing in the corner of a hospital room. A woman lay in the bed, hooked up to machines. Her eyes were open, but she wasn't there anymore. Liam's voice cracked. "I wasn't there when she passed. My mom. I told her I'd stay the night, but I was too scared. I left, and she died alone." The vision flickered. The boy in the memory turned and left the room. The woman never moved. The orb above the fire pulsed once, and then dropped into the flames. The brazier went black. Liam staggered back, visibly shaking. "It took it. I felt it go." Sarah stepped forward next. She didn't hesitate. Her orb formed before the fire almost instantly, brighter than Liam's. In it, she was sitting at a long wooden table. There was a paper in front of her and a signature line. A contract. An older man, her father, sat on the other side. "I lied," she said. "When my father was dying, I told him I'd keep the house, that I'd protect it, but the day after the funeral, I sold it. I didn't care. I didn't want to remember." In the memory, her younger self signed the document. The older man faded before the ink dried. The orb dropped into the fire. Another brazier went black. James was next, but he didn't move. He stood rooted in place, breathing hard. "I don't have anything like that," he said quickly. "Nothing I want to share. Nothing that matters." The flames around him hissed louder. Then, without warning, the fire in one of the remaining braziers twisted and bent toward him. A vision forced itself from his body. The orb above the fire was dark and flickering. In it, James was in a car, passenger seat. Rain on the windshield. A woman in the driver's seat, his sister. They were arguing. Loud. Angry. The car swerved. Metal screamed. The memory froze as the world turned upside down. James watched in horror. No, this isn't what I meant." But the flames weren't listening. The orb dropped into the brazier. He collapsed, sobbing. Only one brazier remained. Sarah looked around. There were 5, but we're only 3. And then she understood. Her fingers flipped through the book again, revealing the final entry for the trial. The forest remembers the ones who came before. Their truths remain. Their lies rot in the flame. Without warning, the last brazier flared. A new orb formed. None of them had seen it before. It showed a man, standing in the same chamber, wearing a black coat, holding the same book Sarah now carried. His face was gaunt. His hands bled. He approached the fire and whispered something they couldn't hear. The orb shimmered, then dropped. The flame went black. The air in the room shifted. The heat fell away. The door at the far end unsealed, creaking open on its own. The trial was over. But the silence left behind was heavier than before. Liam wiped his face. We gave up something real. I don't think we're getting it back. Sarah looked at the brazier where the unknown man had stood. He was like us, she whispered. He walked the same path, but we never saw him leave. The warden appeared again, pointing to the doorway. Beyond it was only darkness. Moving, breathing, waiting. They stepped through without a word. Behind them, the fires reignited, burning cold and blue. The air beyond the trial of flame was colder, not just in temperature but in spirit. A kind of emotional coldness seeped into their bones, stripping away the raw heat of the last chamber and replacing it with something far worse. Numbness. It was the kind of quiet that lingered after grief, after fire, when everything meaningful had already turned to ash. The tunnel before them narrowed, lined with walls of twisted root and stone. Strange markings pulsed along the bark, faint symbols that didn't quite hold still when you looked at them. They twisted, reshaped themselves, always shifting just beyond comprehension. The warden did not follow. It remained behind, silent, watching with its eyeless mask as the three of them crossed a threshold no words could describe. As they walked deeper into the dark corridor, time began to slip. The first sign was Sarah's watch. The second hand ticked normally at first, then jumped, skipped ahead, then slowed to a crawl. A few steps later, it reversed entirely. The hallway ahead began to shift with every blink. Walls widening and narrowing, floor sloping then straightening, roots curling toward them one moment, shrinking away the next. We're walking through something that's folding, Liam whispered. Like we're inside a memory that doesn't want to be remembered. Sarah kept her eyes on the book. Every few seconds, a new phrase would appear, written in glowing ink that slowly faded after being read. It was guiding them again, but not with instructions. With warnings. Do not trust your eyes. The corridor borrows your thoughts. When the whispers start, do not answer. James had fallen behind slightly, his footsteps slower, less certain. He'd said little since the trial of flame. Whatever the fire had taken from him, it hadn't let go completely. He stared at the walls as he walked, wide-eyed. They're watching us, he muttered. The trees, the walls, all of it. Sarah turned toward him. We're almost through. James didn't respond. She slowed her pace, letting Liam go a few steps ahead, and reached out to place a hand on James's arm. The second her fingers touched him, everything changed. The corridor blinked. In an instant, the floor beneath their feet vanished, and all three of them fell. But they didn't land. They drifted, suspended in a void of slow-moving shadows. Shapes passed them, faint outlines of people, old buildings, forgotten roads. Like memories from someone else's life, floating in a current without time. Sarah reached for Liam. Are you there? I'm here, he called out through the blackness. James didn't answer. The void rippled, and then they were back in the corridor. But something was wrong. The hallway was darker now, the roots thicker, pulsing softly like arteries. Strange plants grew along the floor, fungus-like growths that whispered softly with every step. Ahead of them, the path twisted into a gentle curve, and the walls shimmered faintly like heat rising from asphalt. James stood frozen, facing the curve in the tunnel, his back to them. Liam stepped forward. James? James didn't move. Then slowly he turned. His face was blank. His eyes, empty. He opened his mouth to speak, but it wasn't his voice. It was dozens of voices overlapping, male and female, old and young. The sound echoed off the tunnel walls like a chorus of the dead. He opened the door. We followed. We never left. Liam backed up instinctively, heart pounding. That's not James. Sarah opened the book, flipping pages frantically. One had already begun to glow. If one is taken, mark the path. Break the loop. Force the forest to choose. James took a step toward them. Then another. Sarah shouted, We need to move, now. She dragged her fingers through the air above the page and the symbol pulsed red-hot. A flicker of light burst from the book, arcing out like a flare. It struck the tunnel wall and left behind a bright red glyph, an eye-shaped mark that pulsed rapidly, then settled into a low hum. James screamed, a horrible multi-voiced howl, and collapsed to the ground. His body convulsed, arms and legs jerking violently. Liam dropped beside him. "James, come on, stay with me." For several long seconds, there was nothing but the sound of breathing and the distant, shrill whispering from the fungus-covered walls. Then James's eyes blinked, slowly. When he looked up at Liam, they were his own again, tired, wet with tears. "I saw them," he whispered. "All the ones before us. They're still here, inside this place. The corridor feeds on them, repeats them. It copies what it likes." Sarah stepped forward, helping him sit up. "It almost took you." "It did take me," James said, "but you pulled me back." Liam looked at the glowing red glyph. "That mark. I think it anchored us, broke whatever loop we fell into." Sarah nodded. "The book called it marking the path. I think this place repeats itself. If we don't leave signs, if we don't force it to recognize us, it resets everything, and we disappear." They continued forward, slower this time. Every few feet, Sarah would trace another glyph on the wall. Each time, the corridor groaned in response, almost like it resented being remembered. The further they went, the more of the forest's history began to reveal itself. Carvings appeared in the walls, glowing faintly. A depiction of the warden, standing tall among kneeling figures. A circle of stone, surrounded by flames and bones. A tower in the woods, half swallowed by roots, lightning striking it from above. Each carving told a story they didn't yet understand, but Sarah took note of them all. Eventually, the corridor began to widen, opening into a chamber unlike the ones before. This one was not carved. It was grown. A living dome formed from tree roots, vines, and twisted branches. At the center was a pool of still, black water. The ceiling was lost in darkness. Above the pool hung a tangle of glowing orbs, memories, just like those they had burned in the trial of flame, floating and drifting in silence. Liam stepped toward the water and froze. "There's someone in it." The surface shimmered. A figure stood beneath, motionless. A woman in a black dress, hair floating around her like ink. Her eyes were closed. Her hands were clasped around a stone tablet. James squinted. "Is she real?" Sarah opened the book again. The pages flared white. "Memory keeper. Guardian of the third trial. Speak not her name. Stir her not unless you are ready to lose." Liam stared into the pool. "She's holding something. That tablet. It's a piece of the forest." Sarah nodded. "And I think the next trial is beneath the water." They all stood in silence. Behind them, the corridor pulsed once. The walls quivered. The forest was aware. The warden's voice echoed faintly in their minds. To pass into memory is to risk being forgotten. And then the surface of the pool rippled. The woman's eyes opened. The moment the woman's eyes opened, the air in the chamber shifted. The weight of it, the thick, suffocating silence that had surrounded them, seemed to evaporate into something heavier, more oppressive. Like the water in the pool was not just a reflection of the world around them, but a boundary, one that, once crossed, would erase everything they thought they knew. Liam took a step forward, his boots soft against the moss-covered ground. "She's looking at us." But the woman wasn't looking at them in the way that a living person would. Her gaze was distant, unblinking. It was as if she could see something beyond them, something older, deeper, maybe even something they weren't supposed to see. The orbs hanging above the pool flickered, casting eerie reflections across the surface of the water. Each orb pulsed with an unsettling rhythm, growing brighter and dimmer in waves, like the beat of a heart too slow and far away to be real. James swallowed hard, his throat dry. What the hell is she doing? Why isn't she moving? Sarah's eyes never left the woman, her hand gripped tightly around the book. The pages flipped slowly under her touch, guided by something unseen. A passage revealed itself, glowing faintly. The keeper of memory waits. To seek the depths is to lose what is remembered. To reach the surface is to break the cycle. What does that mean? Liam asked, voice trembling. Seek the depths? Break the cycle? Sarah furrowed her brow, thinking. She wasn't sure what to make of it, but something deep inside her told her that the woman in the water, the one with the stone tablet, was waiting for them to make a choice. The trial wasn't about passing through, it was about giving something. Maybe it's not just about going in, Sarah murmured. Maybe it's about what we bring with us. James looked down at the pool again, at the figure who was still standing perfectly still beneath the surface. Her hands, like those of a statue, gripped a stone tablet. She was silent, but her presence was deafening. The water rippled in small waves as if something within it stirred. "I think we need to ask her," Sarah said softly, her voice uncertain. "We need to know what this place wants from us." Liam shook his head. "Do you see the way she's looking at us? She's not here to answer questions. She's here to take something. I can feel it." The woman beneath the water blinked. It wasn't the kind of blink that signified awareness. It was mechanical, deliberate. Her eyes, pale like ghostly mirrors, seemed to lock onto each of them in turn. And then a deep, vibrating hum resonated from the water, crawling under their skin, vibrating through the stones beneath their feet. "To touch the past is to forsake the future." The words were not spoken aloud. They came from within, inside their minds, twisting like forgotten memories rising to the surface. The woman's hands, still gripping the stone tablet, began to move, slowly, agonizingly slow. Her fingers twitched. The tablet in her hands shifted. It was now clear. The tablet was not a piece of stone. It was a key. And beneath it, the water began to clear. The surface rippled, revealing glimpses of what lay below. Shadowy outlines, distant figures, shapes too blurred to discern. But each movement stirred something deep within them, a feeling of connection, of recognition. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The tablet, it's the key to something deeper. Without warning, the woman raised the tablet high above her head, her gaze fixed on the three of them. Her lips parted, but no sound came from her. Instead, her mouth moved slowly, forming words that only they could hear. "The past cannot be undone. The future must be faced." The water churned violently. A wave of darkness swelled, rising above the woman's head, swallowing her figure. The water surged with a sound like drowning screams, pulling away the soft ripples and replacing them with a torrent of movement that seemed almost alive. Then the chamber shifted. In an instant, the pool beneath their feet was gone. They found themselves standing in a new room, a vast cavern, far darker than the previous chamber. The ceiling above them was lost in shadow, and the air felt thinner, colder, as though they had descended even further into the earth's core. The walls were covered in blackened stone and streaked with glowing veins of gold and blue, pulsing like veins in the flesh of some ancient, living being. At the far end of the cavern stood an altar. It was made of twisted roots, bound together like some ritualistic offering. And upon it, set within a shallow stone basin, was a shimmering, crystalline object. It was a fragment of the tablet, the one the woman had held, the one that had been submerged beneath the water. But there was more. In front of the altar was another figure, this one taller, its body wrapped in a cloak of living ivy and thorns. Its face was hidden beneath a hood of tangled vines, but they could feel its presence, pressing against them like a weight too heavy to bear. Sarah stepped forward, her heart hammering in her chest. Is that the guardian?" Liam nodded, his hand gripping his flashlight tightly. "I think so. It's waiting for us to take the next step." The air around them crackled with static, the energy in the cavern buzzing, humming with anticipation. The guardian did not move, but its presence was a constant pressure, like a silent command, urging them forward. James hesitated, his hand brushing his pocket. He had kept the scrap of cloth from the lodge with him, something he couldn't explain but which felt important. He had kept it for a reason. And now, standing before the guardian, he understood. This was the moment. The guardian did not speak, but its presence, like the forest itself, seemed to press in on them, expecting them to make a choice. The crystal fragment in the basin pulsed like a heartbeat, beckoning them. Liam looked at Sarah, his voice low. "Do you think we should take it?" Sarah's gaze was fixed on the fragment. She could feel it pulling her in like gravity, but something deep inside her, something that had been growing since they stepped into the forest, told her that taking it might be the beginning of the end. Or worse, it could be the end of their ability to choose. "No," she whispered, her voice almost drowned out by the low hum in the air. "We can't. Not yet." The guardian's hands, hidden beneath its cloak, shifted. It gestured toward the altar. The fragment's glow intensified, and then they heard it. The whisper. It was faint at first, but it grew, rising into something more, like a wave crashing down on them from all sides. "Remember the path or be swallowed by the roots." The voice, distorted and hollow, reverberated through the cavern, echoing back in layers, until it felt as though the very stone beneath their feet was speaking. And then, as if acknowledging their refusal, the guardian stepped aside, its cloak rustling like dead leaves, revealing the stone tablet beneath it. This was no longer just a trial. This was a decision. The guardian's low, rumbling voice filled the cavern. "Take the fragment and know the truth, or leave it and forget the way." The cavern seemed to hold its breath. Time itself felt suspended, caught between the endless weight of the past and the distant promise of the future. The guardian remained still, its form shrouded in the living cloak of vines, waiting. The fragment on the altar pulsed rhythmically, its glow waxing and waning like a heartbeat. The heart of the forest, perhaps, or something much older. Something beyond them. The choice was in their hands. Liam stepped forward slowly, his gaze never leaving the fragment. The closer he got, the more the air seemed to thicken. Each step felt like a millennia, the ground beneath him shifting and trembling, as though the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. He could feel the weight of the guardian's presence pressing down on him, an invisible hand at the back of his neck, urging him to choose. "We can't just leave," Sarah whispered, her voice taut with the tension of the moment. "This is it, isn't it? The moment when everything changes." Liam turned to face her, his expression unreadable. "I don't know anymore. Everything here, it's like we're pieces in someone else's game. And every time we think we're moving forward, we find out we've been circling the same path all along." Sarah stepped closer, her hand resting on the worn edge of the book she still carried. The weight of it seemed to pull her down too, like it was something more than just pages and ink. Maybe it's not about moving forward. Maybe it's about facing the truth. What if we can't leave without confronting it? James, still silent and distant, his face hollowed out with the same sorrow they'd seen before, took a deep breath. He finally spoke, his voice barely more than a rasp. "Do you feel it too? The thing we're running from? It's not just the forest. It's what we left behind. It's what we keep hidden. The things we buried so deep we couldn't even remember them." Liam's hand hovered just above the fragment, his fingers brushing the air around it. The moment his skin neared the crystal, a shockwave of warmth rushed through him, so sudden, so all-consuming that his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't heat, not exactly, but something more profound. It was the sensation of remembering a face you've long forgotten. The feeling of suddenly realizing that everything you thought was real was, in fact, a lie. The guardian's voice came, deep and resonant. It was not a command this time, but a warning. The past is a living thing. To hold it is to die with it. To bury it is to live in its shadow forever. Liam recoiled from the fragment. The decision, for a moment, seemed unbearable. The truth it promised was too heavy to lift, and yet, leaving it behind would mean returning to the same hollow, restless existence they had before they ever set foot in the forest. Sarah stepped forward, reaching out toward the fragment with a steady hand. Her voice was clear, resolute. "We can't let it control us. If we take it, it might not be us anymore. It might be something else. Something other." She closed her eyes, exhaling deeply, trying to shut out the weight of it all. The pull of the forest, the pull of the truth, both clamoring for her attention. James's eyes flicked to Sarah, to the fragment, and back to the guardian. He didn't know where the words came from, but suddenly he spoke, his voice distant, as if speaking to a memory he couldn't quite reach. "I think we're here because we need to remember." The words hung in the air for a moment, their meaning slipping between them like smoke. But as they settled into the space around them, something shifted in the cavern. The guardian moved. Slowly, like a shadow pulling itself free from the darkness, it extended one long, gnarled hand toward the crystal fragment. It did not speak, but its gesture was clear. It was not offering them the choice. The choice was already theirs. "Remember," the guardian intoned, its voice a dark, echoing presence within their minds, "what has been forgotten. Or turn away and be swallowed by it." Liam's pulse quickened. His eyes flicked between the altar and his companions. "We can't leave here without choosing. If we turn away, we'll never know what's behind that door." Sarah nodded slowly, but her voice was tight. "But it could change us, Liam. We could lose ourselves." James clenched his fists. The silence was deafening now, as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for them to act. Finally, it was Sarah who made the first move. She reached forward, her fingers brushing the edge of the stone basin. She didn't touch the fragment, not yet, but she leaned over it, staring into the depths of the stone. It was like looking into the forest itself, dark, endless, full of things that weren't quite seen but always felt. She closed her eyes and whispered, almost to herself, "We have to know. We have to remember." And with that, her fingers pressed against the crystal. In that instant, everything collapsed. Time fractured. The world around them dissolved into fragmented images, a blur of moments, flashing and shifting, barely recognizable. They were no longer in the cavern, no longer standing before the guardian or the fragment. They were inside something else. A place where memories were not just revisited, but reborn. They were standing in the same forest they had entered so many days ago. But it wasn't the same forest. It was older, darker. The trees were twisted, their branches gnarled and reaching like fingers of something malevolent. The air was thick with mist, and a low, distant hum echoed in the distance. The ground beneath their feet shifted, twisting, turning like a spiral. And in the center of the clearing stood the lodge, but it was not as it had been before. This version was different. Hollowed out as though it had been abandoned for centuries, its windows shattered, its door missing. Behind them, the forest murmured, alive with voices too faint to understand. The truth was here. Liam turned to face his friends. This is it. This is what we've been looking for. But Sarah's eyes were wide, panic rising in her chest. No, this isn't it. This is the before. The beginning. The end. The air shifted again, and they realized too late that they had never truly left. They had only been walking toward the past. The world around them had shifted, leaving them suspended in the eerie, suffocating embrace of the forest they thought they knew, but now it felt different, older, twisted beyond recognition. The air was thick with the scent of moss and decay, but under it there was something else. Something metallic, faint, but unmistakable. The taste of blood. Of memories long buried, rising to the surface. The lodge loomed ahead of them, its broken windows staring like hollow eyes, the door hanging open as though waiting for them to enter, but something in the very air told them this wasn't the place they'd walked into before. The wood was rotting, the structure groaning under the weight of its own secrets. They were no longer standing on solid ground. It felt like they were walking through the after, not the present. Like the world had stretched itself thin, and the forest, the lodge, everything, was nothing more than a memory of something wrong. Liam reached out toward the door, his hand trembling, but just as his fingers brushed the edge of the frame, the wind picked up, sharp and cold, swirling like a storm had broken loose. The ground shuddered beneath their feet, and they staggered backward. This isn't it, Sarah said, her voice quiet but firm. This place, this isn't what it seems. Her eyes flicked to the forest behind them. The trees stood taller now, their branches twisting unnaturally, reaching toward them like the fingers of some long-forgotten entity. The darkness between the trunks seemed deeper, as if it were an endless pit that had no bottom. James, standing next to Sarah, was visibly shaking. His eyes darted around as though searching for something, some clue. His lips parted, but no words came out at first. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "It's not real," he murmured. "We're not in the forest anymore. This isn't the lodge, it's a prison." The words hung in the air like a spell, and the forest itself seemed to lean in closer, listening. The wind howled again, stronger this time, as if confirming James's suspicion. The forest was alive, too alive. Liam stepped forward, trying to shake off the creeping dread that was settling into his chest. "We've been through worse. We can handle this." But even as he said it, a thick fog began to roll in from the trees. It wasn't like the fog they'd seen before, the kind that felt comforting and distant. This was alive, writhing in the air, twisting around their legs and tugging at their clothes. It was pulling them toward the dark heart of the forest, toward the lodge, toward something they were not yet ready to understand. "Liam, stop," Sarah said, her voice tense. She grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop. "We can't just go in there." The fog deepened, and suddenly the forest was silent. Not a sound. Not a whisper of wind or rustle of leaves. Just a suffocating quiet that pressed in on them from all sides. And then they heard it. A whisper. Not from the trees. Not from the wind. It came from the lodge itself. "Come inside." The voice was low, distorted, but undeniably human. It beckoned them with a pull they could feel deep in their bones. The moment it spoke, something in the air changed. It wasn't just the fog or the eerie silence. It was the feeling that they were being watched. That they had been watched the entire time. From the moment they set foot in this cursed place, the forest had been observing them, studying them, waiting. A shadow moved behind one of the broken windows, just out of their sight. It was quick, too quick for them to catch more than a glimpse of movement. But it was enough. A figure. Someone, or something, was watching them. James stiffened, his eyes scanning the lodge. "We're not alone in there." Liam looked to Sarah. "We can't keep running. We have to face it." Sarah didn't reply at first. She looked down at the book in her hands. The pages had started to glow again, but the text on the open page was different this time. It wasn't in any language she recognized, but the letters themselves seemed to speak to her, almost like they were alive. She skimmed the page quickly. The words formed themselves into a message as she read. "The forest whispers in the silence. The lodge is the heart. To enter is to make the choice. To leave is to forget. Her fingers hovered over the text, tracing the delicate script. To forget. The words sent a chill up her spine. Forget? Forget what? James moved past her, his face pale, his voice quiet. We don't have much choice, do we? Liam's hand rested on Sarah's shoulder. He was staring at the lodge, his face drawn tight with tension. What if we don't enter? What if we just walk away? Sarah shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. The fog won't let us go. I can feel it. The forest will drag us back in. Whatever we do here, we have to finish it. We're not leaving until we know what's inside. The words echoed in her mind. To leave is to forget. That was the key, wasn't it? The forest, the lodge, the trials they'd faced, it was all designed to make them forget. Forget the reasons they were here. Forget what they came to find. But what would happen if they faced the truth? Would it set them free? Or would it consume them entirely? James walked toward the door now, his movements slow and deliberate. It was as if he had made his decision without consulting the others. And then, without a word, he stepped inside. Liam hesitated, glancing at Sarah, but she nodded. We're going in. We've come this far. They followed James through the threshold. The moment they crossed into the lodge, the air changed again. It was colder now, the air thick with the smell of mildew and decay. The once vibrant lodge now stood as a decaying ruin, its walls warped, and the floor beneath them creaked and groaned as if the building itself was alive, dying. The large stone fireplace at the far end was cold, the hearth empty and covered in soot. The furniture, what was left of it, was broken and covered in a thick layer of dust. But it wasn't the ruin of the building that unnerved them. It was what lay beneath it. The walls were lined with paintings. Portraits, really, of faces they didn't recognize. They were eerily lifelike, frozen in time, their eyes following them as they moved deeper into the lodge. Each portrait was more unsettling than the last, and as they walked past them, they couldn't shake the feeling that these faces were somehow too real, too human. And yet, there was something wrong about them, something that made their blood run cold. And then they heard the sound. A soft thud. The sound of something, someone, moving upstairs. The footsteps were heavy, deliberate, as if the person, or thing, was not trying to hide. In fact, it seemed to be waiting for them. Do you hear that? Liam whispered. Sarah nodded. We're not alone. They moved toward the stairs, the creak of each step loud in the silence. The moment they reached the landing, the temperature plummeted. It wasn't just cold, it was frozen. The door at the end of the hall stood ajar, a sliver of pale light spilling out into the dark hallway. The air smelled faintly of decay, but there was something else, something sweet beneath it, like honey turned sour with age. Without a word, Sarah stepped forward, her hand reaching for the door. Then, in an instant, everything went still. Come closer. The voice was soft, so soft like a breath against the ear. But it wasn't just a voice. It was a memory, and it was calling. The silence in the hallway pressed against them like a weight, suffocating, heavy with the scent of decay and the promise of something long buried. The door at the end of the hall, cracked just enough to let a sliver of pale light spill into the dark, beckoned them forward. A sense of inevitability hung in the air, thick as the fog that had surrounded them since their arrival. It was no longer a matter of choice. Whatever was beyond that door was waiting for them to open it, to walk into the heart of the truth they'd been chasing from the very first step they took into this cursed forest. The voice, soft, insistent, as though it were only a whisper in their minds, lingered in the air, curling through their thoughts, seducing them with its promise of answers. Come closer. James was the first to move, his footsteps slow and deliberate, his face etched with a quiet desperation, as though he knew that crossing this threshold would make everything different. Everything irreversible. Sarah's heart pounded as she followed him, her hand clutching the worn edges of the book, fingers white with the pressure. She didn't want to go in. Not really. But the forest had already taken so much from them, memories, truths, even parts of themselves, and each step forward felt like the only way to reclaim what had been lost. Liam stood still for a moment, staring at the door. He felt the pull too. But something inside him hesitated, something primal, instinctive. The sense that they had already gone too far. That entering that room would be the point of no return. But the door creaked open by itself, a breath of wind slipping through the cracks, beckoning them inside. Let's just get this over with, Liam muttered, more to himself than to the others. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air changed. The temperature dropped, sharp and biting, like stepping into an old tomb. The light inside the room wasn't like any light they had seen before. It was soft, almost too soft, casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to move on their own. The room was smaller than they had anticipated, the walls lined with peeling wallpaper that had long since faded into a sickly yellow. The furniture in the room was sparse. An old, cracked mirror hung on one wall, reflecting the pale light in broken shards. A single chair sat in the center, its wood worn and darkened with age. But it was what lay on the floor beneath the chair that made Sarah's stomach lurch. It was a book. But not just any book. This one was old, ancient even. The leather cover was cracked and dry, and the edges of the pages were tattered, as though they had been handled by countless hands. But what made it truly horrifying was the stain. The dark, crimson stain that spread across the pages, soaking through the paper. It was like blood, but old, dried, like it had been there for decades. James stepped forward without thinking. His hand reached out for the book, almost as if it had a magnetic pull on him. Sarah tried to stop him, but it was too late. His fingers brushed against the pages, and the moment he touched them, the room seemed to shift. The walls groaned as if the house itself were waking up from a deep slumber. The air grew thick again, the light flickering as if the power itself were struggling to stay alive. The temperature dropped further, until Sarah could see her breath clouding in front of her. And then they heard it, the sound of breathing. It wasn't coming from them. It wasn't even coming from the walls. It was coming from the floor. James jerked his hand back from the book as if burned, his eyes wide in shock and fear. The breathing grew louder, closer, until it felt as if something were right beneath the floorboards just inches from them. And then the sound morphed, deepened, turning into a low, guttural laugh that rumbled through the room like thunder. Liam's heart raced. What the hell was that? Before anyone could answer, the walls began to pulse. It was slow at first, a deep, rhythmic throb that seemed to match the sound of the breathing below. Then the pulse quickened, the air growing heavier, thicker with the pressure. Sarah stumbled backward, her heart pounding in her chest. "Get away from it," she shouted, but it was too late. The floor cracked open. A long, black tendril shot up through the broken boards, snaking its way around the room like a serpent, its edges jagged and sharp as if it were alive. The tendril pulsed with each beat of the breathing, the dark, viscous substance oozing from it like some kind of parasite. It reached for James first, coiling around his leg, pulling him toward the center of the room. "No!" Sarah cried, but the tendril was too fast. It yanked James off his feet, dragging him closer to the book, closer to the stain on the floor. Liam grabbed for him, but the tendril lashed out, knocking him backward into the wall with a sickening thud. He crumpled to the floor, dazed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "James?" Sarah shouted again, her voice breaking. James struggled against the tendril, his eyes wide with terror. He reached out for the book, as if some part of him still thought that touching it would free him from the creature's grasp. But the book was now glowing, its pages turning rapidly on their own, the stain of blood shifting as if it were alive. The laughter from below grew louder, mocking. Sarah's legs moved on instinct, charging forward despite the terror that gripped her chest. She grabbed the book, pulling it out of the air just as the tendril reached out for her. The moment her fingers closed around the pages, the laughter stopped. And then everything stilled. The air, which had been thick and suffocating, cleared in an instant, leaving only a heavy silence. The floor stopped pulsing. The tendril loosened its grip on James, who collapsed to the floor in a heap, gasping for breath. Sarah stepped back, clutching the book to her chest. Her heart was hammering in her chest, her pulse racing. But she couldn't make sense of what had just happened. What was that? Liam gasped, still groaning from where he'd been thrown against the wall. His face was pale, eyes wide with fear. The air around them had returned to a chilling stillness, but the presence in the room felt different. Like something had just shifted, something deep and ancient had awoken. "It wasn't just the book," Sarah whispered, barely able to speak through the raw terror in her throat. "That thing under the floor, it's not gone. It's waiting." James slowly stood, his hands shaking as he wiped the blood from his forehead. His eyes met Sarah's, filled with confusion and fear. "I don't understand. I thought it was just a book. But it's like it's connected to the forest. Like it's the thing that's been calling us." Sarah's mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. The voices, the whispers, the choice they had been given at the beginning. She opened the book again, hoping for something, anything, that would help them understand. But the pages were blank. Every single one of them. It was as if the book had consumed itself, leaving nothing but a silent, hollow void. She turned the pages frantically, but there was no text, no answers. Just the same emptiness that had filled their lives since they first entered this place. The breathing, which had stopped with the tendril, resumed. But it was different this time. not from below the floor but from within the walls. Something was waking. Something was coming. And it had heard them. The room felt smaller now, suffocatingly so, as if the walls were inching closer with every breath they took. The book, now nothing more than a blank, lifeless shell, sat in Sarah's hands like a dead weight, its once glowing pages now absorbed by an impenetrable void. The air, thick with cold and dread, was suffused with a low, constant hum reverberating through their bones. It was coming from the walls, from the floorboards, from the very heart of the lodge. Liam's hand shot out to steady himself on the wall, his face pale as he staggered to his feet. What the hell just happened? Where's the thing? Sarah could feel the shift in the air, the same pressure that had nearly crushed them moments ago, still hanging over them. It was as though the lodge itself was breathing, the sound deep and unsettling, growing louder by the second. There was something alive in this place. And it wasn't just the forest outside, it was inside the lodge too, crawling under the floorboards, seeping into the walls. James, still recovering from the tendril's grip, slowly rose to his feet, his body trembling. "It's not gone," he whispered, his voice hollow. "The thing under the floor, it's still here. It never left." Sarah's fingers tightened around the book, and for a fleeting moment she wondered if it was their fault. If by touching it, by unlocking whatever force lay within, they had opened a door that should have remained shut. But they didn't have time for regrets. They had to move, had to understand what was happening before it consumed them completely. "Get away from the walls," Sarah warned, her voice low and urgent. But it was too late. A loud crack echoed through the room, followed by another, and then the floor splintered. The tendril shot up once again, but this time it was larger, thicker. Its shape no longer a mere appendage. It was a creature, something vast and dark that twisted and shifted beneath the floorboards, its form stretching across the room. It pulsed with unnatural life, the blackness of it almost consuming the room as it loomed over them. James barely had time to react before it surged forward, but this time the creature wasn't interested in just one of them. It was after all of them. "Run!" Liam shouted. Without thinking, they bolted toward the door, but it slammed shut with a force so violent that it shook the entire room. They turned back just as the tendril lashed across the room, narrowly missing them, its movement like lightning, fast and erratic. The sound it made, a deep, hollow thrum, vibrated through their very bones. The walls groaned as though the entire lodge were alive, as though it were waking up from some long, ancient slumber. The ceiling above them cracked, pieces of plaster falling in showers, dust swirling in the air. "Where do we go?" James yelled, panic rising in his voice as he looked frantically around the room. "There's nowhere to hide." Sarah's eyes darted to the mirror hanging on the wall, its surface reflecting the chaos in the room, but there was something off about the reflection. The mirror seemed wrong, as if it were showing them something that didn't belong. A figure stood behind them. The figure was cloaked in shadow, its form indistinct at first, but as it stepped closer, it became clearer. It wasn't human. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, its body wrapped in tattered robes made of rotting vines and dark, skeletal branches. Its face was hidden, not by a hood, but by the darkness itself, as if the shadow had consumed it entirely. The air around it rippled, like it was made of smoke or something even more intangible, like it wasn't fully there at all. But it was real, and it was watching them. Liam froze, his breath catching in his throat. What is that?" The figure took a slow step forward, its feet making no sound as it moved through the room. The tendril paused as if it, too, was sensing this new presence. A strange hum emanated from the figure, a sound that was both ancient and familiar, like the creaking of long-forgotten memories. "It's here," Sarah whispered, barely able to breathe. "It's the warden." The name sent a chill down her spine. The warden. The thing they had been warned about. The thing that had been waiting for them. The figure raised one hand, and with a single motion, the tendril recoiled, retreating back into the floor as if it were called by an unseen force. The room fell into an eerie stillness, the breathing in the walls quieting for the first time since they arrived. But the warden's presence remained, its gaze, though it had no eyes, was all-encompassing, weighing down on them like the forest itself. James took a tentative step back. "Why is it here? What does it want from us?" The warden didn't speak, but the silence itself answered. It wanted them to remember. The walls shuddered, the floor creaked, and the air grew colder still. A sudden flash of light erupted from the mirror, blinding them for a moment, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves standing in an entirely different place. The lodge was gone. The floor was gone. They were no longer in the room. They were back in the forest. But it wasn't the same forest. The trees were gnarled, their trunks twisted and thick with darkness. The ground beneath them was soft, almost swallowing their feet with each step. A thick fog hung heavily in the air, obscuring everything beyond a few feet in front of them. And the sky, there was no sky, only the black, endless void of night. They stood at the edge of a clearing, and in the center they saw a stone circle, ancient, worn, its edges covered in moss and ivy. At the center of the circle was a pedestal, and upon it, a single, cracked stone tablet. The same tablet that had been in the lodge. Liam's voice cracked as he spoke. This is where it started. This is the heart of the forest. This is the place the warden was guarding. James nodded grimly. And now it wants us to finish it. Before they could move, the ground beneath them shuddered. The stone circle trembled and the fog thickened. The warden's presence was suffocating now, all around them like a heavy blanket of dread. The figure moved again, this time with purpose, its skeletal hands reaching toward the stone tablet. It whispered something, the words vibrating in the very air. A language that made Sarah's teeth ache, a language so ancient it seemed to unravel reality itself. And then the earth trembled. A crack split the ground in front of them, and from the depths of the forest, an ancient sound rose. A sound like bones breaking, like the roots of the forest writhing beneath their feet. It was not just the forest anymore. It was the forest's heart. And now it was alive. The earth beneath their feet groaned as if it were alive, tired, ancient, and restless. The fog thickened around them, swirling in unnatural patterns, crawling up their legs and tugging at their clothes like unseen hands. The silence was deafening. Only the sound of the warden's movements, slow and deliberate, echoed in the air as it reached toward the stone tablet in the center of the clearing. But it wasn't just the tablet that called to them. The air itself hummed with a low, vibrating energy, a deep thrum that resonated in their bones. It was as though the entire forest, the very earth beneath them, was waking from a long slumber, an awakening that was not peaceful but full of hunger. The warden's skeletal hands brushed against the stone, its form flickering in and out of existence like a shadow struggling to remain whole. The sound of its whisper filled the space around them, each word heavy with the weight of ages. Remember what has been forgotten. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. The words seemed to penetrate her mind, pulling at the very fabric of her thoughts. She looked around as if seeking an escape from the suffocating presence of the warden, but there was no escape. The forest had swallowed them whole, and now it was demanding something from them. What do you want from us? Liam shouted, his voice cracking as he stepped forward, his hand instinctively reaching for the knife he had kept hidden in his jacket. But the warden made no move to acknowledge him. It was the tablet that mattered. The stone pedestal, cracked and ancient, pulsed with an eerie glow that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The mist, now thick and oppressive, curled around the edges of the stone circle, closing them in. The trees, their gnarled branches twisted and stretching like skeletal hands, loomed over them, their roots breaking through the ground like veins, pumping dark energy into the very air they breathed. James's voice was barely above a whisper. It's calling us. I can feel it. He was right. The presence of the warden was no longer the only force at play. The forest itself was alive, thrumming with power that grew stronger with each passing moment. The stone tablet on the pedestal pulsed again, and the air seemed to shift, warping around them as if the forest was rewriting itself, folding in on itself to create something darker. Suddenly the warden turned. It wasn't a smooth movement, but rather one that seemed to bend the very air around it. Its form stretched, contorted, as though it were pulling itself together from the fractured pieces of shadow it was made from. The darkness that surrounded it intensified, folding in on itself, until it became a mass of writhing, inky tendrils that snaked through the fog. Don't let it touch you, Sarah said, her voice trembling as she stepped backward, away from the growing presence. Her heart pounded as the warden's gaze, though it had no eyes, seemed to lock onto them, cold and suffocating. The world around them began to distort, as if the very ground they stood on was buckling under the weight of the past. The warden's lips parted. A deep, guttural sound filled the air, a word, a name that Sarah had heard before, but she couldn't place where. The Hallowing. The words hung in the air, heavy, pregnant with meaning. And then, in an instant, the world shifted again. The stone pedestal and the tablet disappeared. The trees faded into darkness and the fog rolled back, pulling away like a curtain being drawn. The ground beneath their feet cracked and split, as if the earth were opening up to reveal the true heart of the forest, buried deep beneath layers of time. They were no longer in the clearing. They were standing at the edge of a chasm. A vast, endless void stretched out before them, an abyss that seemed to go on forever. The wind howled from the depths below, carrying with it a scent of decay and rot, the same smell that had lingered in the lodge. The stone tablet, still pulsing with an eerie glow, hovered in the air above the chasm, suspended by an unseen force. And beneath them, beneath the chasm, beyond the stone tablet, something was moving, something massive. The forest was not just alive, it was alive with something older. Something beyond the warden, something buried so deep in the earth that its presence was only whispered about in the legends of forgotten tribes. The hollowing, the force the warden had spoken of. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the true nature of the forest revealed itself. "We need to get out of here," Liam said, his voice trembling. "Whatever this is, it's not something we can fight." Sarah's eyes darted across the chasm, trying to make sense of what was unfolding before them. "No, we can't leave. Not yet. But we're standing on the edge of oblivion." James snapped, his eyes wide with terror. "We can't just stand here and—" He stopped mid-sentence. The ground beneath them cracked. A deep, low growl rumbled from the depths of the chasm. The air became thick, almost suffocating. And then, through the darkness, they saw it. The hollowing. It was a mass of shifting shapes, like shadows come to life, but not shadows. They were something else. A vast, writhing mass of tendrils, each one as thick as a tree, each one twisting and turning, reaching for them like hands. The ground shook violently as the hollowing rose from the depths, and the warden's form flickered as it tried to maintain control, its tendrils of darkness attempting to push the hollowing back, but it was no use. The hollowing was too powerful, too old. Sarah gasped. It's trying to consume everything." The warden, whose presence had once been overwhelming, was now nothing more than a flickering shadow, struggling against the force of the hollowing. The stone tablet above the chasm pulsed brighter, its light intensifying until it became blinding. The forest seemed to respond, its very being vibrating with the force of the hollowing's rise. The warden let out a low, painful hiss. "It cannot be stopped. It has been waiting." Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled again. The roots of the trees around them began to writhe, reaching out like snakes, creeping toward the chasm. The fog swirled faster, thicker, and the air became suffused with a choking darkness. The hollowing, it is the forest's heart, and it cannot be denied. "You are its final choice," the warden's voice echoed, now louder, filled with sorrow. The warden's form flickered as if it were being consumed by the darkness. They realized in that instant that the forest was more than a mere backdrop to their plight. It was a living, breathing entity. It was aware. The hollowing was not a thing that could be defeated, it was the forest's essence. The void at the center of its being, the thing that gave it life and fed it. And now it was awakening. As they stood on the edge of the chasm, Sarah's heart pounded in her chest, her mind racing. The forest had been leading them here all along. They hadn't come to find answers. They had come to awaken something buried deep within the earth, a force older than time itself. It was now staring back at them, waiting to make its final decision. "Remember," the warden whispered one final time, "the hollowing will take all unless—" The ground beneath them cracked open wider, and the world before them dissolved into darkness. The world around them was shattered. The very air, thick with the scent of decay and power, felt like it was tearing apart, unraveling in real time. The ground beneath their feet groaned, splintering and cracking as if the very bones of the earth were breaking. The chasm yawned wider, and with each passing second, the hollowing, a monstrous, shifting void, grew larger, reaching up with tendrils of blackness that writhed and twisted like serpents in search of their prey. The forest, once a place of haunting beauty, now seemed like a twisted mockery of itself. The trees, gnarled and ancient, trembled with the power of something far older than they had ever known. The fog had thickened, swallowing everything, until only the pale light from the stone tablet above the chasm illuminated the scene. But the light was no longer warm. It was cold, sterile, filled with the ominous hum of ancient magic. The warden, once towering and regal in its shadowy form, flickered in and out of existence like a broken reflection in a shattered mirror. Its presence had become fractured, weakening with every passing moment as the hollowing rose from the depths of the earth, its dark tendrils coiling around everything. "You are its choice now." The warden's voice was faint, as if it were being drawn into the depths of the forest itself. "The hollowing has waited for this moment for eons. You cannot run from it. You can only choose what it will consume." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The ground beneath her feet shifted again, and she barely managed to keep her balance. She glanced over at Liam and James. Both of them were just as frozen as she was. They had come so far, fought so much, and now, standing on the edge of the abyss, They realized that everything had led to this moment. This choice. The warden's voice echoed in the air, low and mournful, carrying with it the weight of ages. The hollowing cannot be stopped, not by any mortal. It is the heart of the forest. It is the life and death of this place. James's eyes darted nervously around, his chest rising and falling with each ragged breath. His face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. What choice? What can we possibly do to stop this? The warden's form flickered again, its shadow stretching and twisting as if it were struggling against an unseen force. You must decide. The world seemed to grow quieter, the deafening hum of the hollowing's power pulsing with a slow, rhythmic beat. It was as though the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to make their decision. The warden raised one skeletal hand, pointing toward the chasm. The hollowing feeds on the forgotten. It lives on what is buried in the dark, the things lost to time. But it cannot have everything. It must take its price, and it will take what is offered to it. Sarah's heart thundered in her chest. She was certain that the warden's words held some hidden meaning, but she couldn't decipher it. The hollowing was waking. The forest was alive in a way that was beyond comprehension. And now they were standing at the edge of destruction with the fate of the world, at least the world as they knew it, resting on a single, unknowable choice. What are you asking us? Liam demanded, his voice thick with fear and anger. What do you mean, what is offered? What does it want? The warden lowered its hand, and the shadows around it seemed to pulse with energy. The forest is a living thing, but it is not whole. There are pieces of it that are lost, pieces that have been buried beneath time and forgotten. The hollowing is a part of that loss. It is the force that feeds on what is buried. And it needs the last of the forgotten to become whole. Sarah's breath quickened as she began to understand. You're saying the hollowing wants us? It wants our past? Our memories? The warden's form flickered again, its voice growing fainter as if it were slowly disappearing. It wants the pieces of you that you have buried. The pieces you left behind in the darkness. The choices you have made. The sins you've forgotten. The sacrifices you have made. The lost memories, lost hopes. All of it. A cold wave of dread washed over her. The warden was right. They had all buried things. Things from their past that they hadn't wanted to face. Memories that were painful. Choices that haunted them. The warden's voice was almost gone now, just a faint whisper in the air. The hollowing can take them from you, but you can also offer them freely. Choose what will be consumed. Choose what is lost. What will you give to the hollowing, and what will you keep? A heavy silence filled the air. James took a step forward, his face twisted in anguish. We can't give it anything. Liam shook his head, his voice filled with desperation. But we don't have a choice. If we don't give it something, everything will be destroyed. The forest will swallow us whole. Sarah's heart raced as she felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her. She had thought that they had come here to face an external enemy, to fight some monstrous force, but the truth was more terrifying than she had ever imagined. The hollowing wasn't just an entity, it was an embodiment of everything that had been lost. It fed on the past, on the things forgotten, and now it was demanding its price. What do we do? She whispered, her voice shaking. What can we give it? For a moment no one spoke. The hollowing's tendrils reached further into the sky, its presence growing stronger with each passing second. The very ground beneath them seemed to pulse, and they all felt it, the unbearable weight of time itself stretching back into the void. Maybe we can give it what it wants, James said softly, his voice hollow. But we can't give it everything. We can't let it take our souls. We can give it the pieces of us, but we have to keep what matters. Liam nodded, his eyes still filled with fear. We choose what we give. We don't let it take. The warden's voice drifted in from the edges of their minds. That is the only way to survive. Offer the hollowing what it desires, but never forget that what you give will be lost forever. Sarah closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her thoughts. The hollowing would take whatever they offered, but what would they offer? What could they afford to lose, and what would they keep? She thought of her own past, the things she had buried so deep she had almost forgotten them, the faces she had left behind, the choices she had made, both good and bad, the secrets she had carried with her for years, hoping they would never come to light. But if they didn't offer something, the hollowing would consume them all. The only way to survive was to sacrifice. She stepped forward. I'll offer my past, she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around her. The things I've tried to forget. The choices I made. It's not much, but it's mine. Liam followed her, his voice resolute. I'll offer my regrets. The things I've done and the things I've failed to do. The things that have haunted me. James closed his eyes, his face twisted with grief. And I'll offer my memories, the ones I've buried deep, the things I've never wanted to face. The Halloween's tendrils paused for a moment, as though it were considering their offer. Then, with a roar that shook the very air, it surged forward, claiming their sacrifices, pulling their lost pieces into the void. But they did not collapse. They did not vanish. Instead, the darkness receded. The Halloween, satisfied for now, withdrew. The forest was still alive. The warden's presence remained. But they had survived. The forest fell silent. The oppressive hum of the Halloween's power, that deep, reverberating thrum, had faded, leaving only a stillness that seemed wrong. It was as if the earth itself had stopped breathing, holding its breath in anticipation. The air, once thick with a suffocating fog, was now clear, too clear, as if something vital had been drained from it. But despite the stillness, Sarah could feel the weight of the Halloween's presence lingering, its hunger now temporarily sated but not satisfied. The ground beneath them was no longer trembling. The chasm that had stretched out before them, the terrifying abyss that had once threatened to consume them whole, had closed, its gaping maw sealed by an invisible force. But even though the physical danger had receded, a deep sense of unease still clung to the air like a shadow. Did it work? Liam asked, his voice trembling as he slowly stood upright, his legs shaky from the ordeal. He glanced around, his eyes darting from the dark, twisted trees to the pale light of the stone tablet, which now hovered eerily above them. James was still, staring into the distance, as though his mind were elsewhere, trying to grasp what had just happened. The Halloween had been appeased, for now. But at what cost? Their memories, their regrets, their past had been taken into the void. Pieces of themselves that they would never get back. "It's not over," Sarah whispered, the weight of her own words sinking in. The choice they had made, offering their lost pieces to the Halloween, had spared them for the moment. But the Halloween was still out there, still hungry. And it wasn't just the forest that had been affected. It was them. The memories they had buried deep, the sins they had tried to forget, had been dragged into the chasm, and with them, a part of their souls. She looked down at her hands, the fingers trembling, and then back at the others. Liam's face was drawn, his eyes hollow, as if he were already starting to feel the absence of what he had offered. James was quiet, but she could see the way his jaw tightened, the way his eyes flickered with the shadows of things he had buried. "It's not gone," Sarah said again, her voice shaking. "The Halloween isn't finished. It was just appeased for now, and once more. And we still have to face it." The warden, who had stood in the background during their decision, now moved toward them slowly, its form flickering like a dying flame. It was weakening. The Halloween's immense power had taken its toll on the ancient entity, and it now seemed smaller, more fragile than before. "It is not over." The warden's voice was barely a whisper, like the last breath of a dying storm. "The Halloween's hunger is eternal. It feeds on what is forgotten, but it does not let go. It will return always." Sarah's chest tightened at the warden's words. It was true. The Halloween didn't just take what they offered, it had become a part of them, a permanent scar on their souls. It had been satisfied for now, but its appetite was insatiable, and there would be no peace until it had devoured all that was lost. "What do we do now?" Liam asked, his voice small, defeated. His eyes flicked toward the warden. "Is there a way to stop it for good?" The warden's shadowy form trembled, but it didn't speak immediately. The silence between them stretched long, and Sarah felt the weight of their uncertainty pressing down like a storm cloud. Finally, the warden spoke again, its voice tinged with sorrow. "The Halloween cannot be defeated by force. It cannot be banished. It is the very heart of the forest, and the heart of all things forgotten." James's voice broke through the silence, hoarse and thick with regret. "So what now? We just live with it? We just wait for it to return over and over again?" "No." The warden's response was sharp, like the crack of lightning in the distance. "You do not wait. You choose." The words echoed through the clearing, reverberating in the air like a distant drumbeat. Sarah felt the pulse of those words in her chest, as though the forest itself was speaking directly to her. "Choose." Liam echoed, confusion in his voice. "What do you mean?" The warden's shadowed figure moved again, its form flickering with unnatural speed as it extended its hand toward the stone tablet that still hovered in the air. The tablet pulsed once, twice, with an eerie light that illuminated the entire clearing, casting long, twisted shadows across the trees. "The Halloween feeds on what is forgotten. But the forest also remembers." The warden's voice deepened, taking on a more commanding tone. You have made your choice and you have given your past to the hollowing. But you can also choose to take back what was lost. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. Take it back? What are you talking about? The warden did not answer immediately. Instead, the stone tablet pulsed again, the light becoming brighter, and the shadows around them seemed to stretch, as though the forest itself was reaching for them. The ground beneath their feet trembled once more, but this time, it wasn't just the hollowing's power, it was the power of the forest itself. There is a way. The warden's voice softened, but its words were no less heavy. You can reclaim the pieces of yourselves that you have offered. But it comes with a price. The air around them shifted, and the forest seemed to lean in closer, its dark branches creeping toward them as if the very trees were listening. Sarah felt the weight of the warden's words settle like a burden in her chest. Reclaiming what they had lost sounded impossible, unthinkable. But the idea of living with the hollowing's mark forever, of feeling that gnawing emptiness inside them, was too much to bear. Liam's voice broke the heavy silence. And what's the price? What do we have to give to get back what we've lost? The warden's shadow stretched long across the clearing, and for a moment, Sarah could have sworn she saw the faintest flicker of something like sadness in the warden's form. To reclaim what was lost, you must give what you have now. Sarah's heart sank. What do you mean? You must offer your present, what you are now. The warden's voice was quiet, final. The past can be regained, but the cost is the future. The memories you reclaim will be the death of the person you have become. You will no longer be the same. Liam staggered back, his breath coming in short gasps. You're saying, we can choose to get our memories back. But in doing so, we lose everything we've built since then. Yes. The warden's words were like a cold gust of wind. The past will reclaim you, and you will become what you once were. But you will no longer be able to live in the present. You will return to the forgotten, to the shadows you left behind. The weight of the choice crashed down on them. Reclaim what they had lost, but at what cost? Sarah closed her eyes, feeling the pull of both futures, both choices. The memories that had haunted them, the things they had buried so deep, were now within their reach again. But they would have to give up everything they had built in the meantime, the people they had become, the lives they had lived. Was it worth it? Could they really go back to what they once were? The forest around them held its breath. The hollowing was not done with them yet. The forest held its breath. The air thickened, swirling with an ancient tension, as if every leaf, every branch, was listening, waiting for their decision. The warden's presence loomed over them like a dark cloud, a force more ancient than time itself, and its voice, soft but final, reverberated in the stillness. You have felt the price. The warden's whisper echoed in Sarah's mind, its voice weaving in and out of the silence. To reclaim your past is to lose your future. The hollowing is not merely a creature of hunger, it is a creature of time. A force that feeds on the lost and forgotten, and when you reclaim what was lost, you become one with it. You cannot choose only your past without giving up everything that came after. Liam's breath was shallow, his heart thundering in his chest. He stepped back from the warden, his mind racing with the implications of what had been offered. To get their memories back, to restore the pieces of themselves that had been devoured by the hollowing, would mean to lose who they had become. It was an impossible choice. The past had shaped them, yes. But the people they had grown into, could they just discard everything they had learned, all the pain and healing, and return to the shadows of who they had been? James, ever the skeptic, looked at Sarah, his eyes searching hers for answers. So, if we take it, we go back to being the people we were before? But we lose everything we've gained since. Yes. The warden's form shimmered, flickering like a flame in the wind. Its shadow stretched long, casting a deep darkness across the clearing. You will be what you once were, but only in the forgotten places, in the shadows. The present will slip through your fingers, and the future will remain a void, for you will not remember how to move forward. Sarah's pulse quickened. The thought of erasing the past few years, their growth, their struggles, the people they had become, it felt like a loss too great to bear. Yet, at the same time, the desire to reclaim the parts of themselves that the hollowing had stolen, the memories that had haunted them, was undeniable. But was it worth it? The forest around them shifted again. The ground trembled as though the earth itself was urging them to make a decision. The stone tablet still hovered, pulsing with a sickly, faint light, waiting. And in that moment, Sarah realized that whatever choice they made, the hollowing would claim a piece of them. There would be no escaping its reach. There is no easy path. The warden's voice had grown softer, almost mournful. The hollowing takes and it gives. But once you enter its embrace, you can never truly escape it. Not fully. You will always be a part of it, even as you walk in the world of the living. The silence that followed was suffocating. The wind had stopped, and the trees stood still, their twisted branches like outstretched hands. Sarah could hear her own breath, shallow and strained. The weight of the warden's words pressed down on her chest, and her thoughts swirled in a storm of doubt. Can we even survive if we take it? Liam's voice was almost a whisper, his eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. Can we truly go back to the way we were before? Or will we become something else? Something worse? I don't know, Sarah replied, her voice thick with the tension of the moment. She could feel the pull of the past in her chest, an ache that was both familiar and painful. The memories she had buried deep, the ones that had shaped her, called to her. But at what cost? Was she willing to lose who she had become? James stepped forward, his eyes narrowed with thought. We've made it this far. We've faced things that should have destroyed us, and we've come through it. We've changed, but we've survived. I think we should keep what we have. If we go back, we lose the present, the future we've built together. Liam nodded, though it was clear the decision weighed heavily on him. But we're not the same people we were before. We've already sacrificed so much. The Halloween took part of us, yes, but I don't know if I can bear to lose everything we've gained since then. Sarah glanced between the two of them, her heart a battle of emotions. She wanted to reclaim her past, to take back the memories that had been ripped from her, but could she really face the consequences of that decision? Could she afford to erase all the healing, all the growth that had come since then? She took a deep breath, the weight of her choices hanging like an anchor in her chest. The Halloween had demanded its price, and they had paid it. Now it was asking for more. It wanted them to give up the future, to return to the past, to live as shadows in a world that had moved on without them. She could feel the warden's presence grow stronger. Its shadowy form flickered, urging them toward the tablet, urging them to make the final choice. The Halloween's power was not one to be defied. It would consume them if they did not act. But Sarah was not ready to return to the past. She wasn't ready to give up everything she had fought for, everything they had fought for. The future was uncertain, yes, but it was theirs to shape. She would not let the Halloween define them. We can't go back. She spoke the words with more certainty than she had ever felt. We can't erase everything we've built. The warden's form shifted, its shadow flickering violently as if the forest itself was rejecting their decision. But it did not speak. It only watched, waiting. Liam, his face drawn with the weight of their choice, stepped forward beside Sarah. No, we have to move forward. Whatever we've lost, whatever we've buried, this is who we are now. We have to live with that. James nodded, his expression hardening with resolve. We've faced too much. We've survived too much to turn back now. The Halloween's power may have taken part of us, but it won't take all of us. The warden's shadow trembled as it seemed to consider their decision. The stone tablet hovered above the chasm, the light pulsing faintly. And then, with a final, shuddering sigh, the warden's form collapsed into a cloud of darkness, dissipating into the mist that hung thick in the air. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence was profound, the stillness suffocating. The Halloween's presence lingered, but there was no movement, no further danger. The ground stopped trembling. The fog began to recede, and the night air grew still. Sarah let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. We've done it, Liam said, his voice low and filled with relief. We've chosen the future. The warden was gone. The Halloween for now was at rest. But Sarah knew that the cost of their choice would be felt in ways they couldn't yet understand. The future was theirs, yes, but it was a future that carried the weight of everything they had left behind. The forest was silent, the trees standing like sentinels watching them. But Sarah knew that the peace would be fleeting. The Halloween was always hungry, and the forest was far from finished with them. The silence of the forest was profound, but it was an uneasy silence, thick with the knowledge that things were never truly settled. The warden had gone, dissipating into the ether like smoke, leaving behind nothing but the echo of its final words. The Halloween, though temporarily sated, had not been defeated. Its hunger, they knew, would one day return, more ravenous than before. But for now the storm had passed. The calm was both a relief and a curse. It was a fragile peace. Sarah stood at the edge of the clearing, her eyes fixed on the spot where the warden had been. The fog had lifted, but the air still felt heavy, oppressive, as though the very earth was holding its breath. She could feel the weight of the decision they had made pressing down on her. They had chosen the future, yes, but what did that really mean? What had they left behind in the process? The past was not so easily discarded. It lingered like an unseen shadow. Liam stepped up beside her, his presence a quiet reassurance. His gaze followed hers, but he said nothing at first. Words seemed pointless in a moment like this. They had made their choice and now they had to live with it. "I keep thinking we missed something," Liam finally said, breaking the silence, his voice low and strained, like there was something more we should have understood. Some part of the hollowing we overlooked. "Maybe," Sarah replied, her voice distant. "But we did what we could. We chose." James, standing a few feet behind them, muttered under his breath, his arms folded tightly across his chest. "We chose to keep moving forward, but will it be enough? Can we ever really move forward after all that?" Sarah glanced over at him, her eyes narrowing as she caught the weary expression on his face. James had always been the skeptic, the one to question everything even when things seemed clear. But there was no clarity here, not now. There was only the hollow uncertainty of the future, a future that seemed far more fragile than it had before. "We'll have to make it enough," Sarah said firmly, her voice cutting through the haze of doubt. "We have to make it enough." But even as she spoke those words, she could feel the tremor in her chest, the uncertainty that lingered. She wasn't sure how, but somehow she knew that what they had chosen, the future they had decided to keep, wasn't a clean break from the past. The hollowing had touched them in ways they still didn't understand. It had taken from them, reshaping them, leaving behind cracks that could never be fully repaired. "Come on," Liam said, his voice softer now, more resigned. "Let's get out of here. We've faced enough for tonight." They turned toward the forest's edge, but before they could take a single step, the ground beneath them trembled again, the familiar hum of the hollowing's presence creeping back, like a rising tide. The air grew cold, the kind of cold that didn't belong in a forest. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the palpable weight of something dark and heavy, something alive and hungry. "I thought we were done," James muttered, his hand instinctively reaching for the knife at his belt. Sarah's heart skipped. "We are, but it's not over. The hollowing is still here, lingering. We may have chosen the future, but the past doesn't let go so easily." The forest seemed to pulse with a life of its own now, the trees around them groaning as if they were waking up, stretching toward the sky with an unnatural, slow movement. The fog returned, swirling in thick, viscous tendrils. The light from the stone tablet flickered, casting long shadows that stretched across the ground like fingers reaching for them. Suddenly, the mist in front of them parted, and a shape began to form in the air, like smoke coalescing into something solid. It was a figure, tall and twisted, cloaked in shadow, with glowing eyes that burned with an eerie, otherworldly light. The figure's presence was unmistakable. It was the warden, but something had changed. It wasn't the same form they had seen before. It was darker, more fragmented, as though it had been pulled apart by some unseen force and reassembled into something other. "No," Sarah whispered, her stomach twisting with dread. "It can't be. It's not possible." But there it stood, the warden, its shape flickering, its form shifting like the shadows themselves. Its voice echoed in the air, hollow and distant, but unmistakably clear. "You thought you had chosen." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. There was something wrong with its voice now, as if it were speaking not from a place of wisdom, but from the depths of something more ancient, more malevolent. The air crackled with energy, the ground beneath them rumbling once again. "You cannot outrun the hollowing." The voice grew louder, deeper, shaking the very foundation of the forest. "You cannot escape what has been lost. The past does not fade. It does not disappear. It remembers." Liam stepped forward, his hands clenched into fists. "We made our choice. We chose the future. We chose to move on, to leave the past behind." The warden's form twisted, its shadowy arms reaching out as though it were trying to hold them in place. "The future is not yours to choose. You cannot erase what you have forgotten. The past is the forest's true heart. You belong to it now." The words hit Sarah like a punch to the gut. The hollowing, the forest, it had never let them go. It had always been waiting for this moment, for them to make their choice, to sever themselves from the past. But it wasn't a clean break. They hadn't truly freed themselves. The forest had claimed them as much as they had chosen to fight it. And now it would take. The price of the past is high, and it will always demand its toll. The warden's voice echoed one final time, its presence growing more overwhelming with every word. "You cannot escape. You cannot outrun it. It will follow you, and it will consume all that you are." The warden's form began to collapse inward, its shadowy tendrils writhing like snakes. The ground split open once again, the chasm yawning wide in front of them, pulling at their feet, dragging them toward it. The air grew thick with dread, the weight of inevitability pressing down on them like the walls of a tomb. But then, in a flash, the darkness receded. The chasm closed. The air lightened. The mist swirled away, and the warden's presence disappeared, leaving behind nothing but the quiet rustling of the trees. For a moment they stood there in stunned silence. The forest, as oppressive and dark as it was, seemed almost peaceful in comparison to what they had just experienced. But they knew better than to trust the calm. The hollowing had not finished with them. What was that? James asked, his voice unsteady, still shaken from the encounter. Sarah's heart was pounding, but her mind was clearer now. It was the hollowing. Not just the force we faced before, but something deeper. It's not about the memories anymore. It's not about what we've lost or what we've chosen to give up. The hollowing is the forest. It's alive. And it's bound to us, bound to this place. Liam looked around, his eyes wide with confusion. But it's not over, is it? We didn't stop it. No, Sarah replied, her voice steady now. But we've made a change. We've taken the first step. And it can never take us completely. The forest, still dark and looming around them, seemed to hold its breath. But this time the air was different. It felt as though something had shifted. The hollowing wasn't gone, it was still there deep in the heart of the forest. But they had chosen the future, and that meant they had some measure of control. For now, at least. The wind picked up once more, a low moan swirling through the trees, as if the forest itself were whispering ancient secrets into the night. The clearing, once shrouded in thick fog, was now eerily calm, though Sarah could still feel the weight of the hollowing's presence lurking just beyond their reach. It wasn't gone, not by a long shot. It was only waiting, biding its time until it was ready to strike again. The warden's appearance, though fleeting, had shaken them all to their core. It had reminded them that no matter what choices they made, they could never truly escape the forest's grasp. The hollowing had been there before them, and it would be there long after they were gone. The price of their decision, the cost of reclaiming the future and rejecting the past, had not been so clear until now. The ground beneath their feet trembled again, but this time, it wasn't a warning. It was a message. The earth itself seemed to pulse with an ominous rhythm, like a heartbeat echoing through the very bones of the forest. The chasm that had opened before them had closed, but the air felt charged, alive with an energy that was dark and palpable. Sarah stood still, her heart hammering in her chest. She felt the pull of the forest, a force that seemed to reach for her very soul. The memories she had buried, the things she had tried so desperately to forget, all resurfaced in an instant, like ghosts clawing at the edges of her mind. "We've made a mistake," Liam said suddenly, his voice a mix of dread and realization. "We've changed something. We didn't just reject the hollowing, we provoked it." "Provoked it?" James echoed, his voice tight with anxiety. He looked over at Sarah, his face pale, as though the full weight of their decision was finally sinking in. "How? We chose the future. We didn't?" "No," Sarah interrupted, her voice firm but uncertain. "We didn't just choose the future. We chose to leave the past behind, to turn away from it. And the hollowing, it doesn't let you do that. It doesn't let you walk away from the things you've lost. It holds on to everything, every part of you. And by rejecting it, by trying to erase what we once were, we've only made it stronger." The wind howled around them, and the trees groaned under the strain of the hollowing's power. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shift, and Sarah's knees weakened as the pull of the forest intensified. The warden's words echoed in her mind, each one carrying a weight that threatened to crush her. "The past does not fade. It does not disappear. It remembers." "I don't think we can outrun it anymore," Liam said, his voice shaking. "It's never going to let us go." James stepped forward, his eyes filled with the same dread that churned in Sarah's stomach. "So what do we do? Do we keep running? Do we keep fighting it?" "I don't think we can," Sarah said quietly. I think we need to face it. We need to confront the hollowing head-on. We've been running from it this entire time. But what if we've been looking at this all wrong? What if the hollowing isn't something we can destroy? What if it's something we have to accept?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of what she was saying. Accepting the hollowing wasn't the same as surrendering to it. It was something different, something much more difficult. They had all spent so long fighting against it, trying to preserve the past and protect the future. But perhaps the hollowing's true nature wasn't just about destruction. It was about remembrance. About holding on to the things that had been lost, the things that could never be reclaimed. The mist around them began to grow thicker again, swirling like a storm in the distance. The temperature dropped, the air growing colder and colder with each passing second. And then, from the depths of the forest, a low rumble echoed, like a growl from something ancient, something alive. James turned sharply, his eyes wide. It's coming back, isn't it? Sarah nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the forest's edge. There, just beyond the trees, something moved, something large, something shadowed. The hollowing was coming. They had provoked it, and now it would come for them. It would take everything they had, and it would not stop until it had claimed all of them. But in that moment, Sarah understood something. They had been trying to escape the hollowing, to outrun it, to protect themselves from it. But what if running from it was the wrong choice? What if, instead of fighting the hollowing, they needed to understand it? What if they needed to embrace what it offered rather than fear it? The warden's cryptic words repeated in her mind, "The past does not fade. It does not disappear. It remembers." The hollowing, in all its terrifying power, wasn't just about consuming, it was about remembrance. The forest had held on to every single moment, every single piece of their past, and whether they liked it or not, they could never escape it. The shadows in the distance shifted, and a low whisper echoed through the trees, pulling her attention back to the present. The hollowing was approaching, and this time it wasn't just about memories or choices, it was about surrender. It was about facing the past, not as an enemy to be fought, but as a part of themselves they could no longer ignore. Liam took a deep breath, his eyes hardening with resolve. If we face it, we can't do it half-heartedly. We can't run anymore. We've got to accept it, everything it's taken from us, everything we've tried to forget. If we're going to survive this, we need to stop fighting. Stop fighting? James repeated, disbelief written across his face. That's what you want us to do? Let it take everything? After everything we've been through? No, Sarah said firmly, her eyes meeting his. Not let it take everything. We're not giving up. We're not giving in. We just need to accept that some things are part of us. We can't change the past, but we can control how we move forward from it. The wind howled again, louder this time, and the shadows drew closer. It was coming. The hollowing was closing in on them, its hunger growing with every passing second. But Sarah stood tall, her heart pounding with a new sense of purpose. We can't fight the hollowing with force, but we can understand it. We can face it, and in doing so, we take control of what it wants to take from us. We can use its power rather than letting it consume us. Liam stepped forward, his expression grim but determined. Then let's do it. Let's face it once and for all. The forest seemed to pulse, the ground beneath their feet vibrating with a low, deep rumble. The shadows closed in, and the mist parted to reveal the source of the hollowing's power, its heart beating in time with the pulse of the earth itself. This time, the hollowing was not a distant threat. It was right in front of them, its dark tendrils swirling around them, its eyes glowing with an insatiable hunger. But Sarah knew now that it wasn't just an enemy to be destroyed, it was a force that had always been with them, woven into the fabric of who they were. It was a part of the forest. It was a part of them. And now they would face it. The forest had changed. The fog that once clung to the trees had lifted, but it left behind a heavy stillness that hummed with an unsettling power. The air was thick, no longer with the familiar weight of mist, but with the pulse of something ancient, something alive. The hollowing was here, not just in the shadows or in the whispers of the trees, but in the very ground beneath their feet, in the heartbeat of the earth itself. Sarah stood at the edge of the clearing, staring into the depths of the forest where the darkness thickened like a living thing, coiling and writhing as though the forest had a mind of its own. The trees towered above them, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like twisted fingers. They were waiting. The forest was waiting. Liam stood next to her, his eyes wide with uncertainty, but there was no turning back now. They had made their choice. They had faced the warden's challenge, and they had decided to move forward, to stop running. They would no longer fight the hollowing, they would face it. And in doing so, they hoped to understand it. But what if it was too late? What if, by confronting it, they only made things worse? We're really doing this, aren't we? Liam's voice was barely above a whisper, filled with a mix of fear and resolve. There's no going back now. Sarah's gaze never left the shifting shadows in front of them. No, she said softly, her voice steady but filled with an undercurrent of unease. There's no going back. This is the only way forward. James, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, his face grim. I don't know about you two, but I'm not just going to let it take us. We've already lost too much. The low rumble in the distance vibrated through the ground, deep and foreboding. The hollowing was closer now, its presence palpable, pushing into their very souls. Sarah could feel it, crawling beneath her skin, curling around her thoughts. The forest had never been so alive. It wasn't just a place, it was a being, a creature of ancient hunger, and its hunger had been fed for so long that it had grown beyond control. But Sarah also knew one undeniable truth: the hollowing was a part of them. It wasn't just a force in the forest, it was a force in them. She had been fighting against it for so long. She had thought that if they could simply break free of the forest grip, they could escape the past. But now she understood. The hollowing wasn't just an external threat, it was woven into their very being. It had shaped them, had defined them in ways they could never fully escape. Their memories, their regrets, their losses, it was all a part of the hollowing. They had tried to outrun it, but in doing so, they had been running from themselves. "We have to let it in," Sarah said, her voice firm, even though a part of her recoiled at the thought. "We can't keep running. We have to face it, all of it. The past, the memories, everything we've lost. We can't escape anymore." Liam swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously toward the darkened forest, but he nodded. "You're right. We've been trying to deny it for too long. Maybe it's time we finally understand it." And as he spoke those words, the forest seemed to answer. The wind howled again, and the trees bent in response, their branches creaking as though the forest were speaking in some ancient tongue. The ground beneath their feet shook with a low tremor, a vibration that seemed to come from the very heart of the earth itself. The hollowing was no longer a distant thing, it was upon them. The mist began to swirl once more, creeping toward them like a living thing. But this time it was different. The fog wasn't oppressive. It didn't feel threatening. It felt like an invitation, a call to step into something deeper, something older. The mist was alive, and it was beckoning them into its depths. Sarah took a deep breath, her pulse quickening as she stepped forward. The others followed, their movements slow, tentative, but resolute. As they crossed the threshold of the clearing, the trees seemed to close in around them, the shadows thickening with every step. The hollowing was here, and it was ready to show them what it had taken, what it had left behind. They walked deeper into the forest, the mist swirling around their legs like thick, curling fingers. The path was barely visible now, the light of the moon obscured by the canopy above them. It was as though they had entered another world entirely, a world where time had no meaning, where the past and the present were tangled together in a never-ending dance. The further they went, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew older, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their roots tangled in a labyrinth of forgotten memories. The air grew colder, but it wasn't the chill of winter. It was the chill of something ancient, something that had been waiting for them. The hollowing was here, but it was no longer a presence to be feared. It was embraced by the very soul of the forest, an integral part of the world they had entered. And then they reached the heart of the forest, a clearing unlike any other they had seen before. The trees here were different, taller, their bark shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing was a massive stone structure, ancient and weathered by time. It was a monument of sorts, one that seemed to pulse with the same dark energy that had consumed the forest for centuries. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The stone was not just a monument, it was a gateway, a portal to something deeper, something beyond the physical world. The hollowing had always been part of this place, and this stone structure was its heart, its very core. "You're right," Sarah said softly, her voice barely a whisper. "This is where it began." The others stepped forward, their eyes wide with the realization that they had reached the very heart of the hollowing's power. The mist swirled around them, rising like a fog of memories, images flashing in their minds. They saw fragments of their pasts, visions of things they had long buried. The faces of loved ones lost, the pain of old wounds, the weight of things they had tried to forget. The memories rushed toward them like a flood, overwhelming them with the sheer intensity of what they had tried to leave behind. But in the center of those memories, Sarah felt something else. Acceptance. It wasn't the same as surrender. It wasn't the same as giving up. It was an understanding of the forest's power, its eternal hunger, and its relationship to them. The hollowing didn't just take, it preserved. It held on to everything, not to consume it, but to keep it alive in the deepest recesses of the world. The past had never truly been lost. It had always been there, waiting to be remembered. "We can't fight it anymore," Liam said, his voice quiet. "But we don't have to." "No," Sarah whispered. "We don't have to. We just have to accept it." The ground beneath them rumbled once again, but this time it felt different. It wasn't a threat, it was a call. The hollowing had been waiting for them to understand, to stop running from what they had lost, to stop fighting the memories that had shaped them. The forest had never wanted to destroy them. It had always wanted them to remember. And now, as they stood in the heart of the hollowing, Sarah understood. The hollowing didn't need to devour them. It only wanted to show them the way forward, to help them reconcile the past with the future, and to take its rightful place in their hearts. The stone at the center of the clearing began to glow brighter, pulsing with energy. The mist swirled faster, but now it felt lighter, gentler. The forest was no longer a place of fear. It was a place of understanding. They had faced the hollowing and they had come to terms with it. They had chosen to live with it rather than against it. The air was thick with a strange stillness as Sarah and the others stood in the heart of the hollowing, their eyes locked on the glowing stone in the center of the clearing. The forest, which had once felt oppressive and suffocating, now seemed to pulse with life in a way that was both comforting and unsettling. The trees, their gnarled branches reaching toward the sky, stood in silent witness, their leaves rustling softly in the wind. The mist had settled into the ground like a blanket, swirling gently around their feet, as though the forest itself had embraced them. The stone at the center of the clearing glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting long shadows across the ground. Its surface was covered in intricate carvings, ancient symbols that seemed to shift and move as though they were alive. Sarah could feel the weight of its presence, a presence that had existed long before they arrived and would remain long after they left. "We've reached it," Liam said softly, his voice full of awe. "This is the heart of the hollowing, isn't it? The place where it all begins." Sarah nodded slowly, her eyes tracing the patterns on the stone. "Yes, this is where the hollowing's power is rooted. The stone, it's a part of the forest itself. It's a gateway into the past, into the deepest parts of what we've lost. And now we need to understand it." James stepped forward, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "What does that mean? How do we understand it? How do we accept it?" Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "We need to remember. Everything. All of it. The hollowing doesn't take. It preserves. It keeps the past alive even when we try to forget. And to move forward, we have to embrace it." The air around them seemed to grow colder as Sarah spoke, the wind picking up once more, swirling around them in a vortex of mist and memories. The stone's glow brightened, and the carvings on its surface began to shift, the symbols twisting and turning like living creatures. The very ground beneath their feet seemed to hum with energy, as if the forest itself was alive, watching, waiting. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and a deep, guttural sound echoed through the clearing. The trees creaked and groaned as the earth trembled beneath them. Sarah felt a sudden, powerful pull at the very core of her being, an invisible force that seemed to reach into her soul, pulling her toward the stone. "It's time," she whispered, her voice shaking. "We need to let it in. We need to remember everything." As she spoke, the mist around them began to swirl faster, thickening until it enveloped them completely. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, and Sarah could feel her heart racing in her chest. The stone before them pulsed with a rhythmic energy, each beat of its glow synchronizing with the pulse of her own heart. And then the forest opened. It wasn't an explosion, not a violent rupture of earth and sky. It was more like a door slowly creaking open, revealing something hidden beneath the surface. A flood of memories rushed toward them, visions of their past, of things they had long buried. Sarah saw her childhood home, the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth, her mother's laughter filling the air as her father sang softly in the corner. She felt the rush of happiness, the sense of safety she had once known. But then the memory began to fade, the colors bleeding away, and she was left with the emptiness that had followed, the hollow ache that had formed when those days were lost, when her family was taken from her. Liam stumbled back, clutching his head as his own memories poured into him. The face of his younger brother, the two of them running through the fields together, laughing, carefree. But the image warped and twisted, the memory dissolving into the image of his brother's cold, lifeless body, lying in the rain-soaked earth. The grief that had followed that moment rushed back in a torrent, drowning him in sorrow. James's eyes closed, and for a moment, his body trembled as though he were in pain. He saw himself standing at the edge of the forest, watching his mother disappear into the shadows, never to return. He had never understood why she left, or if she had even truly chosen to leave. He had always blamed himself. And now, as the memories resurfaced, the guilt flooded back, choking him. The memories didn't just belong to them. The forest itself had lived through their pain, their loss. The hollowing had preserved those fragments of time, holding them in the roots of the trees, in the air that hung heavy with mist. The stone had opened the floodgates, allowing them to face the past once more. Sarah's chest tightened as she saw images of the friends she had lost, the ones who had vanished into the darkness of the forest, swallowed by the hollowing. She could hear their voices, faint whispers calling to her from the depths of the mist, their faces twisted in sorrow and fear. She could feel their presence, as if they were still here with her, waiting for her to remember them. But through it all there was something else. A thread of light that cut through the darkness, a sense of connection that reached across the boundaries of time and space. The past, the memories, they were not just fragments of pain. They were a part of them. And if they could understand that, if they could accept it, they could move forward. They could finally break free. The stone's glow grew brighter, its energy pulling at them, urging them to continue. The hollowing was no longer just a force to be feared. It was a force of preservation, a force of memory. It had kept the past alive for so long, but now it was time for them to embrace it. "We have to face it," Sarah said, her voice trembling as she stepped forward. "We have to remember who we were, all of us. Every part of us, the pain, the joy, the loss, the love. We have to accept it all, and in doing so, we reclaim what the hollowing has taken." Liam and James stood beside her, their faces a mix of fear and determination. They knew now that they could not escape the past. They could not erase what had happened, no matter how much they wished to. The hollowing had claimed pieces of them, but it had also kept them alive. And that, in the end, was what mattered. The ground beneath them shook again, but this time the tremors felt different. The earth seemed to breathe with them, its pulse in sync with their own. The forest had opened its heart, and now they could see it for what it was, not a monster to be slain, but a mirror reflecting the deepest parts of themselves. The stone's light flared brightly, and the mist swirled in a final, powerful gust. The world around them seemed to warp and shift, and for a moment, Sarah felt herself slipping into the past. The faces of the people she had lost, the memories of those she had once been, they all flooded back, and yet they didn't consume her. They didn't drag her under. They reminded her. And in that moment she understood. The hollowing had never been an enemy. It had never been something to fight. It had been a keeper of memories, a guardian of the past. And now they were finally ready to move forward. But there was one final thing they needed to do. The stone pulsed again, and the mist began to lift. The forest around them shifted, as if it were releasing them from its grasp. The past had been laid bare, but the future was theirs to shape. "We're ready," Sarah whispered as the stone began to fade, its glow dimming with each passing moment. The stone's glow faded, the energy that had been thrumming so intensely around them now dissipating into the air like the last remnants of a storm. The mist slowly receded, and the forest seemed to exhale a collective sigh, as though it had been holding its breath for an eternity, waiting for them to understand. As the pulse of energy ebbed, a quiet sense of peace settled over the clearing. The oppressive weight that had pressed on them before had lifted, replaced by something lighter, more uncertain. But despite the calm, Sarah could feel the subtle hum of the hollowing lingering in the air, its presence still woven into the fabric of the forest. It was no longer the consuming force it had been, it was something else now. A part of them, yes, but also a part of the forest. Something they could no longer avoid or deny. For the first time she felt no fear. And yet, the quiet that enveloped them now felt unnatural. The forest had always been full of life, of whispers, of movements in the shadows, of the constant hum of the world living around them. But now everything was still. The trees were silent, their branches motionless. The animals, the birds, the insects, all were absent, as though the forest itself were waiting for something. "It's over," Liam said, breaking the silence. His voice was quiet, but there was a weight to it, a weariness that had settled in his tone. "We've faced the hollowing. We've accepted it. So, what now?" Sarah looked around at the others, at James who stood beside her, his face still pale from the emotional storm they had all weathered. His eyes were distant, lost in thought, as if he were still processing everything they had seen, everything they had felt. He had come to terms with his own past in that moment, but Sarah knew that the road ahead would still be difficult for him. For all of them. "We keep moving forward," Sarah said slowly, her gaze drifting to the empty space where the stone had stood. "But the path is different now. The hollowing has not gone. It's still here, and so are we. We've chosen to accept what we've lost, but that doesn't mean the journey is over. The past may have shaped us, but the future is still ours to shape." Liam turned to her, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and confusion. "You really think we can move forward after everything we've seen? After everything we've felt? The memories, the grief, it's still there. It's like it's a part of us now. It's not just something we can forget and leave behind." "No," Sarah said, her voice gentle but resolute. "We won't forget it, but we can use it. It's a part of us now, yes, but it doesn't have to define us. The hollowing doesn't own us anymore. We don't belong to it." James's voice interrupted her thoughts. "But if it's still here, if it's always been a part of us and now it's this thing we've embraced, does that mean we'll never be free of it?" Are we just going to carry the weight of the past with us forever? The question hung in the air like a storm cloud, and for a moment no one spoke. The forest around them was still, silent. There was no easy answer, no simple reassurance they could give each other. Sarah's heart was heavy with the weight of it, the knowledge that they had embraced something far darker and deeper than they had ever anticipated. The hollowing had not just been a force in the forest, it had been a force in them. They had accepted it, yes, but they hadn't destroyed it. They hadn't removed it from their lives. It was intertwined with their existence now. But perhaps, Sarah thought, that wasn't a curse. Perhaps it was a gift, one that only those brave enough to confront their own darkness could truly understand. We carry it with us, Sarah said at last, her voice quieter now, yet filled with the strength that had built within her. But we don't carry it alone. We have each other. Liam gave her a small, uncertain smile, but it was a smile nonetheless. And that's enough? That's all we need, Sarah replied, her gaze shifting to the horizon. It's all we've ever needed. We face the hollowing not as enemies but as a part of us. We can't escape it, but we can live with it. We can move forward, not despite the past, but because of it. There was a long silence, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves overhead. The wind had picked up again, gentle now, like a soft whisper brushing through the trees. The hollow hum of the forest had returned, the life around them beginning to stir once more, as if the forest itself were waking up from a long slumber. And yet there was something different now. The trees no longer felt like silent witnesses to their torment. They felt like old friends, ancient and wise, who had seen generations come and go and who would continue to stand tall through the ages. The hollowing wasn't just a force to be feared, it was part of this land, a part of them. And with that understanding came a new kind of peace. James looked at Sarah, a question still lingering in his eyes. But what about the future? What happens now? Sarah turned back to face him, her heart steady as she answered, Now we live. We find our way forward. The hollowing may always be a part of us, but it doesn't own us. We are not its slaves. We are the ones who get to choose our path from here. The wind grew quieter, and the trees seemed to exhale in unison as if they, too, had been waiting for that moment of clarity. Sarah could feel it in the air now, the certainty that they had made the right choice. The hollowing had never been something to destroy. It had been something to understand. And now they could move forward with that knowledge. Liam took a step toward the edge of the clearing, his hand outstretched toward the darkness of the forest beyond. So we go on? He asked, his voice filled with quiet determination. We go on, Sarah said, stepping forward to join him. The others followed, their footsteps steady and resolute, as if they were leaving behind the weight of their fears, their doubts, their losses. They had embraced the hollowing, understood it, and now they would move forward, not as victims of the past, but as masters of their own future. The path ahead was still shrouded in darkness, the unknown stretching before them like an endless maze of trees. But the hollowing had shown them that they didn't need to fear the dark. They didn't need to run from it, because they were no longer defined by it. They were defined by the choices they had made. And so, with the forest behind them and the unknown ahead, Sarah led the group into the depths of the wilderness once more. But this time they walked with a quiet understanding, their hearts a little lighter, their minds a little clearer. They were no longer escaping the past. They were walking forward, carrying it with them, not as a burden but as a part of who they had become. The deeper they ventured into the forest, the more the world seemed to transform around them. The air, once heavy with the weight of the hollowing's power, had lightened, but it was still thick with mystery. The trees no longer felt like silent sentinels, merely standing watch over their lives. Now they seemed to listen, to watch with a quiet attentiveness, their branches moving ever so slightly as though they were in tune with something far older than time itself. There was a pulse in the air, an energy that seemed to hum from the ground beneath their feet to the very sky above. It was as though the forest, now that the hollowing had been faced, was both relieved and expectant. Sarah glanced back at the clearing they had left behind. It was barely visible now, obscured by the thickening undergrowth, but the sense of peace they had felt there was still with her. The hollowing had not gone, it never would, but now it was something they had come to terms with. It was not a monster to be vanquished, but a part of the land itself, something they would carry forward but never let control them. Do you feel it? Liam asked softly from behind her, his voice carrying a trace of awe. His eyes were wide, scanning the trees as though he expected them to speak. The air, it's different. It's like everything is alive. It is, Sarah murmured almost to herself. The forest is alive in a way we couldn't understand before. Now that we've faced the hollowing, it's like we've unlocked a deeper connection. We're part of it. but it's part of us too. James, who had been unusually silent for much of their journey, stepped forward, his brow furrowed. You think the forest understands us now? That it's not just some thing we've been running from? Sarah paused, considering his words. She could feel the weight of them. It wasn't just the hollowing they had embraced. It was the forest itself. In accepting the hollowing, they had accepted something much larger than they had realized. A living, breathing entity that had been with them all along. I think, Sarah started slowly, as though testing the words in her mind before giving them life. I think the forest has always understood us. We've been too blinded by fear to see it. The wind, which had been so quiet since they left the clearing, picked up again, rustling through the trees with a soft, sighing breath. It was as if the forest were exhaling, releasing the tension that had been held in its depths for so long. The quiet whisper of the wind stirred the leaves above them, the soft murmur of the woods beckoning them forward, drawing them deeper into the unknown. But with every step they took, Sarah could feel the forest's presence growing stronger, more aware. The trees had always been ancient, their roots dug deep into the earth, but now they felt like sentient beings, watching and waiting, responding to their every movement. It wasn't just the air that had changed, it was the very landscape itself. The ground was softer now, the path before them clearer, as though the forest were guiding them, as though it wanted them to move forward, to discover what lay ahead. The hollowing had not been vanquished, nor had it been conquered. It had been integrated. And the price of that integration was clear. They could never go back to the world they had once known. The forest was no longer a mere backdrop to their lives. It was alive, and so were they, interwoven, connected by something deeper than either of them could fully comprehend. But as they moved deeper into the forest, Sarah couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the journey wasn't over. Not yet. The forest was vast, and the hollowing, though no longer an enemy, still held its secrets. There were questions that remained unanswered, mysteries that still lingered in the shadows of the trees. There's something else here, James muttered suddenly, his voice low and cautious. I can feel it, like something's watching us. Liam glanced around, his unease evident. We're not alone. The atmosphere shifted as they ventured further, and Sarah felt it too. The trees around them, though still silent, seemed to lean closer, their trunks bending inwards, creating an almost suffocating sense of intimacy. The air was still, but there was a palpable tension, a subtle sense that they were not alone in the vast expanse of the woods. Something was with them, something older, something that had always been here. The path they followed seemed to wind endlessly, the trees closing in on either side until the forest felt like a labyrinth of shadow and light. The deeper they went, the darker the woods became, the silence growing heavier with each step. And then, in the distance, a sound. A faint rustling. A whisper. It was soft at first, barely audible, but as they continued, it grew louder until Sarah could make out the words. The voice was distant, muffled by the forest's thick walls, but it was there, clear as day. It is not over. Sarah stopped dead in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. She turned to Liam and James, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did you hear that? Liam looked at her, his face ashen. You heard it too? I thought I was going crazy. It sounded like someone was speaking to us from the forest itself. James stepped closer, his expression grim. The hollowing, it's still with us, isn't it? This place, it's never going to let us go. We thought we understood it, but maybe we've only scratched the surface. The voice echoed again, clearer this time, though it seemed to come from every direction. It wasn't just a whisper, it was a command, a warning, one that seemed to come from the very depths of the forest, from the earth itself. It is not over. You are not free. The trees around them seemed to pulse in response to the voice, their branches swaying as though stirred by an unseen wind. The forest was alive, yes, but now it felt like it was listening, waiting for them to answer. The air thickened again, the tension rising with each passing second. What does it mean? Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. She felt her stomach tighten, her heart beating faster in her chest. The hollowing had not been destroyed, it had not been eradicated. It was still here, and now it was speaking to them. I think, Liam began, his voice shaky, I think we've done something. We've accepted the hollowing, but maybe there's something we don't understand. Something we're meant to learn. We can't just leave it behind. Not like this. James's eyes darted nervously around the forest, as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. But we've done everything we were supposed to. We faced it. We accepted it. What more does it want from us? Sarah clenched her fists at her sides, trying to steady her breath. Maybe it's not about what it wants. Maybe it's about what we still need to understand. The hollowing was never just a force. It was a part of us. Maybe we haven't truly embraced it yet. Maybe we still have more to learn, more to confront. The trees around them began to creak, their limbs swaying in a slow, deliberate motion. The voice echoed again, closer this time. A rush of wind swept through the clearing, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The hollowing was here, and it had spoken, but this was not the end. It was only the beginning. The voice lingered in the air, a low, persistent hum that thrummed through the trees like an ancient chant, echoing deep into the soul of the forest. Sarah stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. The words hadn't been a distant whisper anymore. They were close, alive, and full of intent. The forest around them was no longer just a collection of trees and shadows. It was a living entity, and it was speaking, guiding, or perhaps warning them. Liam and James stood beside her, their faces pale, their eyes wide with disbelief. The voice had been unmistakable, not in words they could fully understand, but in the deep resonance that carried with it a sense of ancient power. It wasn't merely a force to be reckoned with, it was a presence that lived within the very bones of the earth. It is not over. You are not free. The words repeated in Sarah's mind, each syllable a pulse, a rhythm. It was a threat, but also a promise, as though something was watching, waiting for them to make the next move. The hollowing was not merely a relic of the past, it was an ongoing force, an entity intertwined with the very fabric of their journey, with their very lives. We've only just begun, Sarah muttered, more to herself than anyone else. What do you mean? Liam's voice was tight with anxiety, his eyes scanning the trees, the shadows, as though expecting something to appear at any moment. I think the hollowing hasn't been released, Sarah said, her mind racing as she tried to piece everything together. It's still here watching. We didn't destroy it, we just accepted it. And maybe that's not enough. Maybe there's more to this, something deeper. James looked at her, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. You think it's still testing us? That we haven't done what we needed to do? After everything we've faced and we're still trapped. The weight of his words hung in the air. Trapped. They had thought they were free. They had accepted the hollowing, embraced it, and for a moment, it had felt like they were finally at peace. But now, Sarah felt the truth, a cold, gnawing truth that had been there all along. The hollowing was not a force to be defeated. It was not something that could simply be let go. It was part of the land, part of the people, part of them. They were bound to it not by force but by understanding. And now the forest was asking something of them. But what? The wind gusted once more, making the trees above them shake. The leaves rustled, their sound eerie and unsettling, like 1,000 whispers echoing through the forest. Sarah felt the chill run down her spine. The hollowing had not been vanquished. It had merely retreated, waiting for them to take the next step to complete the cycle. We need to go further, Sarah said at last, her voice resolute. We haven't reached the heart of it. Not yet. Liam frowned, his expression a mix of exhaustion and hesitation. Further? You mean into the forest? The deeper we go, the darker it gets. Sarah, what if we're just walking into something that's too much for us? What if? I know what you're thinking, Sarah interrupted, her eyes locking with his. But we have no choice. We're already part of this. The hollowing is a part of us. We can't outrun it anymore. We need to see it through. We have to understand it, not just accept it. James stepped forward, his face grim but determined. You're right. We came here to face our pasts, but we also came here to find answers. And whatever the hollowing is, it's not just a force. It's a test. One we need to pass. Sarah nodded, her gaze turning once more toward the deepening shadows of the forest. The trees ahead seemed to close in around them, casting everything in dark, uncertain light. The path they had been following had grown narrow, and the once familiar terrain now felt foreign, more like a maze than a forest. The voice came again, clearer this time, as though it had been waiting for them to speak, waiting for them to make their decision. The path is not what you think. The word sent a shiver through Sarah's bones. The trees around them seemed to groan as the ground beneath their feet shifted, the earth shifting and rumbling with a strange energy. The hollowing wasn't just a presence in the forest. It was the forest. It was the earth beneath their feet. It was the very air they breathed. Do you hear it? Liam whispered, his voice barely audible. It's like the forest is alive. Like it's moving, shifting around us. I hear it, Sarah murmured, her eyes scanning the trees. It's not just the hollowing. It's the forest itself. The land is changing. They stood there for a moment, the weight of their surroundings pressing down on them. The wind howled through the trees, and Sarah could hear the distant creaking of the trunks as they swayed. The world seemed to pulse with an unseen rhythm, a heartbeat that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. It was subtle at first, just a gentle shake, a ripple that passed through the forest floor, but then it grew stronger, more insistent. The trees around them groaned, their roots shifting as though the very earth was waking up. The hollowing, it seemed, had not only claimed their memories, it had claimed the land. "This is it," Sarah whispered. "This is what we're meant to face. It's not just the hollowing that we've been running from. It's the land itself. The hollowing is a part of the forest. And now we have to face that." The rumbling grew louder, the earth beneath their feet shaking with an unnatural force. The trees seemed to bend toward them, their branches reaching out like fingers, stretching into the dark sky. The wind howled again, but this time, it carried with it a sound that was unmistakable, a deep, guttural growl, as though the forest itself were alive in a way they had never imagined. Sarah's heart raced. She could feel the forest closing in around them, the trees pressing closer, the ground beneath their feet pulsing with an ancient energy. It was as though the forest had been waiting for this moment, waiting for them to finally understand. "This is no longer just about the hollowing," she said, her voice trembling with both fear and awe. "This is about the land. The hollowing is the land itself, and now we're going to have to face whatever lies at its core." Liam looked around frantically, his eyes wide with terror. "How do we face it? What do we do?" "We face it by embracing it," Sarah said, her voice filled with quiet conviction. "By understanding that we are a part of this. We are not just travelers in this forest, we are part of the forest. The hollowing doesn't own us. It's within us. And now we must confront what that means." The earth trembled once more, and suddenly, a great cracking sound echoed through the forest. A massive tree, ancient and towering, began to splinter in front of them. The bark split down the center, and from within a dark, shadowy form began to emerge. It was not a beast, not a creature of flesh and bone, but something much older, something made of shadow and smoke rising from the very heart of the forest. The hollowing had no form, no face, no body. It was the land itself, manifesting, becoming real. And now Sarah knew they had no choice but to face it. The world around Sarah and her companions seemed to crumble as the ancient tree split in half, the force of the rupture shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The sound of splintering would echo through the forest, a sharp, thunderous crack that sent a wave of energy coursing through the air. The shadowy form that emerged from the heart of the broken tree was not something physical, something tangible. It was the manifestation of something far older, far more ancient than they could comprehend. A presence that stretched beyond time itself, pulling the very essence of the forest into itself, like a beast that devoured its own body to sustain its life. The shape, if it could even be called that, was fluid, shifting in the air like smoke but heavy, dark as the deepest night. It was as if the hollowing was not just a force of nature, but the soul of the land itself. The shadow writhed and churned, twisting in the space between them and the tree, seeping into the very ground and air. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. This was what they had truly been walking toward all along, not the hollowing as a force, but the land's consciousness, the mind behind the woods, the ancient entity that had existed long before their arrival. The hollowing was not simply an oppressive presence. It was the mind of the forest, an ancient, sentient being that had seen and felt everything for centuries. Liam backed away, his eyes wide in fear. "What is that? Is it alive?" "It's not a thing," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling despite the sense of awe that rose in her chest. "It's the forest. It's alive, or rather, it has awakened." The ground beneath them vibrated once more, and the air grew thick, the temperature plummeting as though the very essence of the forest was freezing the world around them. The wind howled like a beast, rustling the trees above, and for the first time, the whispers of the forest seemed to grow loud, too loud, murmuring in languages they could not understand, voices lost in time, stretching back to the earliest days of the land. Sarah felt the weight of it pressing on her chest, her heart racing as the form began to take shape, expanding outward like a dark cloud. It was as if the forest itself had reached into them, grasping them, pulling them into its core. Suddenly, the hollowing spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo that reverberated through the earth and sky. "You have come seeking answers, but you do not understand. You have crossed the threshold, but you have not yet seen the cost." The voice was not loud, but it reached them. It was inside their minds, filling the very spaces between them, the words not just heard but felt, as though the forest were speaking through their very souls. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the words sank into the air, thick with meaning. Sarah's pulse quickened. She felt the gravity of the words, a realization dawning on her like a blade cutting through fog. They hadn't just been walking toward the hollowing. They had been walking toward a reckoning, toward a truth they weren't ready to understand. What do you mean? Liam's voice broke through the air, his voice strained with fear and uncertainty. We've faced everything you've thrown at us. We've accepted the hollowing. We've accepted? The voice interrupted, sharp and cold. You cannot simply accept the hollowing as you would any other force. It is the lifeblood of this land, the essence of the earth. It is the silence that exists between the winds, the shadows that move without form, the cold that lives beneath the roots. You cannot escape it. You have been born of it as I have. Your lives, your stories, your existence is bound to this land, to me. I'm not something to accept, Liam. I am what you are. The words were sharp, like a whip cutting through their thoughts. The air around them grew thick with a tension that seemed to have no end, a pressure that made it difficult to breathe. The forest was alive, not just alive with physical beings, but with a presence, a consciousness that stretched across the fabric of time itself. Liam took a step back, his hand clenching into a fist. You mean to say we've always been a part of this? That we were never free? Yes. The voice was heavy with finality, yet there was a strange tenderness to it, as if the hollowing, the forest, understood their plight. You were always mine. You were always the forest's. The realization struck Sarah like a lightning bolt, illuminating the depths of her understanding. The hollowing hadn't simply claimed them, consumed them, or taken from them. It had always been there, inside them. The forest wasn't an external force. It was a part of their very souls. The land had been calling them home for years, and now they had answered. But answering hadn't been enough. There was a price. The ground rumbled again, the earth beneath them opening slightly, cracks forming in the soil as though the earth itself were stretching, waking up. The trees around them began to creak, their branches bending as the wind picked up, faster, stronger. The forest was responding to the presence, to the awakening of the hollowing in its true form. Sarah stepped forward, her voice calm but filled with a strange resolve. What do we need to do? What do we have to face to understand? Understand? The voice was almost curious now, as though the forest was testing her. You must understand the nature of your existence. You must understand that your lives have always been tied to the hollowing. To be born of this land is to never truly leave it. The shadows you fear, the memories you have tried to forget, they are all part of the same thread. You are not separate from this forest. You are woven into it, and now you must give back what you have taken. The cost of understanding is sacrifice. The word echoed through the trees, and Sarah's heart stopped. Sacrifice. Liam's face paled, and James took a hesitant step back. Sacrifice, he whispered. What does that mean? Are you saying we have to give something up? Yes. The hollowing's voice echoed again, louder this time. The balance must be restored. There is a price for knowledge, a price for understanding, and it must be paid. You have trespassed into the heart of the forest, and now you must choose. The land demands your offering. The air around them grew colder, and the world seemed to narrow. It was as if the forest itself had become a single living entity, a massive, beating heart that pulsed with dark, ancient power. The shadows that stretched across the clearing seemed to grow longer, darker, more oppressive. Sarah swallowed hard, her thoughts racing. She understood now, understood what the hollowing was asking, what it had always demanded. The price for accepting the hollowing, the price for understanding the land, was not just knowledge or power. It was something far more intimate, far more personal. It was life. The moment the word sacrifice echoed through the air, everything seemed to pause. Time, the wind, even the earth beneath their feet. The trees stood perfectly still, their twisted branches no longer reaching toward the sky but leaning in as if awaiting their response. The very air had thickened with the weight of the hollowing's demand, pressing down on Sarah, Liam, and James like a tangible force. The forest had become a living thing, not just in its essence but in its purpose. They had come seeking answers, but what the hollowing now sought was something far more profound, the price of those answers. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as the realization settled into her bones. Sacrifice. The word hung between them like a dark cloud, heavy and implacable. It was not just an abstract concept, a metaphor. It was a living, breathing force that had roots in the very foundation of the forest, and the land demanded its due. The voice of the hollowing, still reverberating through the trees, came again, slower this time, almost tender. To know is to give. To understand is to surrender. And you, children of the hollowing, must choose. Liam took a half step back, his eyes wide with fear. What do you mean? We've already faced the darkness. We've embraced the hollowing. But this we can't. The voice cut through his words, smooth and firm, like the rustling of leaves in the dead of night. You seek knowledge, you seek freedom. But freedom does not come without consequence. To understand what you are, what you have always been, requires sacrifice. A piece of your soul. A part of you must be left behind, a gift to the land that has nurtured you. This is the price of knowing the truth. James, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, his face pale with the horror of understanding. A piece of our soul? You're saying we have to give a part of ourselves? What will happen if we don't? The wind picked up again, swirling around them, but it was colder now, sharper. The trees seemed to lean closer, as though they were listening intently to the conversation, their branches creaking and groaning in the tense silence. The ground beneath them trembled once more, as though the earth itself was in anticipation of their answer. Refuse and you will become nothing. Nothing but a shadow wandering in this land forever. A lost soul with no path, no purpose, no past. Refuse and you will cease to be what you are. You will become part of the land, but you will never again walk the world you know. The Hollowing's voice had no malice in it, no cruelty, just cold, unyielding truth. It was not threatening them, it was presenting the cost of the knowledge they sought. To understand the Hollowing, to truly know it, meant to offer a part of themselves, a piece of their very essence to the land. Liam's eyes were wide, his hands trembling at his sides. I can't do this. I'm not ready. I'm not. His voice trailed off as the weight of what was being asked pressed down on him. What if we refuse? What happens to us then? The air was thick with an unbearable silence. The shadows around them deepened, stretching like claws, crawling over the forest floor. The trees groaned once more, their leaves rustling with the sound of 1,000 whispers. The forest was alive, not in the sense that it was just breathing or moving, but in the sense that it was watching, listening to every word, every breath. The Hollowing's voice came again, its tone the same, unyielding. Refuse and you will never know what lies beyond the Hollowing. You will never know the full truth. You will be a ghost in the forest, bound to the land but forever apart from it. You will be the darkness that you once feared, never to step into the light again. The message was clear: choose or be consumed. Sarah felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her, her pulse quickening as the fog of fear began to settle in. A piece of their soul? It was more than just a symbolic gesture. It was real, something tangible that they would lose in exchange for the knowledge they sought. She had always known that there would be a cost to this journey, but now it was too real, too close. The forest wasn't just alive. It was the one giving them this choice. It had witnessed them, understood them, and now it was demanding its due. Liam stepped back, shaking his head. I can't give up a part of myself. It's too much. I can't just give something away. Not like that. James, whose face had been locked in a grim mask, now looked at Sarah. There was a strange emptiness in his eyes, a vacancy that made Sarah's heart ache. What do we do, Sarah? If we don't give a part of ourselves, then what? Do we stay like this? Do we leave empty, knowing we could never truly understand? The forest around them felt heavier, the shadows stretching as the pressure of the decision bore down on them. The wind had stopped, the trees had fallen silent again. It was as though the land itself was waiting, patient and expectant. The Hollowing's voice resonated again, the words like a soft lullaby, though tinged with the same unrelenting truth. To give a piece of yourself is to become whole. You are not merely passing through this forest. You are becoming part of it. Embrace the land. Give. Understand. And you will know the truth of your soul. Refuse and you will never understand. But give, and you will walk in the light of the Hollowing, never to fear the dark again. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The light of the Hollowing? What did that mean? Did it mean peace? Or was it another form of the same endless night that had been haunting them? Would the sacrifice truly bring the answers they sought? She turned to Liam, his face pale and full of fear, his hands still trembling. She could see the fear in his eyes, the raw emotion that gripped him, and her heart ached. She couldn't ask him to do this, not without knowing the full cost herself. But she knew the answer that had been burning in her heart all along. We have no choice, Sarah whispered, her voice full of sorrow but also determination. We came here to understand the Hollowing, to understand the forest. We can't leave now. Not like this. Liam met her gaze, his eyes full of uncertainty. And if we give, what will happen to us? Sarah swallowed hard, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. I don't know, but we'll know the truth. We'll know why the forest chose us. And maybe that's worth it. The Hollowing's presence, like the weight of the earth itself, seemed to pulse around them. The shadows deepened and the wind picked up once more, like a breath held in anticipation. Choose. The voice was soft yet insistent, urging them forward. Sarah stepped forward, taking a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know what the sacrifice would cost, or what the Halloween's truth would mean for them. But one thing was certain, the journey was far from over, and they could never turn back now. The air crackled around Sarah as she stepped forward, her heart hammering in her chest. The decision she had made hung over her like a dark cloud, and yet there was no turning back now. The Halloween had spoken its truth, and the cost was now laid bare before them. They had walked so far into this forest, through the deepest shadows and the most haunting memories, that to retreat now would be to deny everything they had fought for. Liam and James were still, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief, as though they were struggling to come to terms with the weight of the choice before them. The forest had fallen silent again, the wind holding its breath, the trees motionless, as if they too were waiting for the final decision to be made. Sarah turned to Liam first, her voice low and steady despite the whirlwind of emotion inside her. "We can't go back. We've come too far. We need to face the Halloween. And we need to understand it, all of it." Liam's face was pale, his jaw clenched tightly. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. He looked to James, then back to Sarah, his eyes full of that same uncertain fear. "But giving a piece of ourselves away, what does that even mean? What happens to us if we do?" Sarah didn't have the answer. No one did. The Halloween's voice had been clear. The price for understanding was not something that could be explained in simple terms. The land demanded its due, and their souls, their very essence, was the offering. Would it change them? Would they be different? She didn't know, but the truth that had begun to take root within her heart told her that they could not walk away now. Not when they had come so close to the core of the Halloween. "We'll face it together," Sarah said, her voice quiet but full of conviction. "Whatever happens, we're in this as a team. The forest, it doesn't just want our sacrifice. It wants our acceptance. We have to give of ourselves to become one with the land, with the Halloween. Only then will we understand what it truly means." James stepped forward, his face grim but resolute. "I don't want to be a shadow, Sarah. I don't want to lose myself in this. But if we're going to understand the truth of this place, of ourselves, then we have no choice. We've always known that there would be a cost." He took a deep breath, and Sarah saw the struggle in his eyes, the way he wrestled with his fear, with the uncertainty that gripped his soul. "I don't know what it will do to us, but I trust you. We've come this far." Liam's gaze softened, his lips trembling as he slowly nodded. He looked at Sarah, his eyes filled with a mixture of resignation and fear. "I don't want to lose myself, but I can't keep running from this. I can't keep pretending that it's not a part of me." He stepped toward her, his hand trembling slightly as he reached out, touching her arm. "I'm ready. Let's do this." The forest seemed to hold its breath as the moment of decision approached. The Halloween's presence was stronger now, suffusing the very air around them, an energy so powerful that it felt like it was consuming the world itself. The earth trembled beneath their feet, as if urging them to make their choice, to embrace what lay ahead. Without another word, Sarah closed her eyes and stretched out her arms, feeling the weight of the forest around her, the pulse of the Halloween deep within the earth. She could sense it now, not just as a presence but as a living, breathing thing, like the heart of the world itself beating beneath her feet. A soft, almost imperceptible wind began to stir, winding around her and the others, pulling at their hair, their clothes, their skin. The forest responded, the trees creaking and groaning as if alive, as if they were awakening to the truth of their decision. The Halloween had been a force to be reckoned with, but now it was more than that. It was a part of them, a part of the land. And now they were offering themselves to it. "You have chosen," the Halloween's voice said, a deep rumble that seemed to vibrate the air itself. "And so you shall receive. The offering is accepted. The truth will be known." Suddenly the ground beneath them began to shift. The earth rumbled violently, sending waves of energy pulsing through the soil, through the air. The trees began to bend and sway, their branches twisting toward the sky as if reaching for something unseen. The wind howled again, but this time it wasn't just the wind, it was the very breath of the forest, a deep, resounding exhalation that seemed to echo from the core of the earth. Then all at once, the energy coalesced into something more tangible, a dark, swirling mist that began to rise from the earth, seeping from the soil like smoke, filling the air with an oppressive presence. It wrapped around Sarah, Liam, and James, cocooning them in its grasp. The air grew heavy, thick with the weight of something ancient and unfathomable. Sarah's heart raced as the mist began to take shape, forming into something almost human. A figure, dark and shrouded in shadow, stood before them, its form indistinct, its features obscured by the swirling fog. But there was no mistaking what it was. It was the Hollowing in its true form. The spirit of the land, the ancient consciousness that had shaped the forest, the land, the very world they had walked through. You seek the truth, the voice of the Hollowing echoed, reverberating through the mist. But the truth is not without its cost. The land has given to you. Now you must give in return. The mist swirled more violently now, pulling at them, twisting around their bodies. Sarah could feel it, feel the essence of the land pulling at her very soul, tugging at her consciousness, at the deepest part of who she was. The sacrifice was happening now, the exchange between them and the forest. She felt it as the Hollowing reached into her, into Liam, into James, grasping, pulling, demanding. She gasped as she felt a sharp tug at her chest, like a cord being severed deep inside. The pain was not physical, but spiritual, a deep, hollow ache that resonated through her very being. She felt a part of herself being drawn out, something fundamental, something that she had never known was there but now could feel slipping away. It was as though the forest was reaching into her memories, her essence, and pulling free a piece of her that she had never known was there. But with it came clarity. The fog in her mind began to lift, and the darkness that had clouded her thoughts began to fade. She could see it now, understand it. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a consciousness, a living entity that had existed for millennia, watching, waiting. And she too was part of it. A piece of her had always belonged to this land. It had always been a part of her. And now she was returning it. Liam and James gasped beside her, their bodies trembling as they too were caught in the grip of the Hollowing. Sarah felt the pain within them, their own essences being torn from them, their souls being tested, stretched, and pulled by the forest. She could hear their breath catch in their throats, their voices gasping as the mist wrapped tighter around them. The truth is revealed, the Hollowing's voice intoned. But it is not a truth without sacrifice. You are here, but you are also part of me. The land calls and you have answered. Now you must walk the path of the Hollowing. The mist slowly began to recede, its grip loosening, but not before it left a mark, a lingering presence deep within Sarah, within Liam, within James. The forest was no longer just a place of fear. It was a part of them, woven into their very souls. They had given a piece of themselves, and now they would never be the same. As the mist began to recede, Sarah, Liam, and James stood motionless, their bodies trembling from the overwhelming force that had gripped them. The Hollowing's presence still lingered in the air, a thick, pulsing energy that surrounded them like a shroud. The forest around them, once an intimidating and mysterious entity, now felt strangely intimate, like it was a part of them, breathing through their own lungs, moving in rhythm with their heartbeats. Sarah's head throbbed with an unbearable weight, and she gasped, feeling the cold fingers of the Hollowing still lingering deep within her. A sharp ache spread through her chest, not physical, but emotional. A loss, a gain, a transformation. It was as though a part of her had been ripped away, but in its place, something new was growing, something deeper, more profound than anything she had ever known. The wind was no longer just a force in the trees, it was her breath, her heartbeat. The whispers of the forest, once distant, now felt close, intimate, as if the very trees were speaking directly into her mind, their voices a chorus of ancient understanding. Liam's voice broke through the haze, shaky and hoarse. "Sarah, what happened? I can feel it. Something inside me shifted." Sarah turned to him, her heart aching at the sight of his pale face, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. He looked lost, as though he had stepped into a new world where nothing made sense anymore. And perhaps, in a way, he had. "We've crossed over," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. "We've given part of ourselves to the Hollowing, to the land. And now, we are the land. It's inside us and we're inside it." Liam looked at his hands, flexing his fingers as though expecting them to look different, to feel different. "I don't understand. What does that mean? What does it mean for us? Are we still the same?" James, who had been silent until now, stepped closer, his expression grim. There was a strange emptiness in his eyes, but also something new, something ancient, a flicker of recognition as if he too could feel the land stirring inside him. "We're not the same. Not anymore. The forest, it's alive in us now. I can feel it in my veins, Sarah. The Hollowing has touched us. But what does it want from us?" Sarah swallowed hard, her own uncertainty gnawing at her insides. The Hollowing's presence had changed them, had marked them, but it wasn't clear what that meant. She could feel its power in her very bones, and she knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice heavy with the weight of the unknown. "But we have no choice now. The hollowing has made us part of it, and we have to find a way to understand it, to control it before it controls us." As if on cue, the ground beneath their feet shifted again, the earth groaning with a strange, low hum. The trees seemed to stretch toward them, their branches swaying as if they were trying to communicate, their movements slow and deliberate. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and Sarah could feel the pulse of the land growing stronger, closer. It wasn't just the hollowing they had awakened, it was the entire forest, the very soul of the land that had been dormant, waiting for them to give their sacrifice. "You have offered," the hollowing's voice came again, soft and resonant, like a deep echo in the distance. "And now you will walk the path I have set before you. The land is yours to command, but you must first understand its will." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The path the hollowing spoke of was no ordinary path. It was a journey that would not only change them physically and spiritually, but it would transform their very understanding of the world around them. The forest was no longer a place of mystery. It was a living, breathing entity that they had now become part of, and its rules, its will, would shape their every step. Liam looked around nervously, his eyes darting from tree to tree, as though expecting the forest itself to come alive and swallow them whole. "What do we have to do? What does it want from us?" The hollowing's response was a low hum, resonating in the ground beneath their feet, a deep vibration that they could feel in their chests, in their bones. "You must walk the path. You must learn the ways of the forest. You must become as one with the land, for only then will you understand what it truly means to be free. Only then will you understand the cost of your sacrifice." The words echoed in Sarah's mind, filling her with both awe and dread. The path. What did it mean? And how far did it stretch? The forest was vast, its reach infinite. Was this the beginning of something they could never escape? James seemed to sense the fear in her, his voice soft but resolute. "Whatever this path is, we have no choice now. We've made our sacrifice and now we have to see it through. There's no turning back." Sarah nodded, the weight of his words settling in her chest. She had known that the hollowing would demand more from them. She had known that this wasn't the end, but the beginning of something far more complex and terrifying than they could have imagined. The wind picked up again, rustling through the trees, and Sarah's senses seemed to sharpen. She could feel the pulse of the forest all around her, its breath, its heartbeat, its very soul, and it was guiding her, pulling her forward. The hollowing's presence was a part of her now, and she felt an unfamiliar strength coursing through her veins, a strength she hadn't known existed. Liam and James seemed to sense it too. They both stood straighter, as if the weight of the land's power was lifting them, pushing them forward, propelling them toward the unknown. The forest was no longer just a place of shadows and fears. It was alive, it was them, and they were a part of it. The hollowing had marked them, had chosen them, and now they had to walk the path it set before them. Suddenly, the trees around them began to move. At first, it was subtle, just a slow, creaking motion, as though the branches were shifting in the breeze, but then the movement grew more pronounced. The trees leaned toward them, their gnarled branches reaching down, as though offering their guidance, their protection. The ground beneath their feet shifted again, but this time it was different. The earth was no longer trembling in fear, it was responding. It was alive, pulsating with energy, and it was guiding them, opening the way for them to follow. Sarah stepped forward, her eyes scanning the darkened path that had appeared before them. The hollowing's voice echoed again, softer now, almost intimate. "Walk the path. Understand the land. And you will know the truth." And with that, they began to move. The air grew heavier as Sarah, Liam, and James moved forward into the depths of the forest. Each step they took seemed to echo, not just in the stillness of the woods, but in the very fabric of the land. The trees leaned in, their branches twisting, stretching like reaching fingers, guiding them on a path that they had not chosen but had been chosen for them. The hollowing's presence pressed upon them, seeping through the soil, through their skin, threading itself into their bones and sinew. The path ahead was no mere trail. It was more like a tunnel formed from ancient roots and overgrown vines that tangled in intricate patterns across the earth, creating an archway that beckoned them forward. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the silence became, thick and suffocating. The wind had ceased, and the rustling of leaves was replaced by the quiet hum of energy in the air, the faint, rhythmic pulse of the hollowing itself calling them, urging them onward. Sarah could feel it in her chest. It wasn't just the forest breathing anymore. It was her own heartbeat, aligning with the pulse of the land, a rhythm she never imagined could be so intimate. The land had become a part of her. Its desires were now her desires. Its hunger, its thirst, its very will now churned within her. There was no denying it, they had become the forest and the forest had become them. Liam walked beside her, his face pale, his eyes scanning the shadows around them with an unsettling wariness. His every movement seemed to be made with caution, as though he feared the very ground beneath him might swallow him whole. He still seemed to be struggling with the enormity of their decision, the hollow emptiness of the sacrifice that had been demanded. Yet Sarah could sense something new in him, a strange stillness, like the calm before a storm. It was as though the hollowing had planted its seed in him too, and now it was beginning to grow. James, on the other hand, seemed almost lost to the experience. His eyes were distant, unfocused, his steps fluid and unhurried as if he had already embraced the transformation fully. There was a certain ease to him now, a surrender to the forest's power, as though he had accepted the land as a part of himself. His every movement seemed connected to the pulse of the earth beneath them. The hollowing had consumed him in a way that Sarah could not yet understand, but it was clear that James had already begun to walk the path of the forest, even if he didn't fully know where it led. The path wound deeper into the woods, twisting and turning through the dense underbrush. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and rotting wood, the smell of something old, ancient, alive and dead all at once. Sarah could feel the weight of the forest pressing in around them, a sense of being watched not by eyes, but by the very soul of the land. The trees whispered to each other in a language she couldn't quite grasp, their voices murmuring on the edges of her consciousness, urging her to listen, to understand. At times, it almost felt like the earth itself was moving beneath them, shifting ever so slightly as though it had a mind of its own, reacting to their presence. The ground was soft beneath their feet, but it was also strange, as though it was not truly solid. The earth felt alive, like it was breathing with them, shifting with every step they took. The path was no longer a mere trail, it was a living, breathing entity, as much a part of the forest as the trees themselves. Finally, they reached a clearing, and Sarah's breath caught in her throat. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone circle, its stones weathered and ancient, each one carved with symbols that pulsed with an eerie, almost palpable energy. The air around the stones seemed to shimmer, as though the very atmosphere had become thick with magic. The stones themselves were covered in a strange moss, glowing faintly in the dim light, casting an eerie, ghostly glow that made the clearing feel as though it existed in a realm between worlds. This was no ordinary stone circle. Sarah knew instinctively that this place was sacred, ancient, a place of power that had been waiting for them. The hollowing had led them here for a reason. Liam stopped beside her, his voice a hushed whisper. "What is this place? Why does it feel different?" Sarah's heart beat faster as she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the stones. The air around the circle was electric, charged with a strange, otherworldly energy. She could feel the power radiating from the stones, vibrating through the ground beneath her feet, pulling at her soul like a tide. "I don't know," Sarah whispered, "but I think this is where it all begins. This is where we learn the true cost of what we've become." The hollowing's voice spoke again, deep and resonant, vibrating through the very air. "This is the heart of the forest," it said, its voice echoing not just in their ears but in their minds. "The place where all paths converge. The place where the land is born and reborn. Here you will understand. Here you will walk the final part of your journey." Sarah took a hesitant step toward the stone circle, her breath catching in her throat. The stones seemed to shimmer in the air, their surfaces alive with ancient symbols and runes that she couldn't understand. The language of the forest, perhaps. The language of the hollowing itself. Liam reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of one of the stones. The moment his skin made contact, the world seemed to shift. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn open. Sarah felt a rush of energy surge through her veins, and for a moment she could see things, visions, images, that weren't hers. She saw a vast, sprawling forest stretching out before her, stretching beyond the horizon. She saw countless generations of people, some lost, some wandering, others thriving. And in the center of it all, she saw a figure, a dark, towering presence, shrouded in shadow, its face obscured by a hood. The figure raised its hand, and the forest shifted. The trees moved. The earth groaned. The land responded to its will. Sarah blinked, and the vision was gone. "Did you see that?" Liam's voice was low, his face pale as he turned to Sarah. I saw something. Something terrible." James stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the stones. "I think it's showing us the truth. The hollowing is showing us what we've become, what we've awakened." Sarah nodded, her throat tight with a mixture of awe and fear. "This is it. This is where we learn what it means to be part of the Hollowing. This is where we face the true cost of our sacrifice. The Hollowing's voice echoed once more, softer now, almost gentle, as if it were speaking directly to each of them. You have walked the path. You have given of yourselves. Now you must embrace what you have become. The forest is yours to command, but first you must accept the weight of its power. Only then will you know the truth. The earth beneath them trembled once more, a low, rumbling vibration that spread outward from the stone circle, reaching into the very core of the forest. The trees swayed and the ground began to shift, the symbols on the stones glowing brighter with each passing moment. Sarah took a deep breath and stepped forward, her heart racing. She could feel the power in the air, the pull of the Hollowing drawing her closer to the truth, closer to the heart of the forest. This is it, she whispered. We have no choice but to face it now. The stone circle loomed before them, its ancient stones standing tall and proud, worn by time but imbued with an eerie, unyielding energy. The ground trembled slightly beneath Sarah's feet as she stepped closer to the heart of the forest, her heart pounding in her chest. The air was thick with the electric hum of the Hollowing, an invisible presence pressing in on all sides, urging them forward. Sarah could feel it, the pulse of the land, a rhythm that matched the beating of her own heart. She could feel it in the ground beneath her, in the cool breeze that swept through the trees, in the weight of the forest itself, heavy with the knowledge it had hidden for so long. The stone circle was not just a place, it was a portal. A place where the land itself would reveal its secrets to those who had given themselves to it. It was here at this very point that their true test would begin. James stepped forward, his face shadowed by a mixture of uncertainty and determination. His gaze was fixed on the stones, his hand hovering near the ancient carvings, as though the runes were calling to him, pulling him toward them. He had embraced the Hollowing in ways Sarah and Liam had not yet fully understood, but now, standing before the heart of the forest, it was clear that whatever he had become, it was deeply tied to the power that lay here. Sarah, he murmured, his voice thick with awe, do you feel it? The land is alive in a way I can't explain. It's like we've become a part of it. All of it. I feel it too, Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. The power, the weight of it, is pulling at me inside me. I can't explain it. It's like the Hollowing has seeped into my blood, my soul, like I was always meant to be here, to be part of this. Liam, who had been standing quietly behind them, took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with a strange steadiness. His hand reached out, brushing lightly against one of the stones. The moment his fingers made contact, a jolt of energy shot through the air, an invisible force that almost knocked Sarah off her feet. The symbols on the stones flared to life, glowing a bright, otherworldly green, illuminating the clearing with an eerie light. For a moment, everything was still. Then the Hollowing spoke. You have come far, children of the land. The power you seek, the truth you desire, it lies within you. But the land too has desires. And the land must be fed. The words echoed through the clearing, vibrating the stones, reverberating deep within Sarah's chest. It was not just a voice, it was a feeling, an overwhelming sensation that seemed to radiate from the very core of the earth, reaching into their hearts and minds. Sarah's skin prickled with the weight of it, the sheer force of the presence of the Hollowing, and she could feel it. This was the true beginning. The Hollowing had not just claimed them, it had bound them, made them part of something greater, something far older than anything they could have imagined. Liam staggered back, his eyes wide, his face a mixture of fear and wonder. What does it mean? What does the land want from us? The Hollowing's voice responded with a deep rumble, like the earth itself was speaking. The land must be fed with that which it is owed. You have offered your sacrifice and the land has accepted it. But now it requires a deeper price. You must walk the path of the Hollowing, and in doing so, you will unlock the true power that lies within you. You must embrace what you have become, or you will be lost to the darkness of the forest. The weight of the words pressed down on Sarah, and she could feel the fear rising in her chest. What had they done? What was the Hollowing asking for? It had taken their souls, given them power in return, but now it seemed there was a deeper demand, a greater price to be paid. She could feel the land's hunger, a gnawing emptiness that seemed to come from the very soil beneath her feet, an insatiable desire that she wasn't sure she could satisfy. James turned to her, his face pale, his eyes wide with understanding. The Hollowing isn't just a force of nature. It's more than that. It's a being, a consciousness, and it demands something. Not just our power. It wants something else. It wants us, Sarah whispered, the realization sinking in like a stone in her gut. Not just our power. It wants our essence, our very being. It wants us to become one with it, to feed it. The ground trembled again, this time with a violent force, causing Sarah to stumble, her hands reaching out for balance. The air grew colder, and the wind began to pick up, whipping around them in gusts that seemed to carry voices on the wind, whispers, murmurs, faint cries from the depths of the forest, as though the land itself was in pain, aching for something more. Liam's voice broke through the noise. What do we do now? How do we feed it? Sarah closed her eyes, trying to gather her thoughts. The power was overwhelming, surging through her like a river of raw energy, and yet it felt wrong. The forest wanted something more from them, something darker, something she wasn't ready to give. But the Hollowing's demands were clear. To embrace the power within them, to walk the path it had set, they had to surrender even more of themselves. Their very souls would be consumed, transformed, woven into the land until there was nothing left of them but shadows. You must choose, the Hollowing's voice echoed again, its tone softer now, almost coaxing. You must choose whether to embrace the land fully, to walk as part of the Hollowing. Or you will be consumed by the forest, your souls fading into the mist, lost to the darkness that lurks beyond the path. The choice is yours, children of the Hollowing. The air seemed to freeze around them, the whispering winds suddenly ceasing, leaving only the sound of their ragged breaths. Sarah could feel the pressure building in her chest, the weight of the decision pressing on her mind. There was no escaping this now. The Hollowing had claimed them, had marked them as its own, and now it demanded the final offering, the last piece of their souls. What could they do? How could they refuse? Could they truly turn their backs on the power, on the knowledge that the Hollowing promised? Could they go back to their old lives, to the world they had known, knowing what they had become? But was it worth it? Was the price worth the knowledge, the power, the connection to the land that had chosen them? Liam's voice broke the silence, his words heavy with fear and determination. We have no choice. We have to do this. We've already given so much. We can't go back. James nodded slowly, his expression distant but resolute. We are the Hollowing now. It's part of us and we're part of it. We have to walk the path or we'll be lost. The Hollowing's presence grew stronger, its pull becoming more insistent, more urgent. The stones in the circle began to glow brighter, their runes pulsing with an unnatural light, and Sarah could feel it, feel the land pushing them, urging them forward. She took a deep breath, stepping into the center of the stone circle, her heart heavy with the weight of what was to come. There was no turning back. She could feel the land reaching for her, claiming her as its own, and she knew that the moment she stepped forward, there would be no escape from the Hollowing's embrace. Sarah stepped forward, the air growing thicker, colder around her as the stone circle pulsed with an eerie, green light. Every step she took seemed to reverberate in the earth, her soul caught in a deep hum of energy that felt like it was pulling her apart and remaking her piece by piece. The Hollowing's power surrounded them, pressing in from all sides, and there was no escaping it now. Liam and James stood at the edge of the circle, their eyes wide, their faces pale but resolute. They, too, had stepped into the heart of the Hollowing, whether they understood it or not, whether they were ready or not. The land had claimed them, and now it demanded its due. You have come so far, the Hollowing's voice echoed, deep and resonant, vibrating through the stones and into their very bones. But now you must give. Your power, your essence, your very souls. You must walk this path completely, become as one with the land. Sarah's heart thundered in her chest, a rhythmic drumbeat that seemed to match the pulse of the Hollowing. She felt the land's hunger in her bones, a gnawing, relentless craving that made her stomach twist. The forest had claimed them, but what did it want? What would they become? She could already feel the power seeping into her veins, and yet she wasn't sure if it was a gift or a curse. Liam's voice broke the silence, low and shaky. Sarah, I can feel it. It's inside me, coursing through me, and it's like I can hear it. The forest is calling me, calling us. I hear it too, Sarah whispered, her breath sharp. I hear its voice. It's all around us, in the wind, in the trees, in the stones. The Hollowing is alive, and it wants us. James, his eyes distant, his body swaying slightly, nodded slowly. It's not just about giving our souls. It's about becoming part of it. Becoming one with the Hollowing, with the land. His voice grew softer, more distant, as if his thoughts were slipping away. But what happens to us? What happens when we give everything? The truth is yours to claim, the Hollowing's voice answered, its tone more insistent now. But the cost is steep. You will walk as one, not just with the forest, but as the forest. You will hear its voice. You will feel its will. But you will no longer be what you once were. You will be part of the land itself. A sharp pain lanced through Sarah's chest, like a jagged knife carving through her heart. She stumbled slightly but caught herself, pressing a hand to her chest. The energy in the air was growing stronger, more intense, pulling her in, tearing at her very soul. There was no escaping this now. She had already crossed too far into the Hollowing's embrace. The land had claimed her, and now it was time to pay the price. The forest around them seemed to grow quieter, the wind ceasing its howl, the trees stilling their constant whispering. But in that silence, Sarah could feel the weight of the land's gaze upon them, the earth itself watching, waiting. Liam took a step forward, his voice trembling with fear but steady with determination. "We can't go back, can we? We're already part of it." "No," Sarah whispered, feeling the truth settle deep inside her. "We can't go back. The Halloween has marked us. It has changed us." James stepped beside her, his eyes wide, his lips pressed tight. "What do we do now, Sarah? What happens next?" The Halloween answered, its voice reverberating through the ground and the very air they breathed. "You must surrender yourselves completely. Only then will you understand what you have become. Only then will you know the power you now command." The stones surrounding them pulsed with green light, the runes glowing brighter as the air grew heavy with a supernatural force. Sarah could feel it now, the Halloween pulling at her, seeping into her bones, into her skin. She closed her eyes, trying to focus, trying to grasp what was happening to her. And then she felt it, a sharp, searing pain deep in her chest as though something was being ripped away. Her breath caught in her throat and she gasped, clutching her chest. It was as though a part of her very soul was being torn out, but in the same instant, something else was being replaced. A power, raw and unfiltered, surged through her body. She could feel it spreading, filling the empty spaces left by what had been taken. The same was happening to Liam and James. They stood still, their faces contorted with pain, their bodies shaking as the Halloween claimed them completely. Sarah could hear their ragged breathing, could feel their fear as they, too, gave up a part of themselves to the land. But there was no choice. The forest had demanded it, and now they had to give. "You are now one with the land," the Halloween intoned, its voice echoing through their minds. "You will hear the forest call. You will feel its desires. You will be the forest, and the forest will be you." The pain in Sarah's chest slowly faded, replaced by a strange sense of clarity. Her mind cleared, and she could feel the land in a way she never had before. She could hear the trees speaking to her, no longer whispers in the wind, but voices, alive and aware. She could feel the earth beneath her feet, pulsing with energy, and in the distance she could sense the Halloween's presence, watching, guiding, waiting for them to understand. She opened her eyes, and everything had changed. The forest no longer felt like a place she had stumbled into. It felt like a part of her. The trees, the earth, the wind, it was all connected, all a part of her now. The Halloween had given her its power, and with it she could see the truth. The Halloween was not just a force of nature. It was an ancient consciousness, a living, breathing entity that had existed long before humanity, long before the first footsteps had ever been taken in these woods. And now, Sarah, Liam, and James were part of that consciousness, linked to the land in ways they could never have imagined. Liam looked at her, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. "Sarah, I can feel it. It's inside me. The forest, I can hear it, see it. It's calling me. It's calling all of us," Sarah replied, her voice soft but filled with understanding. "We are part of it now, part of the land. But we have to be careful. The Halloween is not just power, it is a will, and it has desires of its own." James nodded, his eyes distant, almost unfocused. "The forest is alive, Sarah, and it wants us to help it. We've become its vessels, its voices." The air around them grew heavier, the earth beneath their feet trembling slightly, as though the forest itself was reacting to their words. The trees swayed, their branches groaning as if in approval or perhaps in warning. The Halloween was always watching, always listening. And now Sarah realized they were the guardians of this land, the keepers of the Halloween's will. But at what cost? "You are ready," the Halloween's voice resonated in their minds once more, its tone deep and final. "Now the true journey begins. You will walk the path of the Halloween, and in doing so, you will become the forest's protectors. You will defend it, guide it, and carry its power into the world. The land is yours to command. But you must remain vigilant, for the forest is not easily tamed." The weight of the words hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. Sarah could feel the forest stirring around her, the land alive and waiting for them to embrace its power. They had crossed the threshold, there was no going back now. They were part of the Halloween, and the Halloween was part of them. The world had changed. Sarah stood in the center of the stone circle, feeling the pulse of the land beneath her feet as though the earth itself were alive. The Hollowing's power hummed through her veins, an insistent current that filled her every movement, her every thought. It was not just power, it was awareness, a connection to something vast and ancient, stretching out far beyond the boundaries of the forest. The land was no longer just a place. It was an entity, a force, and now Sarah, Liam, and James were its custodians. The air around them seemed to shimmer with an unnatural energy, thick and heavy, pressing against them with the weight of 1,000 years of forgotten secrets. The trees, once mere shadows in the dark, now seemed to watch them, their ancient limbs reaching upward, as if offering themselves as both guardians and guides. Every breath Sarah took was filled with the scent of the earth, rich, damp, and brimming with life, but also with something older, darker. Something that whispered of forgotten rituals and ancient sacrifices. Liam stood at her side, his gaze distant, his hands clenched at his sides as though he were holding on to something invisible. He was still adjusting to the change, the weight of the power now living inside him. She could feel it too, the undercurrent of unease that ran just beneath the surface, the fear of what they had become, and yet, at the same time, the unmistakable pull of the Hollowing, a force they could neither escape nor deny. Sarah, Liam's voice was soft but urgent, his eyes flickering nervously as he looked toward the darkened edge of the clearing. What's happening to us? This isn't just about power anymore. It's something deeper. Something I can't control. I know, Sarah whispered, her voice heavy with the weight of the truth. We gave more than just our power. The Hollowing, it's in us now. All of us. And it doesn't just want us to wield its power. It wants us to be its voice. James, who had been silent up until now, turned slowly, his face expressionless but his eyes dark with something Sarah couldn't quite place. He stepped forward, his gaze focused, almost seeing something she couldn't. It's not just that, James said, his voice low, tinged with an almost hypnotic calm. The forest, it's waking up. I can feel it inside me, inside all of us. The Hollowing has taken root in our souls. And now we must help it grow. We are the new keepers, the guardians of this land. And this land, it's not just trees and soil. It's alive and it has been waiting for us. Sarah's breath caught in her throat, her heartbeat quickening. Alive. The word echoed in her mind like a distant drumbeat, pulsing with truth. The forest had always been more than just a collection of trees and animals. It was conscious, aware, and it had chosen them, had called to them, marked them, and made them its own. The ground beneath them rumbled, a deep, low groan that seemed to come from the very core of the earth itself. It was as though the land was speaking, sending ripples of energy through the stones and into the air. The trees shuddered as though in agreement, their branches creaking as the forest breathed in unison with them. The Hollowing has claimed you, the voice echoed in their minds again, deep and resonant, like a pulse in the very bones of the earth. You are now part of the land. The land is part of you. And now you must learn to guide it, protect it, and feed it. The word sent a chill down Sarah's spine. Feed it. The land, the Hollowing, was hungry, always hungry. And it had claimed them as its vessels, its guardians, its protectors. The price of their sacrifice was far more than they had imagined. What does it mean to feed it? Liam's voice trembled, his fists clenched as if trying to hold back the rising tide of dread. What do we have to give now? The Hollowing's response came, clear and sharp in their minds, its voice a deep rumble of ancient wisdom. The land requires balance, it intoned. It requires both nourishment and sacrifice. You are the bearers of its will, but you must understand, the land thrives on the sacrifices made in its name. And now you must choose, what will you give to the land to sustain its growth? What will you offer to nourish the Hollowing's power? A shiver ran down Sarah's spine, the weight of the decision crashing over her like a tidal wave. The land was alive, yes, but it was predatory as well. It demanded a price for its power, and now they had to determine what that price would be. James stepped forward, his face strangely serene, almost as if he had already accepted the inevitable. We've already given so much, he murmured, almost to himself. But perhaps, this is just the beginning. The Hollowing doesn't just take, it transforms. We've been chosen to help it grow, to help the land reclaim its place in the world. And in doing so, we must feed it. Sarah's mind raced. The Hollowing wanted something from them, something deeper, something darker than they had yet given. But the true nature of that demand, what it would cost, was still unclear. The land had its hunger and she could feel it, gnawing at her, tugging at the deepest corners of her soul. Liam's voice broke the silence. What if we can't feed it enough? What if it takes more than we have left to give? I can already feel it inside me, this emptiness that won't go away. I don't know how much more I can give, how much more any of us can give. Sarah turned to face him, her heart aching with empathy for his fear, his uncertainty. She felt it too, the emptiness that gnawed at her soul, the hunger of the hollowing reaching deep into the fabric of her being. But they had no choice. They were the guardians now, the protectors of the land, its vessels. We have to learn, she said softly, her voice steady despite the fear that clung to her every word. We have to learn what it wants, what it needs, and then we give. We must feed it, guide it, help it grow. Only then will we understand what it means to be truly one with the land. The trees around them seemed to stir, their branches groaning in the wind, the forest alive with energy. The hollowing's voice echoed in their minds once more, but this time, it was not a command. It was an invitation. The land will show you, it whispered. Walk the path and you will learn. The balance of power is delicate, but you are the keepers now. You will guide the land, and you will decide what it feeds upon. A shift occurred in the air, the atmosphere thickening with an unseen force. The path before them, though still a mystery, seemed to open as if the forest itself was ready to show them the way. The journey they had begun was no longer a passive one. They were no longer just victims of the hollowing's will. They were its active agents, its vessels in the world. But what would they feed to the land? What would sustain it, and at what cost to themselves? Sarah felt the weight of the decision pressing down on her. The path ahead would be long, filled with unknown challenges and sacrifices. The hollowing would test them, its hunger would never be fully sated. And yet, the promise of power, of knowledge, and of becoming something greater than themselves loomed on the horizon. They had crossed the threshold and there was no turning back. Now they would learn what it meant to be the hollowing's chosen. They would face the land's desires head-on, and in doing so, they would become more than human, more than guardians. They would become one with the hollowing itself. The forest was alive, and not just in the way they had once believed. The trees towered over them, their twisted branches reaching out as though to cradle them in their ancient, gnarled embrace. The stones of the circle still pulsed with an otherworldly glow, their runes glowing faintly in the growing darkness, and Sarah could feel the hollowing in the very marrow of her bones. It was no longer just a whisper at the back of her mind, it was an ever-present hum, a deep, insistent rhythm that reverberated through her chest with every heartbeat. The land had claimed her, claimed them all, and now it demanded its due. Liam walked ahead of her, his steps slow, deliberate, his eyes fixed on the forest ahead. He seemed more distant now, as if the power inside him was slowly eroding his thoughts, turning him into something else, something other. Sarah could see it in his eyes. The hollowing had taken root deep inside him, and it was changing him in ways he didn't yet understand. His face was pale, but there was a strange calmness to him now, as though he had come to accept the price of the power they had gained. James, too, seemed different. His eyes were dark, almost black now, as though the energy of the land had absorbed the light from within him. He no longer seemed to struggle with the weight of their choices, and there was a certain peace in the way he moved, his body flowing like the wind through the trees. The hollowing had already claimed him fully, and now he seemed to exist with it, his every motion in sync with the rhythm of the forest. But Sarah was still struggling. The power within her thrummed in her veins, and she could feel the pull of the hollowing, the weight of its demands, gnawing at the edges of her consciousness. It wanted more. It needed more. Her hand instinctively brushed the stone at her side, the cool, smooth surface offering some comfort. It was no longer just a stone. It was a portal, a bridge between her and the land. The hollowing had given them this power, but the price was high, and it was only now beginning to become clear. As they walked deeper into the forest, Sarah could feel the trees growing closer, their twisted limbs reaching out like fingers as though testing them, measuring them. The ground beneath their feet seemed to shift with each step, soft and damp, but at times alive, as if the earth was breathing beneath them. It was an unsettling feeling, as though the forest itself was constantly shifting, constantly alive in a way that they had never truly understood. And then they reached the clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a massive ancient tree. Its trunk was gnarled and twisted, the bark rough and cracked, but its branches stretched wide into the sky, spreading out like the arms of some colossal, otherworldly creature. The tree was so vast, so alive, that Sarah felt it in the very pit of her stomach. It was not just a tree, it was a presence, a force, and it seemed to hum with the power of the hollowing itself. The hollowing's voice whispered through her mind again, its tone deeper now, more resonant. "This is the heart of the hollowing," it said, "the source of its power. And now you must make a choice. The land will grow, but it must be fed. The balance must be kept. Will you give all, or will you walk away and let the land fall into shadow? The words echoed in her chest, settling heavily in her bones. She looked up at the massive tree, its branches swaying as if alive with an invisible wind. She could feel the pulse of the hollowing beneath the ground, beneath her very feet. The energy in the air was thick now, the atmosphere heavy with power. Liam and James had stopped as well, their eyes drawn to the tree, their faces set in grim determination. They had already given so much, perhaps too much, but there was no going back now. The hollowing had marked them, and they could feel the weight of that mark, pulling them deeper into its embrace. Liam turned to Sarah, his voice barely a whisper. "What does it mean, Sarah? What does it want from us? I can feel it, can't you? It's like the land is starving." James looked at the tree, his expression unreadable. "The land feeds on us. It needs us to grow, to sustain its power. The hollowing is more than just a forest. It's an ancient consciousness, one that has been waiting for its moment. And we are its vessels." The air seemed to grow colder as the realization settled over them. The hollowing didn't just want power. It wanted sustenance. It wanted them to become part of it, to feed its endless hunger, to give of themselves until there was nothing left but the land itself. Sarah's throat tightened as the truth washed over her. She could feel the land calling to her, pulling at her in ways she couldn't fully understand. It wasn't just asking for their power, it was asking for their essence, their very souls. It needed them to become one with it, to feed it and guide it, to offer themselves to the land until there was nothing left. Are we supposed to give more?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking with the weight of the question. "What does the land need from us?" The hollowing's voice answered, soft but insistent. "The land needs balance, and balance requires sacrifice. You must decide, what will you give to sustain the hollowing's growth? Will you give of yourselves, or will you turn away and let the land fall to ruin?" Sarah's mind raced, her thoughts spinning as she tried to grasp what this meant. What was the price? What would the hollowing ask them to give, and how much of themselves would they have to sacrifice? Liam stepped forward, his voice trembling. "We've already given everything. Our souls, our power. But now it's asking for more. How much more can we give?" The wind picked up, swirling around them as the tree's branches creaked, its roots shifting beneath the earth as though it were alive, listening. Sarah could feel the pulse of the land growing stronger, more insistent. The hollowing was waiting, watching. And then, suddenly, the earth beneath them shifted. The ground cracked, splitting open in front of the ancient tree, revealing a deep, yawning chasm. From the depths of the chasm came a thick, black smoke, swirling and rising into the sky, as though it were some ancient force that had been trapped within the earth for eons, waiting to be released. The smoke coiled upward, dark and foreboding, filling the air with the smell of decay and rot. "The land is hungry," the hollowing whispered, its voice distant but undeniable. "And if you wish to sustain it, you must feed it." The air grew heavy with the weight of the choice before them. The smoke continued to rise, swirling into the air like a dark, living thing. It was the hollowing's hunger, its insatiable need, and Sarah could feel it in her very bones. Her gaze turned back to the massive tree. The hollowing had asked for everything. But could they give more? Could they surrender completely to the land's hunger, or would they risk the collapse of everything they had become? They had walked the path, but now they faced the true cost. The hollowing was no longer a force of nature. It was alive, and it wanted them, needed them, to feed it. But how far would they go? The chasm before them was a thing of nightmare, a deep, dark void in the earth that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The smoke rising from its depths filled the air with a thick, acrid scent, one that burned their lungs and made their skin crawl. It was the smell of decay, of something old and forgotten, something that had been waiting for centuries in the shadows of the land. It was the hunger of the hollowing, and it was waiting for them to decide how much they were willing to give. Sarah's heart thudded in her chest, the sound deafening in her ears. She felt a cold sweat on the back of her neck as the weight of the decision pressed down on her. The hollowing had taken so much from them already. Their power, their souls, their very essence. But now it was asking for more. The land, the forest, the hollowing itself, it demanded sacrifice. And Sarah could feel the sharp edges of that demand gnawing at her soul. Liam's eyes were fixed on the chasm, his face pale and drawn, his lips pressed tight. His breathing was shallow, and Sarah could see the same fear in his eyes that mirrored her own. He too could feel the hollowing's pull, its insatiable hunger. The land was not content. It was not full, it wanted more, and it was up to them to decide whether to feed it. We can't give more, can we?" Liam whispered, his voice trembling. "How much of ourselves can we lose? How much more of us does the land want?" Sarah turned to face him, her eyes searching his face, looking for something, anything, that could give her the strength to make this choice. But there was nothing. Nothing but the same confusion, the same uncertainty that churned in her own chest. "I don't know," she whispered, the words heavy with the weight of the truth. "But we can't stop now. If we turn away, if we refuse, everything we've done, everything we've become will be for nothing. The hollowing won't let us go. It will consume us." James, who had been standing silently at the edge of the clearing, finally spoke. His voice was calm, distant, as if he had already accepted the hollowing's claim on them. "We've already crossed the threshold, Sarah. There's no turning back. If we want to protect the land, if we want to protect the hollowing, we must give." "But what if it's too much?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking with the terror she could no longer hide. "What if we give everything and there's nothing left of us? What happens then?" James' eyes, once filled with uncertainty, were now strangely serene, almost as though he had made his peace with the hollowing's demands. "It doesn't matter, Sarah. It's not about what we lose. It's about what we become. The land doesn't just need us, it chooses us. It's given us its power, and now we must nourish it. We are part of the hollowing now, and it will never be satisfied until we surrender all of ourselves to it." The word struck Sarah like a physical blow. The hollowing didn't just want their power, it wanted their lives, their very souls. And in giving that, they would be lost to the world. They would become part of the land, part of the hollowing, bound to it forever. The air grew heavier as the smoke from the chasm swirled around them, creeping into their lungs and filling their minds with visions. Sarah could see it. The land, the hollowing, stretching far beyond the forest, beyond the trees and stones, reaching into the earth, into the very bones of the world. The forest wasn't just a place. It was alive, a consciousness that had existed long before humanity had walked the earth, and it would continue to live long after they were gone. The hollowing's voice whispered through the air once again, its presence overwhelming, filling every corner of Sarah's mind, sinking into her thoughts like a dark seed. "You are the guardians of the land. You have chosen to walk the path. But now the price must be paid. The hollowing demands its due. Will you feed it?" The question hung in the air, pressing down on them like a weight, suffocating them with its gravity. Sarah could feel the land's hunger, gnawing at her insides, urging her to give, to feed the forest with everything she had left. "I don't know if I can do this," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know if I can give it everything." James stepped forward, his face calm, his eyes dark with the weight of their shared burden. "It's not about whether we can. It's about whether we will. The hollowing is not just a force of nature. It is alive. And it will not let us go. Not unless we give. We are the vessels. We must feed it." Liam turned away, his fists clenched at his sides. "But at what cost? At what point do we lose ourselves? We've already given so much, and now it wants more. How much can we sacrifice before there's nothing left of us?" Sarah didn't have an answer. She could feel the hollowing pressing in on her, pulling at her, calling her to surrender. And deep down she knew the truth. The hollowing would never be satisfied until it had consumed every part of them. And when it had finished with them, when they had given everything, they would be lost. Lost to the forest, lost to the land, bound to the hollowing forever. The smoke from the chasm thickened, swirling into the air like a living creature. It was alive, and it wanted them to make the choice. They had crossed the threshold, and now there was no turning back. The hollowing had claimed them, and it was time to pay the price. Sarah closed her eyes, feeling the pressure in her chest, the weight of the land's demands crushing her. The power, the knowledge, the connection to the land, they were all a part of her now, and she could not escape it. The hollowing had given her everything it had promised, but it required a price. And the price was everything. The air grew colder as the shadows deepened around them. The wind picked up, howling through the trees as though the forest itself was preparing for what was to come. The hollowing's presence filled the air, its voice swirling around them like a dark cloud. "Feed me," it whispered. "Feed me, and I will make you one with the land. I will grant you power beyond your understanding. But refuse me and you will be lost. Forever." Sarah's heart raced, her pulse quickening with every breath. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her, could feel the land reaching for her, demanding that she give, that she surrender. She opened her eyes and looked at Liam and James. They too were standing at the edge of the chasm, their eyes filled with fear but also with resolve. The hollowing had taken hold of them all. They had no choice. "Let's feed it," Sarah said, her voice trembling with the enormity of the decision. "We've already given so much. Now we give everything." With those words, they stepped forward, closer to the chasm, closer to the heart of the hollowing. The land was hungry, and they had come to feed it. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the chasm before them widening as though the earth itself were yawning to receive them. A deep, groaning sound emanated from the abyss, an unnatural noise that sent shivers up Sarah's spine. It was the voice of the hollowing, no longer just a whisper in the back of their minds, but a loud, insistent call. It wanted them, needed them to feed it, to give it everything they had left. Sarah could feel the weight of the decision settling heavily on her chest. The land had taken so much from them already, their power, their essence, their very souls. But now it wanted more. And the more they gave, the less they would be. There would be no turning back. Whatever was left of their humanity, whatever was left of their individuality, would be consumed by the hollowing. They would become one with the land, its guardians, its vessels, its very life force. The air around them thickened, swirling with dark energy. The smoke from the chasm curled up toward the sky, darkening the atmosphere as it twisted and writhed like a living thing. The ground seemed to pulse beneath them, the earth alive with hunger, as though it was waiting, anticipating their choice. Sarah's heart beat faster, but it was not just fear that gripped her, it was desire too. The power of the hollowing, the overwhelming connection to the land, was intoxicating. It seeped into her, pulling at the deepest parts of her being, urging her to give more, to let go, to surrender fully. She could feel it, feel the land reaching out to claim her, feel the earth beneath her feet stretching to envelope her. Liam stood beside her, his expression pale, but his eyes sharp with an unsettling clarity. There was a sense of resolve in him now, like he had already come to terms with the sacrifice they were about to make. The hollowing had taken everything, but it was not enough. It never would be. It would always demand more. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," Liam said, his voice strained but his gaze steady. "But I know we have no choice. We've come too far. We've given too much." James stepped forward, his face unreadable, his steps slow and measured. He had already embraced the hollowing fully. There was no fear left in him, only acceptance. He had surrendered to the land's will, and now he was its instrument. He was the vessel through which the hollowing would manifest. "None of us are ready," James said softly, his voice distant, as though it were coming from the deep recesses of his mind. "But we must do this. We've been chosen. The land doesn't care if we're ready. It only cares if we give, if we feed it." Sarah's mind raced as she turned her gaze back to the chasm. The darkness within it seemed to pulse with a life of its own, calling to her, pulling her in. She could feel it, feel the hollowing's insatiable hunger, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. It was no longer just a force of nature. It was alive, aware, and it wanted them to become part of it. To feed it, to sustain it, and in return, it would give them power, knowledge, and the promise of eternal connection to the land. But at what cost? "Are we ready to give everything?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. The question lingered in the air like a breath held too long, heavy with meaning. She wasn't sure if the answer mattered anymore. The hollowing had already claimed them, already bound them to the land in ways they couldn't begin to understand. Liam's voice broke the silence, his tone quiet but certain. "If we don't give, it will consume us. It will claim us, body and soul. The land has taken everything from us already, and now it asks for more. If we don't give it, if we refuse, it will be the end of us, and the end of everything we've become." Sarah turned to face him, her heart heavy with the weight of his words. The hollowing wasn't just a force. It was a presence, an ancient consciousness that had lived long before them and would continue long after. It had chosen them, and now it was time for them to pay the price. "I'm ready," Sarah said, her voice shaking but resolute. She stepped forward, closer to the chasm, closer to the heart of the hollowing. It was no longer about fighting the land, about trying to reclaim their humanity. They had crossed that line long ago. Now they had to feed the land, to give themselves completely or risk being consumed by it. The smoke from the chasm swirled around them, dark and thick, coiling around their bodies as if the hollowing itself were wrapping them in its embrace. Sarah could feel the weight of the land's hunger growing stronger, the pull of the earth beneath her feet deepening. It was as though the forest itself was breathing with them, waiting for them to make the final sacrifice. The hollowing's voice echoed through the air again, deeper this time, more powerful, as if it had been waiting for this moment. "You have walked the path, and now the price must be paid. The land demands its due. You must feed me, and in return, you will become one with the earth. Your essence will be mine, and the hollowing will grow. The balance will be maintained." The air thickened, the world around them growing hazy as if they were no longer fully in the physical world. Sarah could feel the energy in the atmosphere rising, the pressure building, as though the very earth were pulling at them, urging them to surrender fully. And in that moment, she realized that this wasn't just a choice, it was an inevitability. They had already given so much, and now there was nothing left but the final step. As Sarah stepped forward, she felt the land reach for her, the earth sinking beneath her feet as the Hollowing's presence enveloped her, seeping into her skin, her veins, her very soul. It was cold, icy at first, but then it spread, filling her with warmth, with power. The Hollowing's power. She could feel the trees around her, feel the pulse of the land beneath her, feel the very life of the forest. It was all connected, all alive, and she was a part of it now. Part of the Hollowing. She looked to Liam and James. They were stepping forward too, their faces drawn with the same mixture of fear and acceptance. They had all made the same choice, and now they would pay the same price. The earth beneath them seemed to split open, the chasm widening further, as if the land were preparing to take them into its depths. The smoke rose higher, swirling around them like a storm, wrapping them in a cocoon of darkness and power. The Hollowing was ready to claim them, ready to consume them. "You are mine," the Hollowing whispered in their minds, its voice deep and resonant, filled with power. "You have given everything. Now you will become one with me. You will feed me, and I will give you everything in return. But remember this, once you have surrendered, there is no going back." Sarah's body trembled as she felt the land consume her, felt her very essence being drawn into the earth, into the Hollowing's infinite hunger. Her breath caught in her throat as the power surged through her, filling her with energy, with strength. But at the same time, she felt herself dissolving into it, becoming part of the land, part of the Hollowing's will. And in that moment she understood. She understood the cost of power, the price of connection to the land. The Hollowing would never truly release them. They had given everything, and in return they had become the forest, its guardians, its vessels, its very heart. The world around Sarah, Liam, and James seemed to blur, the lines between reality and the Hollowing dissolving into a hazy, indistinct fog. Time itself seemed to slow, each second stretching out longer than the last as they felt their bodies and souls merge with the land. The earth beneath their feet felt as though it were reaching up, claiming them, pulling them into its depths. The world no longer belonged to them. They were part of the world now, part of the Hollowing. Sarah's body trembled with the force of the transformation. She could feel the Hollowing's power coursing through her veins, thick and heavy like molten metal. It was overwhelming, alive, vibrant, and insatiable, a constant thrum in her chest that made her feel both infinite and entirely small. She could sense the forest around her, the trees, the ground, the wind. Everything was alive, connected, and she was a part of it. She could hear the Hollowing's voice in her mind, echoing like a deep, resonant hum. "You are mine now," it whispered, the words deep and endless, like the dark roots of the forest stretching out beneath them. "The land is yours, and you are the land. You will nourish me, and I will sustain you. You are the keepers of the Hollowing. The balance will be upheld, and the forest will thrive as long as you continue to give." The words were no longer just a voice. They were a presence, like a shadow that filled her entire being. It was not merely an echo in her mind, but a constant, pulsing awareness that she could not escape. It was the land, alive and awake, breathing with her. It was both comforting and suffocating, an unshakable weight that pressed down on her thoughts. She could feel the other two beside her. Liam, his face pale but eyes burning with a strange, feverish intensity, and James, whose features had taken on an almost ethereal quality. They were with her, each of them bound to the Hollowing in ways they could no longer comprehend. Liam was the first to speak, his voice low and full of wonder, but with a certain unease. It's like I can feel everything. The trees, the earth, it's all alive. It's more than I imagined. But there's this emptiness. It's like I'm becoming part of it, but I'm losing myself in the process." James didn't answer immediately. He seemed lost in the sensations, his face expressionless, his eyes distant as though he were seeing something only he could understand. The Hollowing had taken him completely, and now, it seemed to have erased the last vestiges of the man he once was. "Everything is connected," James said finally, his voice quiet, almost detached. "The land, it speaks. I hear it in the rustling of the leaves, in the wind through the branches. It calls to me, and I am one with it now. I was once a part of the world, but now I am the world." Sarah looked at him, her heart heavy with a mixture of fear and awe. She could see it in his eyes now, the emptiness, the hollowed-out look of someone who had become something other than human, someone who had given everything to the Hollowing. The truth was undeniable now. They had crossed the line, and there was no going back. She felt a pull, an insistent tug in her chest, deeper than anything she had ever known. It was the Hollowing calling to her, and it was growing stronger by the second. Its hunger was infinite, an endless void that could never be filled. It demanded their sacrifice, and now that they had surrendered to it, it would take from them constantly, never letting go. The Hollowing's voice echoed once more, reverberating through their very souls. You are the keepers of the land. You are my guardians. As I grow, so must you. You will feed me, and in return you will become a part of me. Together we will shape the future of the forest. The promise echoed in the air, chilling Sarah to the core. It wasn't just power the Hollowing wanted, it was a union, a merging of souls, a complete dissolution of everything that had once been human. Their lives, their past, their memories, they were all being swallowed up bit by the land. And in that moment, Sarah understood what it meant to be one with the Hollowing. To feed it, to sustain it, was to surrender, not just their power but their very selves. They had given the Hollowing their essence, their souls. They had become vessels for its insatiable hunger. And now there was nothing left but the relentless pull of the land. She reached out instinctively, her hand brushing the rough bark of the tree beside her. The connection was instant, overwhelming, as if she were touching the heart of the forest itself. The Hollowing surged within her, filling every fiber of her being with its energy. It was alive, and it was using her. Using them all. We are becoming it, Sarah murmured, her voice distant, hollow. I can feel it. The Hollowing is inside of me. It's in my veins. Liam looked at her, his expression grim, his hands clenched at his sides. We've lost ourselves, haven't we? There's no way to go back now. The Hollowing has taken us. James stepped forward, his gaze locked on the vast expanse of trees before them, as though seeing a world that no longer made sense. We've always been part of it, Sarah. We've just never known it. The Hollowing is not just a forest. It is the land, the earth, the very soul of the world. And now we are its part. The ground beneath them seemed to shift, the roots of the ancient trees stretching deeper into the earth, wrapping around their legs like living tendrils. Sarah gasped as she felt her body sink deeper into the earth, as though the Hollowing itself were pulling her into the soil, into the roots of the trees, into the heart of the land. It wasn't just the land that was alive, it was the Hollowing itself. And as the power surged through her, she understood. This was its nature. The land was a never-ending cycle of death and rebirth, of feeding and consuming. The Hollowing was a parasite, a force that would continue to consume everything in its path, and in turn, it would feed and grow. But it would never be satisfied. The land's hunger would always remain. Sarah gasped as she felt herself being drawn deeper into the earth, her body and soul merging with the land's endless power. It was too much, too overwhelming. Her mind began to splinter, pieces of her humanity breaking away as she was consumed by the Hollowing. There was no turning back now. She was part of the land, part of the Hollowing's insatiable hunger. And yet, beneath all of it, she could still feel the faintest flicker of something that felt like her. A part of herself that refused to be entirely swallowed up by the Hollowing's call. She wasn't sure what it was. Was it hope? Regret? Fear? Or was it simply the last remnants of her humanity? Whatever it was fading. Slowly, inevitably. The Hollowing was taking everything. And soon there would be nothing left. The Hollowing's grasp was absolute. Sarah's mind felt stretched to its breaking point as she sank deeper into the land's power. The soil beneath her feet was no longer solid, but fluid, a shifting, ever-changing mass of energy that thrummed with the rhythm of the earth itself. The forest's pulse was her pulse, the air that brushed against her skin was the land's breath, and the trees, they were more than just trees. They were living memories, ancient and eternal, their roots reaching so deep into the earth that Sarah could feel them in her bones. But it was no longer just the land she felt. The Hollowing was inside her, a force so vast and all-encompassing that it threatened to overwhelm her sense of self. Every thought, every breath, was suffused with its presence. She could hear its voice in her mind, not as a whisper anymore, but as a chorus, a cacophony of deep, resonant tones that spoke in unison with the very fabric of the world. It was alive, and it was no longer asking for her, but demanding her, demanding them all. You are the Hollowing, it whispered, its voice like the creak of ancient trees. You are its guardians. You will feed it, sustain it, and in return you will become it. Your memories, your essence will merge with the land. There will be no separation, no difference between the earth and you. You are its breath. You are its heartbeat. Sarah's mind reeled. She could feel the hunger, the insatiable need that pulsed through the land. It was a deep, cavernous thing, vast beyond understanding. There was no satisfying it, only feeding it. The Hollowing was not content to simply exist. It expanded, ever growing, pulling more from those who had chosen to become part of it. And with each sacrifice, with each offering, the land shifted, changed, becoming something even more incomprehensible. Sarah's body felt as though it were made of the same shifting, fluid energy that surrounded her. And yet, somewhere deep inside, there was still something that fought against the land's power, something that refused to let go completely. But it was fading fast. She glanced at Liam, her eyes wide with the terror of what was happening to them. He was beside her, his form partially dissolving into the land, as though the earth itself was swallowing him whole. His eyes, those sharp, intelligent eyes that had once been full of defiance and resolve, were now hollow, dark pits. His skin was beginning to take on a faint greenish hue, as though the earth was bleeding into him, becoming one with his flesh. "Sarah?" Liam's voice was strained, barely a whisper, but there was a tremor in it. "I can feel it, everything is changing. I can't tell where the forest ends and I begin. It's all one. The hollowing is in me. Well, I'm not me anymore." His words hung in the air like the scent of decay, a bitter reminder of what they were becoming. They had crossed a threshold, and now they were irrevocably bound to the land, the hollowing. There was no turning back. James, standing at the edge of the clearing, didn't seem to hear them. He was lost in the flow of energy around him, his body swaying as though he were submerged in a current, moving in perfect harmony with the land. His face was expressionless, and his eyes, once a bright human shade of blue, were now black, reflecting the infinite void of the hollowing. It was as though he had already given in, surrendered completely to the land's demands. He was no longer himself. He was a part of something much larger, something beyond comprehension. He spoke, his voice distant, ethereal. "The hollowing is endless. It is infinite. It is not bound by time or space. It consumes and grows, devours and thrives. And we are its caretakers, its vessels. We are no longer separate from it. We are the earth, the wind, the trees. We are the shadow beneath the leaves." The words rang in Sarah's ears like a death knell, and she could feel her mind straining against the pull of the hollowing. There was a part of her, deep within, that wanted to scream, to fight, to hold on to the remnants of her humanity. But it was slipping away. The hollowing was claiming her, bit by bit, until there was nothing left but the land and the ever-present hunger. But still there was something that resisted. It was a small flicker of hope, a shred of defiance buried deep within her. She could feel it, a flicker of her former self, struggling to keep the darkness at bay. It was the last fragment of her identity, and it was beginning to fight back. She reached out, her hand trembling, and touched the tree beside her. The bark was rough beneath her fingers, and yet she could feel the pulse of the hollowing through it, as though the tree itself were alive with the energy of the land. She could feel its whispers in the wind, its ancient knowledge seeping into her. The tree was part of her now. She was part of it. Her mind spun, images flashing through her thoughts. She saw the forest, vast and endless, its dark depths stretching beyond the horizon. She saw the hollowing, an endless, swirling vortex of power, its tendrils reaching deep into the earth, pulling everything into its maw. She could feel the land's hunger, and it was overwhelming. Wanted everything. Wanted them. Liam's voice broke through her thoughts, raw with desperation. "Sarah, please. Please tell me you're still there. Tell me you're still you. I can't feel it anymore. I can't feel myself." The pain in his voice echoed through her, a reminder of what they had lost. And in that moment, Sarah realized the truth. She had lost herself too. The hollowing had claimed them, one piece at a time, and now there was nothing left but the power of the land, the infinite hunger that drove it forward. But she couldn't give in, not yet. The flicker inside her was still there, and for the first time she understood its nature. It was a memory, a reflection of who she had been, and it was all that remained of her. She wasn't sure how long it would last, but it was enough to push back against the hollowing, to fight for the last remnants of her humanity. It wasn't just her that needed to survive. It was them all. They had to find a way out, before the hollowing consumed them completely. She turned to Liam and James, the words choking her throat as she tried to form a plan. But the hollowing's presence was too overwhelming, too suffocating. They were becoming part of it, and soon they would have no say in their fate. Still, Sarah clung to that last sliver of hope. There was still time to find a way to resist. There had to be. The air around Sarah thickened with tension, a pressure that gnawed at her, urging her to submit, to give in. She could feel the hollowing's power pulsing within her like an unholy heartbeat, each thrum a reminder of what she had become. And yet, deep within, that flicker of resistance remained, a fragile ember barely clinging to life, but it was there. It was her, the last piece of herself she had managed to hold on to. She turned to look at Liam, whose body was slowly sinking into the earth, as though the soil itself were swallowing him whole. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear and desperation, and for the first time, Sarah saw something other than resignation in his expression, something human. It was a cry for help, silent but deafening, a plea that resonated deep within her. "Sarah," Liam whispered, his voice shaking, barely audible over the whispering winds of the hollowing. "Please, I can feel it. I'm losing myself. I don't want to be part of this anymore." Sarah's heart twisted in her chest, her own fear mirroring his. The hollowing had taken everything from them, everything, but still, there was that small part of her that refused to be consumed entirely. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about resisting. She couldn't let them fall completely. Not like this. Not without a fight. She reached out for him, her hand trembling as she grasped his arm, feeling the cold, damp earth beneath her fingertips. The soil shifted as though the land itself were pulling away from her, tugging her toward the depths of the chasm that had opened in the ground. But she clung to him, her will fighting back against the pull of the land. "Liam," she said, her voice hoarse with the effort. "We can't let it take us. We're still us. We have to remember who we were. We have to fight." Liam's gaze locked with hers, and for a brief moment, he seemed to see her, to see the flicker of defiance in her eyes. But then, just as quickly, the darkness crept back in, clouding his expression with the same emptiness she had seen in James. It was too strong. The hollowing was too overwhelming. The land was taking them piece by piece. But still, Sarah refused to let go. She had seen what happened to James. She had seen how the hollowing had consumed him, how it had changed him. He no longer looked human. He had become something else, something that was neither living nor dead, neither man nor earth. His body was no longer his own. It was a vessel for the hollowing, a vessel that had lost all sense of self. Sarah couldn't, no wouldn't, let that happen to Liam. "Listen to me," she said, her voice fierce now, despite the overwhelming weight of the hollowing pressing down on them. "The hollowing is consuming us, but it's not all-powerful. It can't take everything unless we give it. We can resist. We can find a way out of this." But as she spoke the words, doubt crept into her mind. Could they truly resist? Was there any hope left, or was it already too late? The hollowing had taken their souls, their identities, their memories. What remained of them was becoming more and more entwined with the land, with the very fabric of the hollowing itself. And yet, in the pit of her stomach, there was something, a tiny, flickering hope, that refused to be extinguished. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the clearing, and the ground beneath their feet trembled once again. The hollowing's presence surged, stronger than ever, and for a moment, Sarah thought she could hear it. Its voice, a deep, booming echo that reverberated through the earth itself. "You cannot escape me," it thundered, its voice like the roar of 1,000 storms. "I am the earth. I am the sky. I am the life that flows through the trees, the wind that whispers through the leaves. You are mine as I am yours. There is no escaping what you have become." The word struck her like a physical blow, pushing her to her knees as the weight of the hollowing's power pressed down on her. She gasped for air, her breath coming in short, shallow bursts, as though the very atmosphere were suffocating her. The hollowing wasn't just a force, it was a presence, a living, breathing entity that had wrapped itself around their minds, their souls, and their bodies. But still, Sarah fought. She had to fight. She had to hold on to what remained of herself. As she knelt on the ground, the earth trembling beneath her, a strange thought occurred to her. The hollowing didn't just take, gave to. The power it had bestowed upon them, the abilities they had gained since stepping into this cursed forest, were not entirely its own. They were part of them now, part of their bond to the land. And perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way to use that bond to break free. She closed her eyes, focusing on the thread of connection between herself and the land. She could feel it, the pulse of the hollowing, the energy that flowed through the trees, through the soil, through the very air they breathed. It was both a gift and a curse. And in that moment, Sarah realized that the hollowing's hunger wasn't just physical. It fed on their will, their desire, their fear. It thrived on their surrender. But what if they stopped surrendering? What if they fought back? Her heart pounded as she reached deep within herself, reaching for that sliver of her humanity that still clung to life. She could feel it, like a flicker of light in the darkest of caves. A small, fragile thing, but still alive. Her fingers twitched, and she grasped onto that feeling with everything she had. "I won't let you take me," she whispered, her voice hoarse but filled with a newfound strength. "I won't give in. Not completely. Not yet. Her words were like a spark in the darkness, a defiance that rippled through the Hollowing's presence, disrupting the flow of power for just a moment. Sarah felt it, the change in the air, the crackle of energy as if the world itself were hesitating. The land, the Hollowing, it noticed her resistance. For the first time since they had arrived, she felt the Hollowing's grip loosen, just the slightest bit. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. Liam's voice, weak but filled with the same fragile hope, broke through her concentration. Sarah, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can fight it anymore. You can, she said firmly, her grip tightening on his arm. We all can. We just have to hold on. We can resist the Hollowing. We can find a way to separate ourselves from it. James, still lost to the land's pull, turned his gaze toward them, his eyes empty but filled with a strange sadness. You cannot separate yourself from the Hollowing, he said softly. It is too late for that. But Sarah didn't listen. She couldn't. The flicker of hope inside her was too strong. It was all she had left. The battle was just beginning. The forest had grown silent. The constant hum of the Hollowing, which had once filled the air with an omnipresent dread, now seemed to recede, only to return in staccato bursts, like the breath of a sleeping beast. The land seemed to breathe with them, the trees standing like silent sentinels, their gnarled roots reaching deep into the earth, drawing from the same source that had claimed them all. The power of the Hollowing was everywhere, but now Sarah could sense something more, an undercurrent, a subtle shift in the very fabric of the land. It was as though the Hollowing was aware of their resistance. It had taken their souls, their minds, but they were fighting back. Sarah's breath came in shallow, strained gasps as she struggled to keep her focus. Her hand still clung to Liam's arm, the warmth of his skin now a faint memory. The Hollowing had already started to change him, his body and soul beginning to dissolve into the land, to merge with the very essence of the forest. But there was a part of him still there, flickering, weak but still alive. She could feel his fear, a cold, gnawing fear that seemed to seep from his very pores. Sarah, he whispered again, his voice cracking, desperate. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. The words tore at her heart. She wanted to fix this, to pull him out of the grip of the Hollowing, but she knew it wasn't that simple. The more they resisted, the more the Hollowing fought back. It wasn't just a physical force, it was an assault on their very sense of self. It was devouring their identities, their thoughts, piece by piece. But Sarah's resolve was unwavering. She could feel it, the flicker inside her, the part of her that still was. And she wasn't about to lose it. You can, Liam, she said, her voice low but firm. We have to stay together. The Hollowing is feeding on our fear. We have to stop giving it power. We have to resist together. Liam looked at her, his eyes hollow with despair, but for a brief moment, there was a spark of recognition. The smallest glimmer of hope. He was still there, he could still fight. The ground beneath them shifted again, more violently this time, and Sarah felt the earth's pulse quicken. It was as if the Hollowing had taken notice of their resistance, and it was responding in kind. The soil quivered, roots erupted from the earth, snaking through the ground like serpents, their sharp, jagged ends reaching toward the three of them with a hunger that matched the land itself. Sarah gritted her teeth and pulled Liam closer. We can't let it take us. Not now. But James, standing a few paces ahead, was already fully consumed by the Hollowing. His once human features were now twisted, his eyes black as night, his body nearly indistinguishable from the forest around him. He was no longer the man Sarah had known. He was a vessel, a servant of the Hollowing. You cannot resist, James said softly, his voice a strange blend of sorrow and cold certainty. It is in you now. The land is you. You are its. There is no fighting it. You will become me. We all will. His words were the final blow, a reminder of what they were up against. The Hollowing was not just a force to be resisted. It was an inevitable truth. It was ancient, timeless, and powerful beyond measure. They were small in comparison. They were fleeting sparks, insignificant in the face of the land's infinite hunger. But Sarah wouldn't surrender. Not yet. The ground beneath them seemed to groan with the weight of the Hollowing, its power pressing down on them like a suffocating blanket. The trees around them swayed, their branches creaking under the strain. And yet, Sarah felt something, a flicker of power, of life, rise within her. It was as if the land itself was responding to her defiance. Sarah, what are you doing? Liam asked, his voice urgent, but Sarah's focus was unwavering. She could feel the land's hunger, but more than that, she could feel something else. A deep, primal energy, ancient and untapped. It was the force of life itself, buried deep beneath the earth, waiting for someone strong enough to reach it. Sarah closed her eyes, reaching down into herself, deep into the pulse of the land. It was there, the heartbeat of the hollowing, not as a singular entity but as a network, a vast, interconnected web of power. The trees, the soil, the very air, all of it was part of this living, breathing entity. But she wasn't just part of it. She was connected to it. She could feel it pulsing through her veins like a second heartbeat. And for the first time she understood, the hollowing was not all-powerful. It was a force, a vast and ancient energy, but it wasn't invincible. It fed on its victims, yes, but it also depended on them, on their will, on their submission. It was a parasite, and without its vessels it would die. Sarah opened her eyes, her heart pounding with a new understanding. The hollowing had taken their identities, their memories, their very souls, but it hadn't taken their will. The part of them that could choose, the part of them that could resist, was still intact. She turned to Liam, her voice fierce. Liam, listen to me. The hollowing is feeding on our fear, our doubt. It's taking our will, but we can fight it. We still have the power to choose. We can choose not to surrender. Liam's eyes locked with hers, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. The earth around them trembled again, the hollowing responding to their defiance, but this time it felt different. The land wasn't consuming them. It was reacting to them. It was as if their resistance had injected a crack into the hollowing's perfect, unyielding facade. Liam took a deep, shaky breath, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he nodded. I can feel it. The connection. It's still there. It's trying to pull me back in, but... His voice faltered, but he held his ground. I'm not going to let it take me. Not now. Sarah's heart surged with a renewed hope. They weren't alone in this. They still had each other. They still had the will to fight. Together they could push back. James? Sarah called out, but James didn't respond. He was already too far gone. He had fully merged with the land, become part of the hollowing's endless hunger. But they didn't need him. They had each other. And with each breath, with each heartbeat, they could feel the strength of their resistance growing. The land groaned beneath them, the hollowing's presence darkening the skies. The trees around them creaked and groaned, their roots twisting violently as if the land were angry at their defiance. But Sarah could feel it, the hollowing was struggling. It wasn't used to being challenged. And the more they resisted, the more they fed the power within themselves. With a forceful shout, Sarah focused all her energy on that flicker of will within her. She reached deep into the earth, her fingers stretching toward the roots beneath her, reaching for the heart of the hollowing itself. The moment her fingers brushed against it, a surge of power jolted through her, strong, overwhelming, and pure. And she pulled. The ground trembled violently as if the earth were breaking apart. The hollowing screamed, loud, primal, like the roar of 1,000 storms. Sarah's vision blurred with the intensity of the power rushing through her, but she held on, her mind focused on one thing, reclaiming herself. We are more than this, she shouted, her voice reverberating through the air. The land shuddered, its grip on them weakening. For the first time, she felt the hollowing's power falter, as if it were losing its hold. Liam stepped closer, his voice firm but filled with uncertainty. Sarah, what's happening? What's happening to the land? The hollowing's power still surged, but now it seemed to be shifting, rippling, as though it were no longer an all-consuming force, but something mutable, something that could be challenged. I don't know, Sarah whispered, her heart pounding, but I think we're breaking it. We're not just feeding it anymore. We're changing it. The land's hunger can't exist without our fear. It's only alive because we feed it. But we don't have to. We can stop. The hollowing had begun to unravel. For the first time since they had entered this cursed forest, Sarah could feel the power of the land retreating, fading as though it were being pulled back, like a veil being lifted from their eyes. The land no longer pressed in on them, suffocating their thoughts and hearts with its insatiable hunger. There was space now, room to breathe, to think. But with that space came the most terrifying realization. The hollowing was not just a place, a forest, or a force. It was an entity. And the more they resisted, the more they challenged it, the more it fought back. The trees around them groaned, their roots shifting violently beneath the ground. The sky above had grown darker, the clouds swirling in unnatural patterns, as if the world itself was being torn apart. The hollowing was angry, and it wasn't going to let them go without exacting its toll. Sarah stood in the center of the clearing, her heart hammering in her chest, her body trembling with the weight of the power she had drawn from the land. The earth beneath her feet vibrated with the energy of the hollowing, but it no longer felt oppressive. It was contained by their will. We're doing it, Liam whispered from beside her, his voice filled with disbelief. He was standing tall now, his eyes no longer the hollow, soulless pits they had been. He was himself again, still connected to the land but no longer bound by it. The hollowing's grip had loosened on him, and he had reclaimed his identity. His voice, though strained, was filled with hope. "Sarah, we're actually—" "Don't speak too soon," Sarah interrupted, her tone sharp. The hollowing had been silent for a moment, but she could feel its fury bubbling beneath the surface. It wasn't going to let them go that easily. The land had become too accustomed to feeding on them, and now that they were no longer offering themselves willingly, the hollowing would try to take what it wanted by force. But they had one advantage, the will to resist. "We have to cut the connection," Sarah said, her voice filled with urgency. "We have to sever the tie between us and the hollowing. If we leave it open, it will just keep pulling us back in. We have to stop feeding it." Liam nodded, his face set in grim determination. "How do we do that? How do we cut the connection?" "I'm not sure," Sarah said, swallowing hard. Her mind raced, but the answer came to her with a strange clarity, as though the land itself were whispering the truth into her ear. "We have to reach the core of it, the heart of the hollowing. The source. If we sever the root, the rest of it will collapse. But we need to get there before it reclaims us." James, if he could still be called James, had remained silent throughout this exchange, his eyes dark and empty. His form stood in the shadows, the faintest trace of his humanity still clinging to the edges of his being, but he was no longer a man. He was part of the hollowing now, part of its endless hunger. He wasn't going to help them. In fact, he might try to stop them. "James?" Sarah called out softly, though she didn't expect a response. "Please, you have to remember, you're still in there. Fight back. Help us." There was no reply. Liam's gaze shifted to James, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features. "He's gone, Sarah. There's no bringing him back. He's become one with it." Sarah's heart broke as she looked at James, or what remained of him. There was no humanity left in him. No trace of the man who had once been their friend. He was lost to the hollowing just as they had nearly been. A deafening rumble shook the ground, and the trees around them bent under the weight of an invisible force, their branches cracking and groaning as though they too were being torn apart. The hollowing had sensed their resolve. It was responding to their defiance, but it wasn't retreating, it was raging. The very air thickened with power, the storm above them growing stronger, darker, and more violent with every passing second. "We don't have much time," Sarah said, her voice grim. "The longer we stay connected to the hollowing, the more it will try to reclaim us. We need to cut the connection now, before it's too late." They had come so far. They had resisted, fought against the hollowing's pull, and now they were on the verge of severing its hold on them for good. But in that moment, Sarah knew that they weren't just fighting for themselves. They were fighting for something greater. They were fighting to free the land, to end the curse that had plagued this forest for centuries. She took a deep breath, reaching into herself, into the very core of the hollowing that had once consumed her. She could feel it, the land, the trees, the roots stretching beneath her, and the powerful, insatiable hunger that had driven the hollowing for so long. But now there was something else, a thread of life, pure and untapped. The power of the land was not inherently evil. It was simply a force of nature, a force that had been twisted and warped by the insatiable hunger that had taken root within it. They could stop it. They could free it. Sarah extended her hands, and with a single, focused thought, she reached for that thread of life. She could feel the pulsing energy within her fingertips as the earth responded, the roots trembling beneath her. But the hollowing fought back, pulling against her, trying to maintain its hold. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice fierce. "We're not feeding you anymore." With a single, final push, Sarah yanked at the thread, severing it with all the strength she had left. A brilliant flash of light exploded from the center of the clearing, bright and blinding, filling the air with a crackling, electric hum. The ground beneath them split open, and the air seemed to ripple as though the very fabric of reality was tearing apart. The hollowing screamed, a deafening primal sound that echoed through the trees, through the earth, through the sky. It was a cry of rage, of pain, of loss. The hollowing was no more. The world seemed to stand still. The trees stopped moving, their branches freezing in place. The storm above them began to dissipate, the swirling clouds parting like a curtain being drawn back to reveal a star-filled sky. The oppressive weight of the hollowing was gone, replaced by an eerie calm, as if the land were taking a deep, shuddering breath. Sarah collapsed to her knees, her body shaking with exhaustion, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The land beneath her felt different now, lighter, freer. The hollowing was no longer a part of it. It was gone, severed from the earth itself. And with it, the curse that had plagued the forest for centuries was finally broken. Liam fell to his knees beside her, his face pale but filled with a quiet relief. "It's over," he whispered. "It's really over." Sarah looked up at the night sky, the stars twinkling overhead like distant promises. The world felt new, clean, untainted. They had done it. They had survived. But even as she allowed herself a moment of peace, she couldn't help but think of James, of what had happened to him. He was gone, swallowed by the hollowing, lost to its hunger. The price of their survival had been high, but they had won. And for the first time since they had stepped into this cursed forest, Sarah felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders. The hollowing was gone. The forest was free. Epilogue. The days that followed were a time of healing. The forest, though scarred, slowly began to recover. The trees, once twisted and gnarled, regained their vitality, and the earth seemed to breathe with a new, quiet energy. The storm clouds that had hung over the forest for so long dissipated, leaving only clear skies behind. Sarah and Liam left the forest, but they knew that the hollowing's grip had been severed for good. The land was no longer a place of fear and hunger. It was a place of renewal. And though they had lost so much, James, their innocence, their past, they had gained something far more precious, the will to survive. And in that will, they had freed not only themselves but the very land that had once trapped them. The hollowing had been defeated, and the forest at last could begin to heal. The end.